moment. And we are about 5 minutes away from race start, so make your way to the coffee van, to the back straight, get some refreshments on board. You will not want to leave your seat once the racing starts. If you're joining us on the stream at the moment, we just started with the interim points leaders from the previous round. So we didn't miss any racing, no need to worry there. And we are straight on to the next racing of the day. We'll be in about 5 minutes, 10 a.m. local time here, starting with the under-15 boys qualifying for the points race for the National Championship. So it promises to be a jam-packed event from top to bottom. Do not go away from the live stream. You'll want to watch the whole thing. We'll be back in about 5 minutes' time. So as our first event hops on the boards, our first heat of our qualifying for our points race for this national championships for our under-15 boys. You've got Felix Henderson, Leroy Bartlett, Henry Grigg, Adam Quadrago, Declan Dyer, Adrian Zhang, Declan Zeng, Sean Bates, Evan Tobin, Sebastian Creasy, Casey Bunton, Elijah Hart, and Flynn Charman. That's your start list for this first heat. It will be a points event. So this event will be 15 laps for this heat. There will be sprints on laps 10 and 0. Points will be 5, 3, 2 and 1 for our riders. Just 2 sprints to make it happen. Last 5 in each heat. So as they're under commissaire's orders, and they get let underway. Chief Commissaire Ian Dow lets them underway. And they get going. 15 laps of power for our under 15 boys here. Sprinting on laps 10 and 0. So not off to a super quick start or anything. As rider number 6 swings up there. That's Leroy Bartlett. We saw he's obviously been strong in that first round. So everyone working well together. Rider 28 on the front at the moment. That's Declan Zeng. But look at how bunched up it is as the group starts to push up the track. You know the pace is slow when this is happening. Declan Dyer, local rider there in 3rd position with the green wheels. And this is a sedate pace, ladies and gents. As they were riding a neutral lap there, so they were just trying to get everyone back on board. So it's Declan Zeng who leads them away, rider 28. And now the pace is on for our riders. Declan Dyer moves up the track from 3rd position. Goes out to eat some wind out there on the blue line. But the group all rolling around together nicely. So a reminder, the first sprint will be on lap 10. So still a few more laps before that gets underway. Declan Dyer, now the rider that leads them through. Now, the points will be 5, 3, 2 and 1 for the first 4 positions. And basically, I think if you pick up some points in this race, you're pretty well secured through to the final. So that's what some of these riders will be aiming for. Don't necessarily need to win the sprints, just need to get some points. As one of the X-Speed riders rolls through, that's Flynn Charman on the front, rider 44. Rider 37 rolling around the top, that's Casey Bunton. He's been pretty strong locally as well. Good opportunity for some WA riders to really showcase their talents if they weren't able to make it across to some of the other junior track series. And they're 4 wide coming into the first sprint. Flynn Charman will lead them through with 1 lap to go in this sprint. It's rider number 14 who's trying to get across. He's trying to stitch it back together. That's Adam Quadrago. It's 2 at the front at the moment. There's a rider in orange just trying to stitch it back together, but there's a very clear 2 who's going to pick up points. And it will be Flynn Charman who picks up the first big swag of points. That should get him through to the final of the National Championships. As we look further back, they start to come back together now, and that would have to be job done for those riders who picked up points. We saw 4 riders just then pick up a handy swag of points. And now they go 5, 6 wide through turn 4, and the pace is completely off. They've got 10 laps to recover. And I think if there's some smart riders in this bunch, the ones who picked up points will probably not try to do too much in the second sprint. They just need to make it through to the final. But the riders who didn't pick up points, there will be alarm bells ringing as they all move high on the track. No one in too much bother at the moment. And the pace is completely off this group in this beautiful Mid-Vale SpeedDome here in Perth. And rider number 30, the rider that leads them along, and that is Sean Bates. And so it's Flynn Charman who picked up top points. Adam Quadrago with the second place. Sean Bates picked up points as well. So Sean Bates, the rider on the front at the moment, he's probably not in too much danger of missing this final. Just rolling around on the front to keep out of danger, but they're 3 wide. No one injecting pace just yet. But I'd imagine if you're a rider who missed out, you will want to make your way to the top of the points table. Otherwise, it will go back on count back for the final sprint. Young Declan Dyer moving up on the outside. Big attack. Lots of people saw that one as he went through. A lot of energy used there. Makes his way to the front, though. You just need to ride it from the front here with 6 laps to go. He's doing it the long way around up on the blue line as rider 26 escapes down the bottom there on the sprinters lane. That's Adrian Zhang. And Declan Dyer still leading them along across the blue line. So the pace not fully on here. Otherwise, they'd all be down the bottom. But Declan Dyer happy to roll things along. Adrian Zhang trying to come back on even terms down on the inside line. But Declan Dyer rolling along nicely. This is a good tactic from the young man. Exactly what these junior series are for. It's all learning. And DJ Dyer still the rider on the front with those green wheels. Adrian Zhang right there next to him. As we park the peepers a bit further back, rider 30, that's Sean Bates there. He's looking pretty happy with himself after picking up points. Declan Zhang was the other rider who picked up points out of that list that I read. So those four, I don't think will try to feature too much in the next sprint. So they're 3 wide with 3 to go. 3 laps to go. 750 metres of this beautiful Midvale SpeedDome. Declan Dyer still doing a lot of work. He's ridden about 50 metres more than everyone else. He's been out on that blue line for a while. And it's rider number 26 still on the inside line, but they're 3-4 wide. The pace is not fully on here, otherwise they wouldn't be doing this. 2 laps to go, just 2 laps to run. 500 metres remaining for our first event of the day for this second round of the Australian Junior Track Series. And still rider 26, that's Adrian Zhang on the front. Adrian Zhang on the front. And now watch for the big dive from the top ropes. It's still Flynn Charman up there on the top ropes looking dangerous as he starts to roll up. Rider 28's with him. And now it's going to be full sprint to the finish. And look at the sprint from young Flynn Charman. He looks back, but the race is in front of him. Needs to just keep looking forward as they start to charge. Sean Bates around turn 3, turn 4, but it's still Charman. Sean Bates is running. And it's a big sprint from Sean Bates to pick up maximum points in the second sprint. That'll be good to watch in future events, young Sean Bates. But Flynn Charman, how was the turn of speed on him? Twice. Fantastic ride from all our riders. Give them a cheer as they come past the home straight, ladies and gents. What a ride from our first event of the day. Huge ride from all the riders that got involved. As we move to our second of the under-15 boys qualifying for this points race. So this one promises to be a good start list here. So Patrick Richardson, Arav Desai, Jonah Hall, Charlie Pearson, Lucas Trebek, Jack Pentland, Joel Gooley, Sebastian Urry, Ethan Lee, Constantine Gibson, Matt Stratton and Wesley Wong. That's your start list for this Heat 2 of the points race qualifying for our under-15 boys. It's quality from top to bottom, ladies and gents. Not really many fillers on this start list. It's the greatest hits of the under-15 boys we have in this country. And this is for qualifying for a national championships. So lots on the line for these riders. Fantastic to see our first heat and the quality that was in there. As we move to our second heat, we're just waiting on a wheel change for a rider. Seems to be all good now. So as our final rider makes their way up onto the track. So they get let underway. It will be a neutral race to start, a neutral lap to start them off. So they are underway and racing. Louise Jones just clarifying my lack of knowledge of the rules. And rider 29 is the rider that rolls through to lead them underway with 14 laps to go. Joel Gooley it is who leads them along, and this is much quicker from this second heat. Joel Gooley still leading them along. Rider number 11 there in second wheel, Jonah Hall. A couple of local riders sprinkled in here as well, but great to see the depth of talent here in Australia. Just in this is our under 15 boys, ladies and gents. Still so far to go in their cycling careers. And it's still rider number 29. Joel Gooley leads them along. No real change at the front, but there's a bit of panic at the back. Some of these riders wanting to start to get points. Matt Stratton is now coming up on the outside, the local rider in the XP kit. He's challenging Joel Gooley here at the front. And so Joel Gooley leads them along. Matt Stratton's wearing the shoulders for earmuffs. His ride might be done for this first sprint. It's still Joel Gooley on the front. Look at them spin down the back straight into turn 3. The rider in black is trying to come round, but they're all just looking for some points. They start to look around, and it will be Joel Gooley who picks up first points. Rider number 25 is the rider who picked up second there. That's Lucas Trebek. So 2 riders who we just read out for a podium just a little bit earlier on in the day. So they'll be happy with that there. As the riders roll around and just start to bring everything back together. And they're 3 or 4 wide going down the back straight. So first sprint done and dusted for these riders. Now they'll look to what they can do with 8 laps to go. Just 2 kilometres to run for these under 15 boys for their qualifying for this national championships. And it's still Joel Gooley being made to do the pacing on the front, but it's not under any pressure at the moment. They're rolling along quite nicely as they roll down the back straight. Joel gets a friend up there at the front. And they get to have a bit of a chat as they roll along. No pressure in this bunch just at the moment. Constantine Gibson, the rider there in second wheel down the bottom in the yellow Track Cycling WA kit. Hasn't he gone from strength to strength, moving out of under 13s this year into under 15s, holding his own in this bunch as well. And Matt Stratton riding across the top there. We saw him with the right idea early on. And he does. He injects the pace again. You've got to give it to these young riders making the race their own here as Matt Stratton starts to turn the screws. And only one rider willing to go with him. Joel Gooley is not interested. He picked up full points in the first sprint. He's not in no danger of not qualifying at all as Matt Stratton now starts to work. He's got rider number 8 with him. That's Arav Desai. And if they work well together, this could be good as Arav starts to turn the screws. Matt Stratton's wearing the shoulders for earmuffs, but he's still going strong down the back straight. The group is doing nothing to chase this down at the moment. It's Arav Desai coming around to turn 4. Matt Stratton in his wheel. Now, how much is this hurting these riders? 1K to go, 4 laps. 4 laps of the track. Constantine Gibson comes to the front. The riders who missed points early on will start to panic here with only 4 laps to run. And there's a big lead. It's a full straight's worth of lead. Matt Stratton and Arav Desai, 2 riders who missed points in the first sprint, and they will be looking to make the points in the second sprint to secure their spot in this national championship final. As Joel Gooley wants nothing to do with this pacemaking. He's already picked up max points. Rider 11 goes round. That's Jonah Hall. He's trying to go around Joel Gooley there. Constantine Gibson on his wheel, but look at the gap here. Arav Desai leading them along. Matt Stratton is there in second wheel. And the bunch is falling to pieces at the moment. Jonah Hall at the moment, Constantine Gibson. But no one wants to work. They're bringing Joel Gooley back to the front. He already picked up maximum points. His place is secured in the final as Matt Stratton and Arav Desai with 1 lap to run. Cheer these riders on, ladies and gents, as Arav brings them down the home straight. They get the bell. There's about 100 metres between the bunch and these 2 breakaway riders. It's super close. No one willing to do the work. Rider 34 goes out. That is Ethan Lee trying to stitch it up. Constantine Gibson in the yellow skin suit trying to go across with them. And it will be Matt Stratton picks up maximum points in the final sprint. What a ride. Constantine Gibson looked like picked up 3rd. And Ethan Lee there in 4th. What a ride in just a heat for our under 15 boys, ladies and gents. How good is the final going to be of that event? If that's what they throw down in the heat, give these riders a cheer as they come back past the home straight here. What a ride. Young Matt Stratton picks up max points there. He'll get a lot of local love. And Constantine Gibson, how was he? First year in the under 15 event. Well, ladies and gentlemen, what a week. What a weekend we're going to have of racing if that's how we start off as we move to our next event on the boards. So the first of our Australian Junior Track Series events, our under 17 girls scratch race. This will be 10 laps of a scratch race. Chavi Tanksale, Matilda Trevorrow, Isla Shaw, Ava Rogers, Gabriella Rodriguez, Sienna Tinkler, Charlotte Corshid, Ella Smith, Ruby Smits, Felicity Lyons. 10 laps of a scratch race here. So, as our under 17 girls scratch race gets underway, 9 laps to run for our girls on the boards. Plenty of local girls in this race as well. And they're 3 wide going through turn 3. So there's no pace here at the moment. Now, ladies and gents, if you've never watched a scratch race before, this is just first to the finish. There's no tricks in this race. There's no points on offer. It is just first to the finish here, and we'll take the finish order as they get to 0 laps remaining. So we will see some tactics in this race as Sienna Tinkler rolls through to the front. Looks like Ruby Smith rolls through. Ella Smith. So plenty of local riders here who know each other quite well, but there's some quality sprinkled in there from across the Nullarbor. As the riders are all moving through nicely at the moment. And there's a big move down the back straight from the rider in green. And they're moving along now. They want to chase this one down. That's rider 277 who pulled that move, Isla Shaw. And now look at the pace injected in the group. Ava Rogers in that leader's jersey. Sienna Tinkler rolls through. Now no one wanting to work. Ella Smith is the rider holding it up on the sprinter's lane. And rider just ducking underneath there. So they're 4 or 5 wide again. We'll look for the next attack out of this bunch. They will not want to go, some of these riders will not want to go to a sprint with the others. There's some good sprinters in this bunch. So we should see some tactics on offer with the 4 laps we have remaining. Just a kilometre of racing to go as they roll through the home straight here. And it is Felicity Lyons on the front. How good has that young rider been? Gone from strength to strength here in WA. Ava Rogers rolls through. Chavi Tanksale, Sienna Tinkler. So they're all rolling through nicely. Head on a swivel, looking at each other. Getting dizzy, just turning around. Just looking for where that next move. And they're fully up on the track. So when they're looking like this, ladies and gents, you know the pace is super, super slow for these riders. They're all capable of absolutely drilling it around this track. And when they're all over the track like this, they're just nervous waiting for that move. So keep your eyes peeled here because I do expect a move before we get to the 1 lap to go mark. And they are 3 or 4 wide here on the boards. They're fully up the track. And we're starting to hear some noise in the crowd. Ava Rogers gets going because she sees Isla Shaw start moving. And they're 4 wide into the turn 2. Sienna Tinkler starts to turn the screws on the rest of the bunch. Ava Rogers knows the danger of young Sienna Tinkler. And now they're moving with the bell lap. Sienna hears the bell. She's only got Ava Rogers with her. Look at these 2 riders start to stretch it away. Sienna Tinkler still rolling on the front. How good are these two riders on the front at the moment? Ava Rogers doesn't seem to be able to find a way past. Sienna all the way from 500 to go. What a ride from young Sienna Tinkler. Ava Rogers picks up second. And it looked like, might have been Ella Smith just sneaking onto the podium potentially. But what a ride from those riders. From our first of our under-17 girls races this weekend. Give them a cheer as they come past the home straight, ladies and gents. What a ride. Sienna Tinkler takes that from 500 metres out and says, thank you very much. Ava Rogers just couldn't find a way around. But it's just the first ride of the day for these young riders. Plenty more quality racing on offer. What a race as we move on to our next race on the timesheet. The under-17 boys scratch races. We've got two of these heats here. And so the first of our events, Cam Franks, Lachlan Emmert, Caden Ryan, Elliot Burney, Oma Kermsey, Jacob Cork, Josh Elmore, Elliot Barrett, Seth Harrison, Oliver Urry, Hunter Murphy, Harry Morrison, Joe Hewlett, Nam Shah, Matteo Boudier, and Lockie Morgan. Gee whiz, what a quality lineup that is. This is a scary start list. So they get let underway. 10 laps for these riders as well. So they're all going now fully strung out at the moment. So just as riders get up to speed, only 10 laps for this scratch race, so there isn't much at all. They've got to kind of play out their tactics in a quick format in this heat. And that's rider number 108 that leads them through, Lachlan Emmert. But some local riders in here as well, ladies and gents, who'll be looking to really test some of the Eastern States riders. As I saw Nam Shah just flick off, he'll be one to watch this weekend. Joe Hewlett with his head on a swivel looks around. Lockie Morgan in that Cycle Talk skin suit. Matteo Boudier in the X-Speed skin suit. Now they're starting to move along. Harry Morrison it is, who's just looking down the track, looking for somewhere to slot in. And there's pace just been injected here. And now Hunter Murphy. How good's this young rider been? Gets better every time I see him on the boards as he moves through in that Cycle Talk skin suit. Rider 110 is the next rider along. That's Caden Ryan. So there's a core group who seem to want to pace at the front. There's a few just languishing at the back, not wanting to do too much. Still 6 laps to go. What a quick race this is. It's going to be done before you know it. Rider 141 leads them through. The pace really comes off. Look at how it's bunching at the back here. Look for that counter-attack. They won't want to mess around too much. Not much racing left to go. Just 1.5 kilometres for these riders. Nam Shah starts to look around. There's a good mix of experience here in this bunch as well. We'll see some riders who are super strong, but maybe lack the experience on the boards. As Joe Hewlett now with his head on a swivel, Lockie Morgan, they're looking all up and down the track, 5 or 6 wide with just 5 laps to run. Geez, they're leaving it late here. Not all of these riders will want to sprint. As rider 102, Cam Franks, he's the rider that leads them along at the moment, and they're just starting to let these riders roll away with 1 kilometre left to run. 4 laps to go for these riders. Rider 153 is with him. That's Oliver Urry. Who's going to blink first? Someone needs to do the job to stitch this back together. And at the moment, it's rider 110, it looks like. I think that's Caden Ryan starting to stitch it back. I will get clarification here. He was the first one to blink. Rider 139 rather, sorry. That is Elliot Barrett, who is stitched that one back together. Look at where Matteo Boudier is, the local rider. He is in a beautiful spot at the moment. Now, the riders at the back must start to panic here because they've got a long way to go with just 500 metres to run. It's Matteo Boudier there in third wheel, but rider 139, Elliot Barrett, is the rider leading them along. Now, watch for the rider in the X-Speed skin suit as he starts to turn the screws. Just 1.5 laps to go, and Matteo Boudier hits the front. The local rider in front of his local crowd. He's got his family here as well. Rider 141 is trying to go over the top. That's Seth Harrison. At the moment, they're drag racing through turn 2. It looks like lights are out for Matteo Boudier, but look for these 3 in the front at the moment. Joe Hewlett is the rider in third position. He'll try and get around. And it's rider 141. Seth Harrison picks up the first place in that heat. Rider 129 there in second position, Josh Moore. And Joe Hewlett, in his first year in under-17s, picks up third place in this first heat of your under-17 boys scratch race. What a ride. Give them a big cheer as they roll through, ladies and gents. What a race from our under-17 boys there. Well, ladies and gents, I'll be short of a voice if we keep racing like that. Still got a weekend to go. I've got to pace myself, just like these athletes here. It's hard work being a commentator as we move on to the next event on the start list. Have a look at this start list here. Flynn Jensen, Joseph Natoli, Lewis Wilkes, Rigby Colgrave, Will Astridge, Harvey Challenor, Ruben Shepherd, Tyler Cunniff, Jackson McDonald, Henry Velasquez, Toby Zhao, Kane Azzopardi, Pete Tulloch, Tom Boudier, Matt Christian and Matt Van Wyck. That's your start list for our second heat for our under-17 boys. And this promises to be a very, very quick heat. Some super quality lined up. And it will be Harvey leading them away on the front of the bunch. So as they start to move away, so it's Matt Van Wyck who led them out in the X-Speed skin suit there. Harvey Challenor looks to be the rider there in second position. So 10 laps once again. Not much time to muck about here in this scratch race. It's pretty short for the scratch race format. Again, it's just first riders to the finish. That's all we're looking for here. No tricks. You can do it any way you like. As Matt Christian rolls through to the front. Toby Zhao, good to see him mixing it up in a scratch race as well. Rider who loves the sprint disciplines. Ooh, as we see a touch of wheels and a couple of riders come down. Quick to the feet though. And so all riders swing up the track there. One of the riders was pretty quick to their feet. However, hasn't moved since getting back on the bike. As all the riders have moved up the track. So, they're just rolling around at the moment. So give this rider a cheer as he gets underway. Rider 116, Will Astridge, straight back on the bike. He was quick back to the bike as well, got straight back in, and he'll make it back to the bunch here the way the bunch is riding. I don't believe the race was just neutralised there by the riders. So Will Astridge makes it back on. Big cheer for Will Astridge, making it back in the bunch there. Classy ride from one of our under-17 athletes. Rider all the way from Canberra Cycling Club makes his way back to the bunch here after coming down. Just the nature of the sport. Something you do have to deal with, and he dealt with that very, very well as rider 111 rolls them around. 5 laps to run for these riders. So just over a kilometre. They'll need to start looking at what to do here. As I didn't want to give it away, but Will Astridge, how was that from the back of the bunch? Gets back in, gets straight going again. Give this rider a cheer as he rolls round. He's straight back into the bunch and then away from the bunch. And look at the panic that's caused in the rest of the group. Rider 136 is the rider trying to go with him. That's Ruben Shepherd. And they are fully strung out now down the back straight. Will Astridge will be looking to get back into the bunch here somewhere. He's looking for a gap to roll back into. As it is still Ruben Shepherd on the front with 3 laps to run. And now they start to clump up. So look at the gas come back off this group. Toby Zhao wants nothing to do with this. He will happily run all the way to a lap to go and just go for a sprint from there. So they'll change in tactics for the bunch as they fully spread across the track. This is when you know the pace has really come off the group. And now it just starts to heat up. Toby not wanting to get swallowed from this bunch. Looks like he's going to have to ride it from the front. Ruben Shepherd, the rider there in second wheel, boxing on to try and get across. But Toby Zhao, watch this rider in the Midland Cycling Club skin suit. The local rider from WA. Look at the turn of pace he has down the back straight. His first year at under-17s. He takes it to turn 3, turn 4. Ruben Shepherd's trying to get on terms with him. It's going to be super close. And it was Ruben Shepherd who picked up the win there by can only be a rim width. Toby Zhao led it from about 500 to go. Tactically, very, very smart ride from young Toby Zhao. But what a ride from our under-17 boys. Give them all a cheer as they go through the home straight, ladies and gents. How good from these young athletes. Ruben Shepherd just too strong on the line there. If the race was 5 metres short, it was Toby Zhao's race there. But Ruben Shepherd just came across. Was just too good in the end. As our next ride gets up on the boards. No break in the action here, ladies and gents. Do not look away. Don't change your TV set. As we move on to the first round of our omnium for our under-15 girls scratch race. So our omnium competitors here get let underway by the chief commissaire. Like I said, ladies and gents, no break, no time for a drink of your coffee, especially if you're a commentator. So the riders in this event, Annika Astridge, Paravi Tanksale, Caitlin Death, Lucy Harrison and Ella Turrell. Those are your 6 riders here for the under-15 girls omnium. And this is for the National Omnium Championship as well, ladies and gents. So these riders are looking to accumulate points through multiple events. The omnium on the track is similar to, say, the decathlon or heptathlon in athletics. These are good all-round riders. You'll see them through the weekend show what they can do in multiple different formats. So it's a tough, tough discipline, but if you can win an event like this, a national championship in this event, you're probably one of the best riders rolling around in the country. As 2 local riders make their way to the front there. And now Paravi Tanksale just coming through. Rider 61 on her wheel. Amelia Jurevkova. Now she's leading the group along. So this scratch race for a touch longer, an extra 500 metres for these riders to run. Now, if you're looking at current form, the current points leader for the Australian Junior Track Series is Caitlin Death. She's in the middle of this bunch. So she's probably the rider that a lot of these girls are looking at. But there's no shortage of quality. Any one of these riders could be in with a shout here for the omnium. And this is just the first event. So plenty of racing to come for these athletes. So as they've got 7 laps to run, and a reminder, this is being live streamed as well on the Oz Cycling YouTube channel. So if you want to catch all the action and you go out to the car and you just want to make sure you don't miss a thing, bring up the YouTube live stream. Do not miss a thing. You will get to hear more of me as well, which is also one of the great selling points to the live stream. Anytime you can hear my voice is a great, great day. And if you've got any questions, pop them in the chat for the YouTube live stream and I'll do my best to answer it, or I'll ask someone who knows anything more, which is most people in this velodrome as our riders go around. 3 wide out of turn 4, 4 laps to run, 1 kilometre to rush. If they feel like they're in with a better shot of winning it, they'll just want to save themselves for the rest of the weekend. As we see Caitlin Death rolling around the outside, and she does start to inject the pace. I told you she was the rider to watch out for, and with 500 metres to run, she makes her move. The only rider that's gone with her at the moment is Emilia Jarevkova. At the moment, they're in panic stations behind, but it's still Katie Death. Emilia just trying to get to her wheel. It's rider 62 trying to go across as well. That's an Annika Astridge. And so now they're 3 wide in turn 2. The lights are starting to go out for Caitlin Death. It's all coming back on her at the moment. It's turn 3, turn 4. Who's still got it left to run? Amelia's run out of gas. Paravi Tanksar with nowhere to go. And I tell you what, I reckon we had 3 women there pedaling absolute squares with 100 metres to go, and it was just a war of attrition. Paravi Tanksar had nowhere to run. She had the legs to finish it off, but in the end, it was Caitlin Death who fantastically won that first event of the Women's Omnium. But give all these riders a big cheer. We'll see plenty more of them this weekend. And a reminder, this is for the National Championships in the under-15 girls Omnium. So we'll see plenty more of those girls. So, as we move on to our next event. So these riders already rode the heat to make it into these events. And so, this is for the under-15 boys Omnium. And they'll be doing the scratch race to start us off. And on the, I'll tell you what, I'll give you the order as it's given to me. So on the fence, we've got Matt Stratton, Joel Gooley, Arav Desai, Leroy Bartlett, Declan Zhang, Henry Grigg, Felix Henderson and Adrian Zhang. And in the sprinters lane being held, and I think we're just looking for holders for riders. So if you're capable of holding up a bike with a rider on it, make your way to the track. Louise Jones will tell you exactly where to go. And on the sprinters lane, you'll see Flynn Charman, Sean Bates. How good were those two in their heat? Adama Quadrago, Lucas Strabic, Constantine Gibson, Ethan Lee and Jack Pentland. That will be your sprinters lane. And so this ride here as Flynn Charman just gets so as the troops just being marshalled at the moment. Always good to see the under-15s learning the institution that is Louise Jones. You do not muck about with the order that's been given. Everything is in black and white. And so we're almost ready to go for this under-15 boys Omnium. And they get let underway by Chief Commissaire Ian Dow. So a couple of local riders on the front. So a reminder, this event is like the decathlon for track racing. These riders will be riding all through the weekend. They've already ridden once just to qualify to be in here. And so this promises to be a cracking Omnium event. And not too much pace from our riders at the moment. Reminder, this one's 12 laps, same as the under-15 girls. And so these were the riders from the heat earlier who have qualified to be in here. And as we've got 10 laps to go for our riders, a reminder, there is the coffee van down in the back straight. If you're in need of any refreshments, make your way across to the back straight of this velodrome. Grab a coffee from the coffee van, or indeed there's a fundraising table for Cycle Talk Cycling Club. They are trying to raise money for local riders to make it across to the rest of the Junior Track Series as the pace starts to get injected here in this ride. Ride number 29 is the rider that wanted to get things underway. That's Joel Gooley. We saw just how strong he was in the earlier heats. And look at them, they're full single file down the back straight. No one able to hop out of the wheel just at the moment. And then they give it all up, and it looks like Matt Stratton is the rider now who gets given the go ahead. And so the pace comes off and they all bunch up once again. So as they're 5 or 6 wide going around the track, still no one looking to do any work here. Joel Gooley's the rider on the front, but he's got his head on a swivel. He'll get whiplash if he keeps doing this, as he's looking for the attack from up high. Now the danger with this, when you've got riders up high like that and the pace is this slow, someone wants to go. This is for a national championships, remember, ladies and gents, and it's just the first round for this Omnium, but plenty of these riders will be looking to get a head start on their weekend's points tally. And when you've got riders up high on the boards like that, they get a big run down into an attack. Gravity really helps as we start to see the pace get injected around the corner. And it is rider number 8 who gets them going, and that's Arav Desai. I didn't want to call out the attack as it was happening. He did well to catch them all unawares. Joel Gooley was awake to it though, and he's rolling along nicely. Looks like he's got rider number 28 there in his wheel. That's Declan Zeng. And again, pace slows down. They go 5 or 6 wide, and now we wait for the next attack. A fantastic experience for these young under 15 athletes. You can see the rider there in yellow, Constantine Gibson. His first year in under 15s. In fact, his first couple of months in under 15s. But they're all over the track at the moment. No one really willing to put in the work. But how good is Joel Gooley at the moment? If you're one of these riders, you would probably be a bit worried about the strength of Joel Gooley. He's managed to sit on the front of every race he's ridden so far, as Matt Stratton now comes to the front with 2 laps running, 500 metres to go for these riders. Joel Gooley still holds that sprinter's lane, but have a look from the top ropes. We saw just how dangerous he was early on. Flynn Charman's caught them all napping at the moment. There's only 2 riders that managed to go with him. He's got 250 metres to run. Rider 25 now trying to go around him. That is Lucas Trebick, and Flynn Charman just trying to hold on. And the lights are going out for young Flynn Charman, but Lucas Trebick is going all the way with this one. Will the rider behind be able to get around him? No, Lucas Trebick wins that scratch race for the under 15 boys Omnium. Rider 14 there in second position, that's Adama Quadrago. And what a ride. Fantastic, a big attack from Flynn Charman. We saw just how strong he was early on. Give these riders another big cheer as they roll past you, ladies and gents, in the home straight. Tell you what, promises to be a very exciting Omnium all weekend. And as we move on to our next race, so this is our B Omnium scratch race round. So this is the riders who, the bottom 5 from each of the points heats earlier on. And so on the fence here, we've got Patrick Richardson, Casey Bunton, Declan Dyer, Seb Creasy and Wesley Wong. And in the sprinters lane being held by the holders, you've got Seb Urry, Charlie Pearson, Jonah Hall, Evan Tobin and Elijah Hart. And they get let underway by Chief Commissaire Ian Dow. 12 laps to run for these riders as well. So they'll be looking for redemption, these riders, as Declan Dyer starts them off nice and quick. They'll be looking for redemption from their earlier points qualifying to make it into the A round for that under 15 boys scratch race in the Omnium. And Declan Dyer moves right up to the top of the track. And so after that fast start, they're all happy to look at each other. No one really willing to do the work. And as I say that, the rider with the green wheels in the Cycle Talk Cycling Club skin suit, Declan Dyer, puts an attack in, slows it down. Casey Bunton's gone with him. 2 local riders that know each other quite well. But their heads on a swivel, they're looking behind them more than they're looking forward. They probably want to be looking forward if they want to really go on with an attack. As rider number 3 now goes on, that's Patrick Richardson. And he's also looking behind him, looking to see what damage he's done. Rider 37 has gone with him as well. How good's that from Casey Bunton? Clearly awake to the attacks going on, but not willing to go on with them. As he brings Patrick Richardson back out to the lead of this breakaway. So Casey Bunton very clearly has a tactic here, and it's to not do too much work in this early part of the scratch race. You can see he's just soft pedaling his turn here. He's just trying to go with the moves, not get caught out if there is a dangerous move that goes away. So I think Casey Bunton might be a ride to watch. Declan Dyer starts to move across the top as well. Patrick Richardson clearly feeling quite strong here. We'll start to see the rest as the cream rises to the top. Paddy Richardson goes again. Casey Bunton's in a sandwich at the moment. But they're all up the track, which means they're not going that hard just at the moment. And now Declan Dyer starts to inject the pace. Only 6 laps to go for these riders, 1.5 kilometres of racing. Someone will need to do something if they don't trust themselves in a sprint. I don't think you can have 12 riders or 10 riders who think they can all win a sprint here, as Declan Dyer starts to roll along the sprinters line. Ride number 11 just in there behind him. That's Jonah Hall. We saw just how strong he was a bit earlier on. And at ride number 35, Seb Creasy. And they're starting to break up behind. But as I say that, it starts to slow down. But then look at Pat Richardson down the back straight. There's only 5 laps to run. Just over 1 kilometre of racing for these riders, and now there's panic stations behind. It is Casey Bunton who's rolled across to this one. Now what will he do here? He didn't work too well with Pat Richardson earlier on. Now what's he going to do? Again, just soft pedals his way down the back straight. Clearly wants this to come to a sprint. Very clearly has one tactic, does young Casey Bunton. And Pat Richardson has been brought back once again by the rider in the X-Speed skin suit. And he goes again. How's the strength on the young man? But there's been a few moves from some of these active riders. Declan Dyer rolls around the top of them all. We saw just how active he was early on. He won't be left wondering by the end of this race as Pat Richardson draws him up the track. So Casey Bunton very clearly on at the inside line there, but he's got a lot of work to do if any move goes from the top. Declan Dyer. They're all looking a bit flatter than when they started. This has been a hard scratch race for these riders. They'll come round and they'll get 2 laps to go, 500 metres. And now they're starting to move, but they're all tired here. As Casey Bunton's still rolling along in the sprinter's lane. They'll get 1 lap to go here. The bell goes. Casey Bunton leads them through. Look at Jonah Hall from the top ropes. He is moving along in that red line. And Casey Bunton's got a job of work to do to keep him up top. As they go into turn 3, Jonah Hall takes the sprinter's lane. It looks like it's Jonah's race to lose here. And it will be. Jonah Hall picks up first position. Casey Bunton there in second. And rider number 15 picks up third. That's Charlie Pearson. What a ride by Charlie. And so Jonah Hall takes the win in that scratch race for the Omnium. Give them a big cheer, ladies and gents, as they go through. Big ride from Jonah Hall. Huge ride from all those riders. What a cracking start to our program. First 6 rounds done, or 6 events done for us. And it hasn't been any shortage of quality. As we move to our under 17 girls tempo race. And ladies and gents, this will be one to get your calculator out for as we ride around. This is going to be a 20-lap race. So as they get underway, the riders in this event, Chavi Tanksal, Matilda Trevorrow, Isla Shaw, Ava Rogers, Gabriela Rojo Rodriguez, Sienna Tinkler, Charlotte Korshid, Ella Smith, Ruby Smith and Felicity Lyons. That is your start list for this event. So the way a tempo race works, ladies and gents, if you've never seen one of these before, now I'll have to take the shoes and socks off to add up points in this one. But hopefully I'll be able to keep you updated at home so you can leave your shoes and socks firmly on. They'll get to 16 laps to go and the whistle will go. And they'll get 1 point per lap after that. So, and it's just 1 point for whoever's on the front. So it's a race where you want to just keep the pace high, stay on the front for as long as you can, pick up a few points. Do you go early and pick up a lot of points early on and hope that takes you all the way through the finish? Do you go late and pick up points late once everyone's tired? It's going to be an interesting one for these riders, 18 laps to run. So just 2 laps until they start gaining points. And like I said, hopefully I'll be able to keep track for you so you won't have to take your shoes and socks off to add this one up. 1 point per lap for the leader. That's what this one's going to be. As Sienna Tinkler leads them around with rider 277 on her left shoulder. That is Isla Shaw. And so we've already seen these riders really throw some haymakers at each other in the earlier event, in the scratch race. And so I expect nothing less here. A super quality under-17 field we've got in both our boys and girls in this country. And this is a good representation of it. As they get the bell, so next lap round will be the first point scored for our riders. So now we'll start to see them looking at each other. Ava Rogers holds the sprinters lane at the moment. But they're still 3 or 4 wide. Looks like they're not riding this flat out. They're just trying to ride this tactically, as Ava Rogers still holding that sprinters lane. And looks to want to pick up the first points. Tell you what, it was a drag race looking at each other for Ava Rogers and Matilda Trevorrow. As now Ava Rogers starts to pick up the pace. So she's our current leader on 1 point. And second point picked up for Ava Rogers. So our leader on 2 points at the moment. A reminder, it's 1 point for the leader per lap here for the rest of the time running. So Ava Rogers looking to pick up another one here potentially. Some of these riders will start panicking, not wanting this rider to get too much of a lead. She is in the leader's jersey. It looks like she got another point from Matilda Trevorrow there. Tilly tried to come up next to her and pick up those points, but didn't quite get them, I don't think, as we roll around. So it's 3 points for Ava Rogers at the moment. They roll round through turn 4. It's Matilda Trevorrow now on the front in the Butterfields kit. She picks up 1 point. So she opens her account, 1 point for her. Our clubhouse leader currently, Ava Rogers, on 3. Are you keeping up with me, ladies and gents? There's a lot to look at in this race. Plenty of tactics on offer as Ava Rogers now comes to the front. But her sparring partner, Sienna Tinkler, from the top ropes, comes around to open her account. And now just rolls away from them. That's 1 point for Sienna Tinkler and a bit of a gap. And now Isla Shaw comes to the front. Does she want to stitch this back together for the group or not? Sienna Tinkler, a rider happy to ride by herself, fantastic in a pursuit on the track, and now she sees that she's got a gap and starts to roll away. Now look at the coordination behind. It's not particularly coming at the moment. Matilda Trevorrow being the rider now tasked with going ahead with this. 2 laps at the moment for Sienna Tinkler. 2 points. 3 points still for Ava Rogers, so she's our leader, but about to tie it up is Sienna Tinkler. She's now on 3 points as well. So 3 and 3, Ava Rogers and Sienna Tinkler, 2 local riders currently in the lead. And there is no coordination at the back. Matilda Trevorrow gives up the ghost there. Ava Rogers knows the quality of Sienna Tinkler, but she looks around, wants help. Isla Shaw now comes through, but doesn't seem too bothered at the moment by this either. As Sienna Tinkler picks up another point, goes into the lead. 4 points for Sienna Tinkler. Ladies and gents, are you keeping up with the maths here? Sienna Tinkler in the front, down the back straight. Now look at the group behind. They're starting to split to bits. As it's Isla Shaw. And importantly, our current series leader, Ava Rogers, misses that initial split. 5 points currently for Sienna Tinkler. There's a bit of a move behind to try and bring this one back. But who wants to do the work? No one wants to drag a friend across. They all want to let someone else do the work if possible, but they're letting the race right away from them at the moment as Sienna Tinkler now up to 6 points for Sienna. 6 points for Sienna Tinkler, clearly out in the lead at the moment, and there's only 6 laps to run. If someone's serious about this event, they'll need to start catching Sienna now, otherwise she mathematically starts to win this event. She'll come up 7 points now for Sienna Tinkler as she crosses the line. 7 points, and they're looking uncoordinated behind them. Ava Rogers completely missed that chasing split. So at the moment, it's Sienna Tinkler out in front. Not long until she's mathematically wrapped this up. Ava Rogers is the rider in second place on 3 points, but she seems to have no gas left in the tank just at the moment. Sienna Tinkler picks up another one. That's 8 points with only 4 laps to run. No rider can catch Sienna Tinkler now, if I've done the maths correctly. 8 points for Sienna Tinkler with only 3 laps to run. Now she'll have 9 points, and she has well and truly wrapped up this race. She can let the gas off now as rider 283 leads them through. That is Ella Smith rolling around behind. But these riders have been blown to bits by the attack from Sienna Tinkler. And she has fully wrapped up this event with 2 laps to go, but she does need a finish. So we need to make sure we see her finish. She can't get tangled up with anyone, but at the moment she's out there in front by herself. Little danger of that as the chasing group behind. Isla Shaw swings up. Ella Smith is the rider that comes through. Now starting to catch Sienna. Matilda Trevorrow is the rider there in second wheel, but a big ride from Ella Smith, her first year in under-17s. As they start to move, it's a point of pride now to just pick up 1 more point. Sienna Tinkler needs to finish this one off, and she has won this event. Ella Smith drives down the back straight. It's super close here with the finish of this event. Matilda Trevorrow looking to step out the wheel of Ella Smith, but a massive ride from Ella Smith. Picks up points there to finish it off. But a big round of applause for our winner of the under-17 girls tempo, Sienna Tinkler. And how good was that, ladies and gents? So Sienna Tinkler took it from Ava Rogers, and then Ella Smith and Matilda Trevorrow there on equal points. Probably will go to Ella Smith on count back at the end there. But big round of applause for all your riders, ladies and gents, as they roll past the home straight. Sienna Tinkler just starting to roll past in the Peel District Cycling Club skin suit. Huge ride from her to pick that one up. And she put a lot of riders on notice there as she went away. As we move to the next event on the boards. No break in the action, ladies and gents. So lining up for the under-17 boys tempo. Again, same format, 20 laps, and then after 16 laps, they'll be getting 1 point per lap for the leader. As they are about to get let underway by Chief Commissaire Ian Dow. And they get all let underway. So the start list for this event as they get their opening 4, let's say, neutral laps underway. Cam Franks, Flynn Jensen, Caden Ryan, Lewis Wilkes, Oma Kermsey, Will Astridge, Josh Moore, Ruben Shepherd, Seth Harrison, Jackson McDonald, Hunter Murphy, Toby Zhao, Joe Hewlett, Pete Tulloch, Matt Christian and Matteo Boudier. That is your start list for this first heat of the under-17 boys tempo. And ladies and gents, this promises to be an absolute cracking event. Tempo race, not one that we've done recently here in WA, so some of the WA riders will be a bit out of practice with this one. And a reminder, we've got the coffee van down in the back straight. Fundraising table as well, being run by Cycle Talk Cycling Club. They're fundraising to get their junior athletes away for future rounds of the Australian Junior Track Series. And 17 laps to go, so not long until these riders get the bell. And another reminder that this is being live streamed at the moment on the Oz Cycling YouTube channel. So by all means, park your peepers on that if you want to hear and see more of me. You won't get to see too much of me, but you'll definitely be able to hear me. And you'll be able to never miss an action point in the race as Toby Zhao wants to get some points early as everyone's fresh in the Midland Cycling Club skin suit. Toby Zhao down the back straight. into turn 3, into turn 4, and he will look to pick up the first points. Now, ladies and gents, let's start adding this up on the finger. Toby's out. So he's picked up 3. Toby's out. So he's picked up 3 points. Will that be good enough to sit on the podium? It was good enough for the girls. As we roll round, rider 114 is the rider now leading them along. Oma Kermsey. And in the infield, young Trent Rensburg, the leader of the Toby Zhao fan club. They are taking membership, so go see Trent Rensburg if you want to apply to be part of that fan club. But it's all split to bits out on the track at the moment, ladies and gents. As Ruben Shepherd now rolls through. Rider 136 picks up the points. So rider 129 rolls through, picks up his first points. That's Josh Moore. Apologies, I had to actually grab the tally. I was a bit slack watching the racing rather than writing down the points, but once again, it's Josh Moore picking up more points here. And the bunch is split to bits. This lead group is moving along quite quickly. Ruben Shepherd now pulling them along. And look at the damage being done in this lead group. There's only 3 riders left of the lead of this race. Ruben Shepherd now comes through to pick up more points. And so currently the points as they stand, Toby Zhao on 3, Josh Moore and Ruben Shepherd on 2. And Oma Kermsey is also on 2. So they're all knocking on the door of Toby Zhao's points total. They've got 6 laps to go. Ruben Shepherd comes through, picks up more. Ladies and gents, don't look away. I'm struggling to keep up, and I'm in this velodrome at the moment. As the front 3, Matteo Boudier's sandwich in there too, and I'll get the other rider for you as soon as I can. So this front 3 as they go through, rider 114 is the other rider in this bunch, is Oma Kermsey, and he picks up points this time round. So he's up to 3 points too. Matteo Boudier now goes to the front. Now let's see if he can open the account, as it's all split to bits at the behind them. They're going through lap traffic. Matteo Boudier picks up points to open his account. And so Ruben Shepherd there in second wheel, Oma Kermsey there in third wheel, but Matteo Boudier still the rider leading them along. Will he be able to pick up another lot of points, or will Ruben Shepherd snake these ones off him? It will be Ruben Shepherd who once again picks up more points. That takes Ruben Shepherd to the lead of this bike race. And watch for the attack here from Oma Kermsey. Does Matteo Boudier have any answer? No, he's been on the front for about 2.5 laps. Ruben Shepherd now coming along. And it looks like lights out for Matteo Boudier. So Oma picks up more points. Now they're tied. Ruben Shepherd and Oma Kermsey are tied if I've done the math correctly. But look at the surge down the back straight, the watts being applied to the pedals. The hardest job in this velodrome right now, ladies and gents, is being the cranks attached to Ruben Shepherd's bike as he drops the watt bombs with 250 metres to go. He picks up more points. Oma Kermsey needs to win this next one to take out the event, or it will be Ruben Shepherd's day. As they drive down the back straight, what more do either of these 2 riders have left? In third position at the moment, Matteo Boudier is dicing on, but Ruben Shepherd picks up the last points and will take out the boys' tempo heat 1, ladies and gents. Just heat 1. This is what they're doing in the heats, ladies and gentlemen. Crikey. What a quality field we had in our under 17 boys tempo. And big round of applause for Ruben Shepherd and all our riders as they go through the home straight. What a ride from all these young riders. Fantastic to see Toby Zhao mix it up early on as well. How was the roar from the crowd for young Toby Zhao? One of the most popular riders in this velodrome. Once again, the Toby Zhao fan club sparks into life as soon as his name's mentioned as we move on to our next event. Heat 2 for our under 17 boys tempo. Same format as before, 20 laps, and then on 16 they'll get 1 point per lap for whoever's in front. So Lachlan Umert, Joe Natoli, Elliot Burney, Rigby Colgrave, Jacob Cork, Harvey Challenor, Elliot Barrett, Tyler Cunniff, Oliver Urry, Henry Vasquez, Harry Morrison, Kane Azzopardi, Niam Shah, Tommy Boudier, Lockie Morgan, and Matt Van Wyck rounded out. This will be our Heat 2 of our under-17 boys. And what a cracking start list it is as they get let underway by Chief Commissaire Ian Dow. So they're all underway now on the boards. And a reminder, this first 4 laps, you might be able to call it a neutral lap, but they'll just try and find their footing here in this bunch as they get underway. A lot of riders looking at each other. They're fully spread across the velodrome here. As Tommy Boudier, after missing a pedal early on, makes his way back into the bunch, cool and calm, still with 2 laps until they get the points scoring underway. And it looks like Harry Morrison in that beautiful blue Peel District Cycling Club skin suit. He leads them along. What a ride he's having at the moment, young Harry Morrison. Just going from strength to strength every time he hops on a bike. Still very new to the sport. Rode his first national championships just this year, after not long being on 2 wheels, so always happy, always enjoys his bike riding, and now he's leading a national field along for this under-17 boys tempo, and what a cracking field it is. This is going to be a tough bike race to win for these riders, as they should get the bell this time round. And they do get the bell, and look at the surge that comes with it. Rider 159 is the rider going with it early on. That is Kane Azzopardi. Now, if you've watched any junior bike racing recently, you'll know how dangerous that Azzopardi name is on the front of a bike race, and he picks up the first points, does young Kane Azzopardi. So that's opening the account first rider, and the lights go out for Kane Azzopardi as he finishes that one off. And now the next rider along, it looks like rider 140 maybe. Yes, rider 140. That is Tyler Cunniff. He opens the account. Looks like this one's going to be wide open as Harry Morrison, the rider I was talking about earlier, now leads them along. And look at the damage that's already been done to this group behind from the attack from Kane Azzopardi. And it looks like Harry Morrison's going to pick up points. And look at the crowd get behind young Harry Morrison. What a ride from the young man. Picks up his first points. So they're equal 3 on 1 point at the moment. As the next riders roll around, Harry starts to move back through the group. And now the rider on the front, rider 108. Lachlan Emert. He now opens the account. So 4 riders on 1 point. 4 riders on 1 point, ladies and gents. And now, Lachlan Morgan, the other local rider here in this front bunch, he says, excuse me, I'd like to get started on my points if you don't mind. And he moves along, and he just snipes it from rider 128, which is Harvey Challenor. So Lockie Morgan, a man who never stops smiling on the bike, he's now on 1 point as well. As we now start to see a big move from that first bunch. Who's going to stitch this back together? Lockie Morgan sees the danger. Rider 109 it is. Joe Natoli. We now have 5 riders on 1 point, ladies and gents. 5 riders equal on 1 point. But Joe Natoli will bring an end to the tie for first place as he picks up his 2nd point of the day. There's not much in it, ladies and gents. Keep your eyes peeled to this race at the moment. Joe Natoli currently riding away with it, but if they start to move behind, as Joe comes through for his 3rd point. Geez, there's a lot to keep up with in this race, as there's 3 riders trying to chase this one back. It's been a big explosion of riders behind at the moment, and they're starting to bring Joe back, but he's still a fair way up, and they've got some lap traffic to deal with on their way through. So Joe picks up another point. That's 4 points for young Joe Natoli. He's starting to ride away with this one. We saw what damage Sienna Tinkler did when she rode away in the under-17 girls. And now look at this lap traffic getting in the way for our riders. And now this is going to be confusing for our riders because they've got some lap traffic mixed in there as Joe picks up another lot of points. So Joe's still on the front, but he flicks back at the moment behind the lap traffic. It's all going to happen here. Oh, this is scary at the moment for our riders because they're passing lap traffic, but they're sitting behind them at the moment. And now no one knows what to do. Rider 108 now goes through. That's Lachlan Amert, picks up points. Gee whiz, you've got to keep your wits about you in this racing. There's rider 108 now leading on with it. That's Lockie Amert. And Joe Natoli, he's caught in no man's land at the moment. It looks like a lot of riders peddling squares now after the furious start as Lockie Amert now starts his charge. He's on 3 points. Joe Natoli's on 5. So super, super close here for this bike race. And on his wheel looking to snipe some points. Rider 112 picks them up. That's Elliot Burney. So he picks up points and opens his account. But has he left the run too late? Oh, it's all happening here, ladies and gents. There's a lot of noise from the infield trying to cheer riders on as well. As Elliot Burney now picks up his 2nd point. Liam Shah now trying to go across. The only rider that can win this other than Joe Natoli right now is Lachlan Amert. And look at this, the return of Lachlan. He's trying to come back for more points. And he does, he picks it up. If Lachlan Amert picks up this next point, he'll be even with Joe Natoli, and it will go back to count back on the final sprint. But they're all peddling squares, ladies and gents. All these riders are in the bin at the moment. But who's this coming around the top? It's going to be super close on the end. Rider 128, Harvey Challenor, snipes the win away. So 6 points for Joe Natoli. He picks up the win there in that event. 6 points for Joe Natoli. So big round of applause for all our riders here, ladies and gents. It's Joe Natoli, the rider that picks up the win. Rider 109. But how even was that bike race? Super, super close there for all our riders. So, ladies and gents, what an event for our under-17 boys. I'll say it again, the under-17 fields that we have in this country at the moment are so deep in talent. As we move to our under-15 girls for our 2nd round of the Omnium. This is for a tempo race, so once again, similar format to what we just had. The field here for this event: Amelia Juravkova, Annika Astridge, Paravi Tangsale, Caitlin Death, Lucy Harrison, and Ella Turrell. Those are your 6 riders. We've already seen them just a little bit earlier on in the scratch race. We saw just how strong this field was. A reminder, this Omnium event, so the rider we just had was just a tempo on its own for our Australian Junior Track Series, but this is for the Omnium National Championships for our under-15 girls. And so a reminder, this is the decathlon for our track racing. Riders participating in multiple events over the weekend, looking to add up points. And along with our live stream on the Oz Cycling YouTube channel, a reminder, if you go to results.ozcycling.org.au, you'll be able to pick up all of the results as they happen here, as these riders get let underway. So for this tempo race, there's 12 laps for our riders in total. On the 8th lap is when they'll start accruing points. And same format as before, 1 point for the rider in the lead every lap. So as we have a bit of a neutral start to this event. reminder of the standings here in this Omnium, because this is for a green and gold jersey here for our under-15 girls. Emilia Jurikova was the rider who took out the scratch race. Annika Astridge was there in second, and Paravi Tanksale was the rider there in third. So some riders will be looking for redemption. Some riders will be looking to go on with it and really start to put two hands around that national jersey. As our under-15 girls roll around the track. And a reminder, if you're watching the live stream at home or in the velodrome, pop any comments or questions in the chat and I'll read stuff out if it's worthwhile being read out. So as our under-15 girls start to roll around, they'll get the bell this time round. And so this will mark one more lap until they start accruing points. They're all looking at each other. Rider number 73, that is rider Lucy Harrison. She had her head on a swivel looking for the attack that might come, but the attack came and it caught them all flat-footed. Rider number 62, Annika Astridge. We saw how strong she was in the previous scratch race, and she starts off the account with 1 point. So Annika Astridge now on 1 point. It's Paravi Tanksale trying to go across here. Caitlin Death in Paravi's wheel. At the moment, our winner from our scratch race struggling to get across the gap, but they're all blowing to bits under the effort from Annika Astridge. Only 8 laps of accruing points as Paravi Tanksale goes across now. Lights have gone out for Annika Astridge just for a moment. So Tanksale now going along. She looks to pick up her first points here. And she does, and there's a big gap now. Caitlin Death comes to the front of the chasing group. So Paravi Tanksale out in front. Caitlin Death on the front of the chasing group, but they're slowly winding in Paravi, but it's taking a while here. And she looks to pick up a second lot of points. And it will be 2 points for Paravi Tanksale. So 2 for Annika Astridge, 2 for Paravi Tanksale. And now rider 73 comes along to start doing some work in that chase group. That's Lucy Harrison. And Tanksale runs out of gas. She comes back in that chase group. So Annika Astridge and Paravi Tanksale, they're both on 2. Lucy Harrison, Caitlin Death in this group, both yet to open their account. And Astridge comes along and says, thank you very much. I'll take 1 more point if you don't mind. Only 3 laps left to run, 3 points left to accrue for these riders. Really not much at all as Caitlin Death starts to go across to Annika Astridge. She's got to get a wriggle on or she's going to miss out on the points altogether. And Astridge and Death here. And it will be Katie Death who opens the account, and she's got to go on with this. If she wants to see herself at the top of this race, and she is going on with it. And Annika Astridge has no response. Tanksale looks to be working, but is at the same rate as Caitlin Death. At the moment, Caitlin Death right out in front, the local rider. She comes through, gets the bell for 1 lap to go. Now, if she wins this sprint, this will tie her up. If she wins this sprint, this will tie her up with Annika Astridge, and it will go back to count back on this final sprint. And it will be Caitlin Death who takes out the tempo race in the under-15 girls Omnium. What a ride from Caitlin Death. So she picks up that win in the tempo race after just missing on the podium in the scratch race. So it'll be a long day of racing for our under-15 girls Omnium. Give these riders a big cheer as they go past the home straight, ladies and gents. What a ride from our under-15 girls. And so we move on to our under-15 boys for the Omnium event. So in the A round, So same riders from before. On the fence, you'll have Matt Stratton, Joel Gooley, Arav Desai, Leroy Bartlett, Declan Zeng, Henry Grigg, Felix Henderson, and Adrian Zhang. And Flynn Charman, Sean Bates, Adama Quadrago, Lucas Strubick, Constantine Gibson, and Ethan Lee, and Jack Pentland will be your riders. And so as our riders just get organised on the start line. So it's all learning. Every national meet, any race meet for these riders is a good learning experience for our commissaires, event staff and riders, and no better time to learn than when you're an under 15. This is what these events are all about. It may be called a national championship, but really it's just another opportunity to learn for these athletes as they just shuffle their way around. So Louise Jones just giving encouragement there on the boards to these riders. As the riders get underway. Louise Jones just reminding me not to make up rules here on the velodrome. We don't have different rules here in WA. However, it's written in black and white is how the races are run. And so, again, same format as we had for the under 15 girls. 12 laps, and on the 8th lap is when we'll start scoring points. So they'll look at each other for these first 4. And again, this race being live streamed on the Oz Cycling YouTube channel. Have a little squiz on there if you want to see the best juniors in this country rolling around and competing for a national championship here today. Later on, we'll see the Westral Wheelrace, and what a coveted title that is here in WA. Plenty of very quality bike riders have won that event. As we're not far away from these riders starting to accrue points. It's the calm before the storm just at the moment as Flynn Charman leads them through. He's got his head on a swivel, getting dizzy at the top there, looking around left and right. And he's got Matt Stratton on his shoulder on the left, Constantine Gibson just behind him. So it's dominated by the local riders just at the front here. Is that smart or is it silly at the moment? We'll see as we get to the end of this at the end of this 12 laps. As they've got 8 laps to go. Next lap will be points scored. So get the calculators out, ladies and gentlemen. I've got the abacus up here on the commentary desk. And we'll start to see, and look at the sprint there from young Sean Bates. I'll tell you what, solid as a rock on top of that gear at the moment is young Sean Bates, and he picks up the first swag of points. Look at no body movement whatsoever down the back straight. Looks like he can go on with that for days. And Flynn Charman just trying to get back on terms, Constantine Gibson as well. They're doing a lot of work to get no points at the moment as Sean Bates picks up his second lot of points. So current leader on 2 points, Sean Bates, big 500-metre dash for him. And now Flynn Charman there on the front. And once again, Joel Gooley, never too far away from the front of a bike race. And now he's on the front looking for the points. But coming around the top, sniping the points away, that is Adama Quadrago. He picks up the points, but Joel Gooley resumes his rightful position at the front of the bunch. We've seen it, I'm already starting to see a pattern in these bike races, and it's typically Joel Gooley in position number 1 as the group rolls around. And he is still on the front, and he opens his account. As I just do the tally next to the names. And now we've got a little group of 5 at the front. Constantine Gibson, the local rider that's shuffled into there. That's pretty good from him. Adama Quadrago sprinting with rider number 25. And that's Lucas Strubick who picks up points there. So And look at Lucas run down the back straight. No one has an answer for it just yet. Still early on, or rather 2 laps to run actually for these riders. It's all happening as Lucas picks up his second lot of points. He's now level with Sean Bates. And so, if he picks up this one, he's in the lead. And only Sean Bates will be able to overthrow him. And Sean Bates currently with a lot of work to do to come back to this group. It's Lucas Trebic's race to lose here as he starts to come across lap traffic. Going down the back straight, the chase group doesn't really have an answer for the turn of speed from Lucas Trebic. And it will be Lucas Trebic who picks up 4 points and takes out the tempo for the under-15 boys, Omnium. And they all race to the line to just try and pick up a placing somewhere. Fantastic to see from all our young riders. Fantastic race there. And if you're just joining us on the live stream, ladies and gents, we are up to event 11. Yeah, give these riders a cheer as they go past the home straight. Event number 11 will be the next one we go up to. We just finished event number 10. So if you're following along on the results sheet on the Oz Cycling website, I do encourage it. You'll be able to see all the results probably before I pick them up with my own eyes. That's how good the results team are here for Oz Cycling. And so if you're following along, we're about to start event number 11, which is the B Omnium round for our under 15 boys tempo. Once again, the riders are just getting themselves organised. Some team managers pretty scared of the tornado that is Louise Jones and getting it wrong. They'll make sure they do it better next time, as we just have a bit of a shuffle of riders from top to bottom. I'll read out the start list of this one. Patrick Richardson, Casey Bunton, Declan Dyer, Seb Creasy, Wesley Wong, Seb Urry, Charlie Pearson, Jonah Hall, Evan Tobin and Elijah Hart. That is your start list for this B round of the under 15 boys tempo for this Omnium. So a reminder for riders, just make sure you're looking at where you need to be starting and the order you need to be starting in. This is for a national championships, remember, as they get underway. And it is Casey Bunton who leads them along, rider number 37. Rider number 3 just behind him, Pat Richardson. Now we saw how strong those two riders were, and Jonah Hall as well, rider number 11. So the cream is already somewhat rising to the top of this one. Same format as we just had, 12 laps, 8 laps will be scored. So this is a tempo race, 1 point for every lap you're in front. But the first 4 laps will just be neutral, no points scored in this first 4. So they're all looking at each other, head on a swivel. As there's a good amount of noise for these riders. They're very popular riders in the infield. Young Declan Dyer, the rider on the front at the moment, with 10 laps to roll in this race. So as our first points get scored there for our under-15 boys tempo. Looked like Declan Dyer just sniped those points early on. Casey Bunton picks up the next lot. And a reminder, if you're in the velodrome at the moment and you want to learn how to do the live streaming, jump up to the So currently Pat Richardson on the front of this bike race. It's a group of two at the moment as they roll into the home straight. It's Casey Bunton there in second wheel. So Casey Bunton now rolls through. Richardson goes up high. Is he looking for a little attack? Wants to keep Casey Bunton away. Now look at the tactics there from young Casey Bunton. Holds Richardson up high, but then leaves the window open on the bottom. And now he's got some work to do to just jump onto the wheel. So Richardson picks up onto his third point at the moment, if I've done the tally correctly. So they're fully blown to bits here in this Omnium B tempo race. And Casey Bunton now looking to grab some points, and he does. He picks up one. And so if Casey Bunton wins this next sprint, he will take out this tempo. He'll be on equal points to Pat Richardson, but it will go back on countback of the last sprint. And it looks like Casey Bunton will pick this one up. Tactically did everything he needed to do and got it done. Pat Richardson there in second. Declan Dyer comes across the line there in third at the end there. And he was on 1 point, I believe. So huge ride from our under-15 boys B round of the Omnium. As we move on to another race on our Australian Junior Track Series event list. Give these riders a cheer as they roll past the home straight again, ladies and gents. What a ride from our under-15 boys. And as we move on to our next event on the event list, our under-17 girls scratch elimination and scratch race. Now this would be a fun one to watch. Chavi Tanksar, Matilda Trevorrow, Isla Shaw, Ava Rogers, Gabriela Rojo Rodriguez, Sienna Tinkler, Charlotte Korshid, Ella Smith, Ruby Smith and Felicity Lyons. Those are your riders here for event 12 on our event list for our under-17 girls scratch elimination and scratch race. So our riders are looking to get underway shortly. And so they're waiting for that first bell. And then it will be the last riders eliminated. My favourite race on the track is an elimination. What a cracking event it is. And so to sandwich it in the middle of a scratch race is a good bit of fun, I reckon. As we see these riders roll around. And they're already lining each other up as if they're about to start an elimination. And they're waiting for that bell from our lovely people in blue, the commissaires. If you do happen to see a commissaire this weekend, ladies and gents, make sure you thank them. Super amount of work they do. And we hear a bell, and so that will start our eliminations. We'll see an elimination every lap. The last rider on the line will be eliminated. And so we're looking for this first elimination. And so, as they roll through, rider number 267 is eliminated. Rider 267, Matilda Trevorrow, 267. So we'll see a little bit less commentary from me here, ladies and gents, as I call out eliminated riders. So Matilda Trevorrow, the first rider eliminated there. You've got to watch being down on the bottom as Felicity Lyons looks to make a run. Rider 286, Felicity Lyons. So close to making it in. Rider 286, Felicity Lyons. So as they move into the next elimination. Oh, how good is an elimination, ladies and gents. My favourite race on the boards. And Ella Smith is moving up down the outside. Rider number 281. Rider 281, Sienna Tinkler. Sienna Tinkler, rider 281. Rider 281, Sienna Tinkler is eliminated. And now she knows, and there's 5 laps to go. She's given them all a lead out. Unfortunate positioning there for Sienna Tinkler. And Isla Shaw, the rider, now leading them along. 5 laps to run for these riders. What an exciting format that is. Elimination in the middle of a scratch race. And now the first rider across the line will be the winner of this event. Ava Rogers goes through next. Ella Smith, how good is she doing being in this event? Her first year or first few months in under-17s, and she's already dicing it up with a national level field. They're 4 wide, coming with a kilometre left to run. Isla Shaw. I think some of the riders thought the elimination was still rolling. As it's Isla Shaw there who flicks off. Ava Rogers, the next rider. Easy to see in that leader's jersey and those pink wheels. Ella Smith, the next rider along. Again, how good is she rolling at the moment? And rider 280 is the final rider in that bunch. Gabriela Rojo Rodriguez, and she flicks up as well. So Isla Shaw now comes through. But the pace isn't really on here for our riders as they get 2 laps to go next time round. So they're 2 wide. No one looking to do anything yet. They're a lap and a half to run. Someone's got to go. They're leaving it very, very late. Ava Rogers had her head on a swivel. She's probably in the best position to make something happen here. Ella Smith needs to hold the sprint lane, and Ella Smith goes again. So Ella Smith, a reminder, she's the under-15 national champion in the sprint. She's got a good kick on her, and she's trying to follow the wheel of Ava Rogers. Ava Rogers has gone down the back straight. Ella Smith there in second. Isla Shaw is there in third. Ella Smith starting to run up the back wheel of Ava Rogers. But it will be Ava Rogers who picks up first place. Ella Smith there in second. Isla Shaw there in third. And Gabriela Rojo Rodriguez there in fourth. What a ride from our under-17 girls. Holy guacamole, ladies and gents. What an exciting format that was. And we'll move on to our next race on the event list. Give these riders a cheer as they roll through. How good, Ava Rogers picking up the win there. Ella Smith, what a ride from her. They're in second in her first couple of months, just over her first month of being an under-17 rider. And so we move to the next event on the start list. Our under-17 boys, scratch elimination, scratch race. in this event. Cam Franks, Flynn Jensen, Caden Ryan, Elliot Burney, Rigby Colgrave, Jacob Cork, Joshua Moore, Ruben Shepherd, Seth Harrison, Oliver Ari, Henry Velasquez, Harry Morrison, Joe Hewlett, Tommy Boudier, Matt Christian and Matt Van Wyck. That is your start list for this event. And again, same format, 15 laps, scratch, elimination, scratch. They'll be listening for the first bell. Chief Commissaire Ian Dow lets them underway. Ruben Shepherd gets a good run from the back there. Only 15 laps this event, and there is an elimination in the middle of it, so there'll be some alert legs in this bunch not wanting to get caught out. Tommy Boudier, the rider there, just on the back. And so once we get to the elimination portion, I'll start to look at the back of the race. So they'll get the bell randomly in this event, and we'll see the riders start getting eliminated every lap. So as they roll around nicely on the boards, we'll park the peepers towards the back of the bunch as they're not long away from getting that lovely bell. Rider 113, the rider on the back at the moment. That is Rigby Colgrave. So all our attention will be just on the back of this group at the moment. Rider 153 now on the back, Oliver Urry. So we'll be looking for those elimination riders or those riders just on the bubble. So they get the bell, next lap round will be an eliminated rider. So rider 110 is the rider on the back at the moment, but he's up high. You want to look for the riders down low. They're the ones in danger. And so look at that rider there in blue now near the bottom. Joe Hewlett's also not in the best of positions, but he'll probably be okay this time round. The riders up high have room to go around, and the riders down the bottom have nowhere to go. Rider 155, Henry Velasquez. That's the rider who is eliminated. 155. And call me Nostradamus, ladies and gents. That's the rider I picked out that might struggle there. He had nowhere to go, unfortunately. It was no fault of his legs. As now we're looking for the next elimination. Looks like it's going to be rider 164, Tommy Boudier. 164, Tommy Boudier is the rider eliminated. So move on to the next one. Now look at the back here. Rider 110, still the rider on the back, but he's happy surfing the wheels. That is Caden Ryan, happy up there, but he's got work to do here. 103, Flynn Jensen. 103, Flynn Jensen. And again, that was a rider just caught at the back with nowhere to go. You want to watch these riders down the bottom. The riders up top have places to go, but the riders down the bottom have nowhere to run. And look for this rider in the orange. Rider 113, Rigby Colgrave. So just look for these riders down the bottom. Joe Hewlett also in not the best position at the moment. He's got nowhere to run if it starts to roll over the top of him. But he's still satisfactorily up the front. Rider 153, Oliver Urry. So our next elimination, watch for rider 110 here. He's going to run out of room to go. Rider 110, Caden Ryan. Rider 110, Caden Ryan. Rider 110, Caden Ryan is the rider eliminated. Caden Ryan, the rider eliminated. So 165, rider 165, Matt Christian. Rider 165, Matt Christian. And Caden Ryan is also eliminated. Rider 110, Caden Ryan. And rider 165, Matt Christian. And now we have our scratch race portion of our event. Normal commentary can resume. We've got 4 laps to go. 1 kilometre of racing, and look at where Ruben Shepherd is. We've seen how strong he is in a sprint. He's tucked at the back there at the moment. Harry Morrison, hasn't he kept himself out of danger? I haven't read his name once in this event. He has been up near the front, happily just dancing around the front of this bike race. Now look for rider 151 in the white jersey there, Joe Hewlett. He's been terrorising local races and standing on top of podiums a fair bit, but Ruben Shepherd's probably the rider to watch in this bunch. But he is right towards the back at the moment. He's got a bit of work to do. 2 laps to run for these riders. Rider 129 now sits on the shoulder of Harry Morrison. Rider 129, that's Josh Moore. But Harry Morrison's still rolling it along. Now look at the attack from the cheap seats down there. All the way from the back of the bunch. They come rolling around. And Harry Morrison needs to sit on the back of this group. 141 is the rider on the front at the moment. That is Seth Harrison. And so they're super moving along at the moment. Ruben Shepherd down the back straight. 150 to go. Ruben Shepherd round turn 3, turn 4. Joe Hewlett gets boxed out of it. And Ruben Shepherd picks up that one in the end. Rider 129 there in second, Josh Moore. And rider 102 there in third. That is Cam Franks. Bit of a touch of wheels there in the home straight, but looked like it was the rider who came out of the sprinters lane. So I believe Ruben Shepherd will hold on to that one. Give these riders a big round of applause as they roll through. Fantastically well done by rider 141, Seth Harrison, keeping up right there in the final home straight. As our next group gets on the boards, ladies and gents. And what an exciting format this is. I could call these ones all day. Oh, eliminations. How good are they? A reminder, this has been live streamed as well on the Oz Cycling YouTube channel. I'm actually watching it myself, listening to myself on an echo. All right, as our next heat gets underway for the scratch elimination scratch, Lockie Mert, Joe Natoli, Lewis Wilkes, Omar Kermsey, Will Astridge, Harvey Challenor, Elliot Barrett, Tyler Cuniff, Jackson McDonald, Hunter Murphy, Toby Zhao, Kane Azzopardi, Pete Tulloch, Niam Shah, Lockie Morgan and Matteo Boudier. This under-17 field is an absolute cracker here, ladies and gents. No shortage of quality here on the boards right now. Both under-17 boys groups are stacked full of talent, as well as the under-17 girls. Rider 116 is the rider on the front. A reminder, we're waiting for the bell for these riders. And it looks like the bell's getting ready. So we'll start to turn our attention to the riders on the back. Toby Zhao and Niam Shah are the 2 riders just in on the back at the moment. Hunter Murphy is in a nice spot up the top. And so Niam Shah probably needs to get himself out of that spot he's in. He's probably the rider there in danger in the X-Speed skin suit. He won't have anywhere to go. It looks appetising to run down the inside like that, but he's going to run out of room as the riders on top of him start to roll over. Now, will Hunter Murphy have the legs to get out of the spot he's in? Rider 156, Hunter Murphy is the rider eliminated. 156, Hunter Murphy. Niam Shah now with a bit of work to do. Still on the back, looking for that lovely, lovely, sweet inside line. But it's a trap. You don't want to get stuck there. 163, Niam Shah is the rider eliminated. So, 2 local riders eliminated early on. And now look at the back of this bunch. Toby Zhao surfing the very back of it. But he's got room to go. Look for the inside here as they start to run out of room. 147 is the rider eliminated. 147, Jackson McDonald. Just ran out of room there at the end. Now look for the inside line once again here. There's riders who are going to run out of room. $159, Kane Azzopardi was the rider eliminated and he knew it straight away. As we move on, 7 laps to run, still eliminations on the board. Watch for the inside here. $111, Lewis Wilkes. 111, Lewis Wilkes is the rider eliminated. Just ran out of room down the inside. You don't want to be caught down there. And Toby's down now with a bit of work to do. But we know the quality of Toby's sprint. Rider 139, Elliot Barrett was the rider eliminated. 139 just ran out of room, and they're still going. Looks like this will be the last elimination of the race as they roll around. Rider 116, Will Astridge is the rider eliminated. 116 as we move into the scratch race portion of this event. No more eliminations. And so now they're all together. They've got 4 laps to run, 1 kilometre of racing, all together now. So they're all racing nicely. Pace is not too hot here for our under-17 boys scratch elimination scratch. The panic has gone out of some of the riders, and they do a big dive down the inside. Toby Zhao found a fantastic route to the front of the group there. Didn't have to do any work to sit on that attack. Matteo Boudier was the rider who injected the pace. Look at the stretch that Matteo Boudier is causing in this group. He's got 2.5 laps to go, though. It's a long way to run for young Matteo Boudier. The rider in his wheel looks to be doing it comfortably. That's rider 108, Lockie Ermert. Still Boudier on the front. Toby Zhao, look at the amazing position he's found himself in. Toby Zhao rolling along very nicely here. They'll get the bell to go. 1 and a bit laps to run. 250 metres. Toby Zhao still on the front. 114 coming from the clouds. That's Omer Kermsey. Omer Kermsey across the top. Rider 128 going with him. That is Harvey Challenor. So it's super close. Omer Kermsey all the way to the line. Omer Kermsey from Harvey Challenor. Toby Zhao picks up 3rd. What a ride there. Tell you what, that is a cracking format. And the excitement doesn't stop there, ladies and gents. Give these riders another big round of applause as they roll past us. Fantastic racing from all of our riders. And the Toby Zhao fan club sparks into life once again. Once again, go see Trent Rensburg if you need to get a membership of that fan club. One of the most active fan clubs here in WA. And all of our riders looking suitably tired after that event as we move into the next one. And Caitlin Death wasting no time to get on the fence. If we'll race to the fence, she's already picked up points. So Katie Death, the first one on the fence from this one. Amelia Jurikova and Annika Astridge, Paravi Tanksale, Katie Death, Lucy Harrison and Ella Turrell. That's your start for our under-15 girls elimination here for our Omnium National Championships. So we're waiting for holders for this one. Just need 3 holders. 1 more holder on the boards. Just need 1 more holder, please, at the start line. And it looks like we've got it. So, not far from getting underway at the moment. As our under-15 girls elimination. This will be the 3rd event for this national champs in the Omnium. And it's elimination, ladies and gentlemen. An elimination. Oh, it's my favourite race to call. Such an exciting format to watch. Super unique to the velodrome. And not far away from getting underway. A reminder, you can follow along on the results page on the Oz Cycling website. What a cracking job of work our results team do here for Oz Cycling. In some cases, you'll be able to see the result even before you've seen it in real life. That's how good they are. And also this race, this whole event this weekend being streamed, live streamed on the Oz Cycling YouTube channel. If ever you do leave this velodrome and you want to hear more of me, by all means, put that back on. You can even watch the replay and hear me again as you fall asleep tonight, as I'm sure a lot of you will like to do. Fantastic commentary here at the Midvale SpeedDome. as we move on to our next event, the under 15 girls elimination. Someone's got to blow your trumpet, and it might as well be you. So as we move on to our under 15 girls elimination here for this Omnium National Championships, they're 3 wide. So they get the bell here for next lap. There'll be first rider eliminated. So we're looking at the back of the group here. Ella Turrell, the rider there, in danger in the X-Speed skin suit, gives us not a shake of the head. Rider 76, Ella Turrell, the rider eliminated. Down to 5 riders. And how good is an elimination to watch on the track? You see lots of tactics as Amelia Jurivkova, the rider currently on the bubble with the lap to roll. And rider 73 down the bottom. Now look for the rider down the bottom. They're going to be the rider that runs out of room. And currently it's Lucy Harrison there on that bright yellow bike. So will Amelia be able to roll over the top? We'll see as they roll into a home straight. Rider number 73, Lucy Harrison. 73, Lucy Harrison is the rider eliminated. So just ran out of road there. And now that rider will be Caitlin Death, but she's looking to box her way out. How smart from the young rider from the Cycle Talk Cycling Club. Finds her way out. And so it's going to be a 4-way drag race, it looks like here. Tanksale picks up that inside spot, but then quickly shuffles her way out of it. So Katie Death probably the rider on the bubble here as Amelia rolls over the top of her, but she manages to see it coming. And now Tanksale, the rider that might be in danger, but they're all starting to pedal squares down the home straight. It's going to be super close. Rider number 65, Caitlin Death. 65, Caitlin Death. So as we move on to the next elimination, Amelia Jurivkova rolls across to the top. And they're starting to bump shoulders here in this elimination. Rider 62, Annika Astridge, has done all the work at the moment, but Jurivkova now comes across. Paravi Tanksale, the rider there, who's trying to go over the top. And so Astridge now with a bit of work to do, realises she's the back of the group. She's going to have to turn on the jets around turn 3 and turn 4, and she does. The jets are a-coming, and Jurivkova in a horrible spot now. Rider number 61, Amelia Jurivkova, is the rider eliminated. And then there were 2, ladies and gents, in this Omnium round with the elimination. Annika Astridge, Paravi Tanksale, who will it be? They're about to pick up the bell. And Astridge starts going. Does Tanksale have an answer to that? She's getting wheeled on in the infield. Can she get back to the back wheel of Annika Astridge? This is a cracking ride from both riders. Remember, these are the last 2 standing out of our under 15 girls. And it will be Annika Astridge who picks up the win there. Paravi Tanksale there in second. Amelia Jurivkova picked up 3rd in that event. So as we move on to the next event on our event list, event 15 if you're playing at home. And so this event, so again, this is for the under-15 boys Omnium National Championships. These riders will all be looking for a green and gold jersey by the end of the day. Matt Stratton, Joel Gooley, Arav Desai, Leroy Bartlett, Declan Zhang, Henry Grigg, Felix Henderson, Adrian Zhang, Flynn Charman, Sean Bates, Adama Quadrago, Lucas Trebick, Constantine Gibson, Ethan Lee and Jack Pentland. That is your start list for this event. So as we're waiting for one more holder, so they get led on the way in this elimination. And ladies and gents, I don't know if you've picked up on it before, but eliminations are, I think, one of the best events you can do on the track. So many tactics, so many different ways you can ride it. It can be a surprising race for some. Sometimes you can have the best legs and get knocked out in the very first elimination. Some of the comments on the live stream agreeing with me there. Couldn't agree with myself more. As we move on, Sean Bates, the rider there on the front at the moment before they pick up the bell to signify next lap will be the first elimination. We'll park the peepers to the back of the bunch. We won't look too much at the front where Constantine Gibson is at the moment. Flynn Charman's also up there. But now let's look at the back. Now look at the back underneath all these riders. I'm thinking about where rider 10 is. That's where that danger zone is at the moment, ladies and gents. So they're riding along fully across the track at the moment. Now look for rider number 2, Felix Henderson. Rider number 2, Felix Henderson is the rider eliminated. As I scan the start sheet, so Felix being the first rider eliminated. They'll get the bell on this lap round. Now let's look at the back of the bunch. It's really starting to move along now. Rider 26 doing a job of work to just stay in there. That's Adrian Zhang on the back at the moment. Rider number 8 just behind him. Arav Desai. So this lap around the elimination now, look, Arav takes that inside line. It's a forbidden fruit down there because it... Rider number 8, Arav Desai, is the rider eliminated. Rider number 8. Now you want to watch out for that inside line. It looks so tempting when you're riding. You just want to make up some ground in the last moments, but it's where you run out of space. Or as they get the strongest bell ring of the morning. What a cracking ring of the bell as well. Very musical from our commissaires down there on the infield. As we move to the next elimination here. It's all a bit of fun at the moment as they're dancing around on the boards. It's rider in green with running out of space. Rider number 34, Ethan Lee. 34, Ethan Lee, eliminated. So Matt Stratton, the rider on the back now. And let's get ready for this big bell ring. So next lap will be a rider eliminated. And what a cracking ring once again from our boys in blue down there on the infield. They're having a bit of fun as we go through this elimination race. Now Matt Stratton, the rider in the worrying position. He's going to run out of room potentially. But look for rider 26. He looks like he's pedaling squares, wearing the shoulders for earmuffs. Rider number 26, Adrian Zhang. 26, Adrian Zhang, the rider eliminated. And now, the action doesn't stop coming here on these eliminations. And it's Matt Stratton still on that bubble. Tell you what, one of the best cases of wearing shoulders for earmuffs I've seen all day. Matt Stratton just on the back there. The pace has been hot here for this under-15 boys elimination. A reminder, ladies and gents, this is for a green and gold jersey at the end of the day. The end of this weekend, we will crown a national champion here in the Omnium. Rider 44, Flynn Charman, 44. Ooh. So as there's a touch of wheels, rider goes down. And our riders continue moving on. So at the moment, so as they're rolling through, so all riders still together. Haven't heard the bell for the elimination yet, as they tend to the riders. Race just being neutralised at the moment. They're still riding along relatively quickly while this rider is eliminated. Now the rider will get to have some laps out. Potentially before restarting. So as our group still goes around, everyone's just still in that holding pattern, but they're still going along fast. Matt Stratton just wants to come back into that group. And as our first aid attending to that rider on the infield. Group still rolling around at a fair clip. Constantine Gibson's done a lot of work on the front here during this neutral portion. They could really slow up if they were feeling like it. But again, this is what this is all about for our under-15s. So, ladies and gents, a big round of applause for the rider as he gets up and walks away. And they hear the bell for the next elimination. So, always good to see riders being able to walk away from things like that. It's a part of the sport, unfortunately. As we see a rider pull a pedal, actually, Matt Stratton very, very well controlled across the top of the bunch. So, he's pulled a foot out of the pedal, and he will be the rider eliminated this time around. Rider number 38, Matt Stratton, is the rider eliminated. But I tell you what, how good from the young rider. Again, this is all a learning opportunity in our under-15 boys. Pulls a pedal out in the middle of a bunch like that and manages to not bring anyone down, including himself. Not the easiest to do, so well done. Just a testament to the skills of our young riders here in Australia. As Constantine Gibson still the rider on the front. And now we turn the attention back to the back of the group. We were in that rhythm before, and now we need to look back there again. And I'd be worried if I was Joel Gooley here. Rider number 29, Joel Gooley. 29, Joel Gooley is the rider eliminated. So just ran out of room in the end there, Joel Gooley. We've seen him near the front of a lot of bike racing. As we move on, there's not much of a bunch left in this elimination. Constantine Gibson, the local rider, still on the front of this one. He's flying the flag for the local riders left in this group. Sean Bates, the rider on the back. Now we saw the turn of speed from Sean Bates. He's no slouch, but plenty of these riders are in a similar boat. Very, very quick bunch, this group. And look for this rider on the inside. He's going to run out of room potentially. So we have a bit of a crash on the boards. So as the race gets neutralised, so as we stop the race there, we'll be back shortly. So as we wait for the racing to resume, when there's a crash of more than 2 riders, the race gets stopped as we assess the damage with the riders, and whoever is able to restart will restart with the race. So we have the 2 riders that stayed upright in that event up on the fence once again, and a few riders down. So, once again, it's not a common part of the sport, but it is part of the sport. It's all learning here for our young athletes. And it looks like all riders are up and walking. So, a reminder, if you want to follow along with this event today, we've got the results page on the Oz Cycling website, results.ozcycling.org.au. And the live stream on the Oz Cycling YouTube channel as well. So all riders up and about after that crash. Some riders jumping up to restart as well. Give a big round of applause for these riders restarting the race, ladies and gents. Huge amount of learning being done here on the boards. So we're not far away from the restart as the last of our riders makes their way from the track. Good to see these riders getting around each other as well. They're all in it for a safe and fair race. No one wants to see any big crashes. So we're not far away from this race restarting. So as the last of our riders looks to get back up on the track. Not far away from this race restarting as the track is just checked by the commissaires for any damage. So a reminder, when there's a crash of more than 2 riders, the race gets stopped as they assess both riders and the track. And then the race will be restarted by all riders that are capable of it. And it looks like all riders will be jumping up back on the track. So as our final rider, Lucas Tribic, gets on the track, give a big round of applause for all our riders getting back up. I'll tell you what, such a good opportunity for all our riders. You learn every part of the sport when you're doing events like this, and fantastic to see them jump back in as we're awaiting the final checks on the track. Commissaires look happy. So all riders out of that crash jumping back in. Fantastic to see the resolve of our under-15 boys here. And fantastic to see them all okay after that crash. As Comma says, just check the last of the boards. So as our riders get let underway, so they'll come back into a group. Huge, huge effort from these riders. Ladies and gents, I ask you to give them a big round of applause when they come around the home straight again for getting this back underway. Remember, this is for a green and gold jersey, ladies and gentlemen. They're racing this under-15 boys omnium. Big round of applause for our riders. And they hear the bell straight back to the eliminations. No rest for the wicked as Constantine Gibson leads them along. Lucas Trebek, the rider who spent the longest on the infield, the rider on the back at the moment. And now look for that rider there in the black and red on the inside. It's going to be close. Rider number 27. Rider 27, Jack Pentland. Rider 27, Jack Pentland. Everyone getting around these riders now. Constantine Gibson still the rider on the front. They'll hear the bell this time round. And how many sore bodies will there be after that small break in the racing? Rider 14, the rider in the struggle bus at the moment, but right, look at the rider on his inside there. Looks like rider 28 is just on the bubble with some work to do. Rider number 28, Declan Zhang. 28, Declan Zhang is the rider eliminated. So still Constantine Gibson on the front of this group. And so look at the back at the moment as they get the bell for another elimination. Rider 6 is the rider just there hanging on. He'll go around the long way. Now look for the inside here. Constantine Gibson might get swallowed up as we go around. He's been on the front of every single lap almost. Rider number 6, Leroy Bartlett. Rider 6, Leroy Bartlett. So there were 4 left. Adamo Quadrago, the rider there on the back. And he gets up on the pedals. And now Sean Bates boxes him out, doesn't want to get boxed in behind the wheel of Constantine Gibson. And now the pace is on. Does Quadrago have what it takes to get round? Rider 14, Adamo Quadrago. So as there's 3 left, Lucas Trebek, the rider in the black, the rider that spent the longest in the infield after that crash, is currently on the front of this bike race. Constantine Gibson, he's only been about an under 15 for about 2 months. Sean Bates is on the outside. Looks like it might be Constantine Gibson here. Rider 36, Constantine Gibson. So then there were 2. Not bad from the first year under 15. Local rider for Track Cycling WA. He makes it into 3rd in that elimination. He's just trying to roll around slowly, but so are the other riders. Lucas Trebek goes. What does Sean Bates have? And it looks like the lights go out for Sean Bates. Lucas Trebek just needs to finish this one off. Ladies and gentlemen, as he's got a half a lap to go, this rider, we saw him spend the longest on the ground after that crash. He comes through. What resolve from the young man. Picks up the win in the under-15 boys elimination round of the Omnium National Championships. Big round of applause for Sean Bates as he goes through as well. Huge ride from these under-15 riders. Fantastic as we move to Our next event on the event list, the B round of our elimination for the boys Omnium. All right, so as we move to event 16 on our results, on our event list, our B round of our under 15 boys elimination for this Omnium National Champs. And this promises to be a cracker. Pat Richardson, Casey Bunton, Declan Dyer, Seb Creasy, Wesley Wong, Sebastian Urry, Charlie Pearson, Jonah Hall, Evan Tobin and Elijah Hart. That's your riders in the start pen at the moment. And as they get underway, once again, we've got an elimination on our hands. Everyone say it with me. Yes, the elimination is the best race that you can do on the track. That's all right, I'll get more crowd participation next time I do it. So as we look on the boards, now we'll park the peepers towards the back of the bunch once again, because that's where the action is in elimination. And we've already seen some absolute cracking action here. Now, some of these riders in the B round, don't get it mistaken, there was some quality to end up in this B round. They had to qualify to get into the A's, and through just a bit of luck, potentially made their way into the B. So there's some strong racing here in this B round, as strong as it is in the A round. So they get the bell for the first elimination. And so they're 3 wide. The pace is not fully on here for these riders, but you see rider 33 just trying to come back into the action. That is Evan Tobin. He's smashing along down the bottom of turn 3 and turn 4. Now we're looking towards the back of this bunch, sprinting all the way to the line. Rider number 39 is the rider eliminated. Elijah Hart, the X-Speed rider, first rider eliminated on this B round. Rider 33 is the rider there on the bubble at the moment, but he's doing well to hold in there. And now we turn the attention to the back of the group once again. Rider 43 is the rider that just wants to stay up the top there, and he's doing well. Good from the young rider, Wesley Wong, reasonably new to the track. And he's riding this tactically very well. Rider 33, the rider on the bubble at the moment. That is Evan Tobin. And so look as they come round, you'll see the big sprint for the line. Last rider across is eliminated. Rider 33, Evan Tobin, is the rider eliminated. So as they go 5 wide down the back straight, they get the bell once again for an elimination. Rider 32, the rider on the back of the group. But he's got space to go down the back straight. Wesley Wong needs to be alive to this one, otherwise he'll get caught napping, and he drops into that sweet fruit that is the inside line, but it's always a forbidden fruit because you come down and you've got nowhere to go. And it's 43, Wesley Wong, 43, Wesley Wong, the rider eliminated. Rider number 43, Wesley Wong. So, and then there were 6, ladies and gents. 6 in our under 15B round for this elimination. And haven't these riders ridden well? Think of the names I haven't said yet. Declan Dyer, Casey Bunton, and Pat Richardson. And those are the three that have really been lining up this group. But we turn the attention back to the back of the group. Jonah Hall's in a bit of a sticky situation at the moment. He'll want to get himself out of there. No, he goes for the inside line. Will he run out of room? Depends on what Pat Richardson decides to do. Rider number 11, Jonah Hall. Rider 11, Jonah Hall. So we saw the speed of Jonah Hall a bit earlier, but just got himself stuck in a position he couldn't get out of. And then there were 5 left. The top 5 in our B round for this elimination. And there's still 3 wide on the front. Still those 3 protagonists we've had all day. Pat Richardson, Casey Bunton, Declan Dyer. But now look to the back of the group here. Rider 32 is the rider that's right on the back there. That's Seb Urry. And just in front of him is rider 57, Charlie Pearson. Declan Dyer with his head on the swivel might have caught himself napping. Oh, it's close. Rider 20, Declan Dyer. Ladies and gents, I'll tell you the lotto numbers a bit later on. I'm pretty good with picking the eliminator riders before it happens. You can call me Nostradamus of the track. So as they roll around, rider number 3, still the rider on the front, Pat Richardson. Casey Bunton right there as well. Rider 32, the rider on the back. He'll want to get out of that way, so Urry. Rider 32, Sebastian Urry, the rider eliminated that round. And then there were 3. Pat Richardson still on the front, Casey Bunton, the next rider along. And rider number 15, Charlie Pearson. So 3 riders. Charlie finds himself almost boxed in of his own doing. Casey Bunton with that high line, probably in the best spot overall. But Pat Richardson, look at him go down the back straight. He won't get caught napping at all. Casey Bunton now with work to do to sit in there. But Charlie Pearson with some work to do. Rider 15, Charlie Pearson. And then there were 2, ladies and gents. Let's turn the volume up for these riders as they roll round. Pat Richardson on the inside in the blue. Casey Bunton in the red. We saw Casey Bunton take out the tempo race just before. So the 2 line up side by side, 250 metres to go. Casey Bunton on the top. Tries to go the long way round, needs to go the long way round turn 1 and 2. Down the back straight, you see them turn on the gas. Does Pat Richardson have what it takes to hold him off from the sprinters line? Casey Bunton takes the sprinters lane all the way round turn 4, into the home straight. And it will be Casey Bunton who picks up another win there in the elimination. Pat Richardson, what a ride from him there in 2nd place. And Charlie Pearson, hats off to him there in 3rd. And how popular was Casey Bunton, rivaling the Toby Zhao Appreciation Society that happens in the infield at the moment. But Casey Bunton, give these riders a cheer as they roll around once again, ladies and gents. Huge effort from those riders. As we move to the next event on the event list. Well, this promises to be a cracker. It's a qualifying event for an event later on. So, this is qualifying for our elimination later on for our under-17 boys. But it's a scratch race to qualifiers. So, the way this will work, there'll be 2 heats. The last 4 of each heat do not qualify. So all you have to do is not make it in the bottom 4. I'll read out the start list once they get rolling. So 15 lap scratch race this one, and this is to qualify for the elimination final later on. Last 4 in this race will not qualify. Scratch race is just a pure race to the finish. That's all it is. No tricks, no points, no eliminations. It's first one to the finish. And the last 4 will not qualify for the elimination final. I'll read you this quality start list, ladies and gents. I've read this a few times, but how good are these under-17 boys? Cam Franks, Lachlan Amert, Caden Ryan, Elliot Burney, Omar Kermsey, Jacob Cork, Josh Moore, Elliot Barrett, Seth Harrison, Oliver Urry, Hunter Murphy, Harry Morrison, Joe Hewlett, Niam Shah, Matteo Boudier, and Lockie Morgan. Ladies and gents, it's like a greatest hits of under-17 athletes in this country. And we've got rider 153 on the front. So 13 laps to roll, nothing doing at the moment. Everyone happy to stick with the status quo. The pace is moving along nicely. They're all strung out single file. But the pace is not super hot as you see the riders on the front happily just tonking along. Rider 153, the rider that's on the front, and that is Oliver Urry. He's happy to just keep rolling along the front. Matteo Boudier there in second wheel, the local rider. Rider 114, Omar Kermsey. He's the rider there in third, and didn't he look strong a little bit earlier on in that scratch, elimination scratch? So this event qualifying them for the elimination final, and the final will be for a national championship, ladies and gents. So do not forget that we're racing for green and gold jerseys here for a lot of the events today. And so a lot of riders will be very keen to make their mark, or at least not make the bottom 4. That's all we need to see today. We might not see too many riders show their full hand of cards, but we'll see at least doing enough to miss the bottom 4. But I'd say if any one of these riders hit the bottom 4, it'll be an upset. They're all very, very strong riders. You could throw a blanket over this field. Depends on the day of the week who might win. Harry Morrison just rolls around the top, comes in that lovely blue Peel District Cycling Club skid suit. And there in second wheel, Matteo Boudier still. But rider 153 still the rider on the front, and that is Oliver Urry. And isn't he going well at the moment, just rolling this pace along. They're rolling on quite quickly as Harry Morrison comes to the front. Boudier there in second wheel, rider 108 goes next to him. That's Lachlan Amert. But they're 4 or 5 wide into the corner, so people are trying to move around, and when they've got the ability to move around, the pace is not super high. It's just high enough to keep things moving. There's been no big moves yet, as they've got 7 laps to roll, just under 2 kilometres. So as we move through, 6 laps to go, 1.5 kilometres for our riders. Harry Morrison, still the rider on the front in that blue Peel jersey. He's going to have work to do to not get swallowed up by the field. Matteo Boudier there as well. We've seen how active some of these riders have been all day. So as our riders hit 3 laps to go. Beg your pardon. As our riders hit 3 laps to go. Still Harry Morrison on the front, Matteo Boudier there in second wheel, although he's trying to come across the top. It's just the last 4 that will miss out here, ladies and gents, so I'll keep my eyes on the front of the bunch, but you keep your eyes on the back of the bunch. We'll watch it together and we'll eventually come up with a results list. As there's a crash at the back of the group, multiple riders down, race will be stopped. And race gets stopped there, race gets stopped. So just a tangle of wheels there. As our neutral riders roll around. Joe Hewlett got straight back on the bike there in the white skin suit. A rider who's only a month or so into being an under-17 athlete. Does look a bit hurt though. So, riders have got the option at the moment just to take some laps out. The race is stopped at the moment. Race. So, still an athlete being looked at on the infield. Joe Hewlett is up and about. And the rest of the athletes just neutrally rolling around the top. Pace is decent, though, from the athletes. They do not need to be rolling around this fast. They can just take it very easy. So, as Neem Shah gets up, and it looks good, gets a big cheer from the crowd. He's a very popular young rider here in WA. As the rest of our athletes just continue to roll around. And Joe Hewlett just trying to get back to the group. He doesn't need to rush though, the race is not started yet. I think he'll be let back into the bunch just naturally. But this is all learning, ladies and gents. Unfortunately, it's part of the sport. And it is just learning how to deal with instances like this. At the end of the day, unfortunately, if you're a cyclist for any period of time, this will be something you'll eventually deal with. As I think they're just looking for Neem Shah to see if he would like to return to the race. The race has been stopped. So Neem will get an opportunity, I believe, to return. So Joe Hewlett makes it into the bunch. So it looks like the race will restart without Neem Shah. But can we get a big round of applause, please, for... Big round of applause for these athletes as they're about to get underway. They get underway and started once again. They have 9 laps to run now. So I hope that the athletes saw the amount of laps remaining. All right, so 8 laps remaining for our riders, just under 2 kilometres. And so back to a bit of status quo at the moment. They did have 2 laps remaining when that crash happened. Commissaires added laps back in so that we had a fair race to finish us off. Harry Morrison, the rider, still on the front. Joe Hewlett, after getting back up off that crash, in second place. Now, Joe Hewlett did look a bit hurt, so he's done very, very well to make it back to second position there. And there's a gaggle of riders behind, queuing up to make some action happen. 6 laps to go, 1.5 kilometres of racing. A reminder, the bottom 4 riders out of this event will miss out on the Elimination National Champs final. So, Harry Morrison, still the rider on the front. It's fully bunched up across the track, so you know it's slow at the moment. And again, we're just looking for order across the line at the end of the lap countdown. No special tricks here. Reminder, if you're playing at home, this is still event 17 on the results list or the event list. So if you're having a look at home, event 17 we're currently on. And we're not far away from our lunchtime break here. Had a couple of delays due to some crashes. Harry Morrison in the Peel District Cycling Club skin suit, still the rider on the front. How good is this young rider going? At the front of a national event. As they're moving around, bit of elbows. So, Not long to go, 2 laps to go for these riders. And as one rider's already withdrawn after that crash, they'll only be the bottom 3 out of the race. That's all they need to do, not be in the bottom 3. Lockie Morgan goes from the very top ropes. This is a move that Lockie Morgan loves to do. Harry Morrison sees it coming for days. Lockie Morgan needs to come down on the front of the bunch. They're all moving along now. They don't want to be in the bottom 3. That's all they need to do, not be in the bottom 3 as they're moving along. Lockie Morgan still on the front of this group. Harry Morrison right there behind him. Look for Harry Morrison around the outside here. It's going to be super close. Massive ride from Lachlan Morgan to take that one. He will take that one to the bank. And ladies and gents, I know the young athlete that Lockie Morgan is. Check the smile as he rolls around the home straight here. Give these riders a big round of applause. Massive smile out of Lockie Morgan after winning that one. Loves to ride and race his bike. But a big round of applause for all the athletes. So, after the excitement there was Heat 1 in that one, we move on to Heat 2. Oh, ladies and gents, I've barely sat down in my seat in this morning's racing. It has been an absolute cracker. So, Flynn Jensen, Joseph Natoli, Lewis Wilkes, Rigby Colgrave, Will Astridge, Harvey Challenor, Ruben Shepherd, Tyler Cunniff, Jackson McDonald, Henry Velasquez, Toby Zhao, Kane Azapati, Pete Tullock, Tommy Boudier, and Matt Christian. And they get let underway. How was the timing there? Fantastic commentary from whoever's doing it up in the box today. You'd think this was made for TV, just how well synced that was. As Chief Commissar Ian Dow lets them underway. 15 laps of scratch race action. Bottom 4 will not advance to the National Championship final for the elimination. A reminder, this is just a scratch race for this one. So we're just looking for the order on the finish line. That is it. As Tommy Boudier goes right up high on the back there. Kane has a party up the front. Easy to see in his black skin suit, and damage from a previous crash. Probably a pretty fresh one as well. As Ruben Shepherd is moving through. Toby Zhao, the next rider along in the Midland Cycling Club skin suit. And ladies and gents, how good has this under-17 field been today? Both in the men and the women. It has been an absolute cracker, and we're only a quarter of the way through the weekend. Rider 116, the rider on the front at the moment. That's Will Astridge, and he even managed to clip us slightly off the front without realising. So all our riders happy to just dance around this track. And not long until our lunch break, ladies and gents. So if you're watching on the stream and you've not blinked for the last 5 hours, well, you'll get a chance to blink very shortly in about 12 laps time, 3 kilometres. It's been action from top to bottom. It's read like a greatest hits album of junior racing here in Australia. Absolutely no fillers on this album. Nothing you need to skip, because it has been absolute cracking racing from the start of the morning. All these riders happy to look at each other. A reminder, bottom 4 will not advance to the final out of this race. That is all they're trying to do, not be in the bottom 4. We saw a cracking win from Lachlan Morgan a little bit earlier on, and how was the smile from him? Rider 111 going along, Lewis Wilkes. There's a few riders in this bunch, and they can't all trust themselves in a sprint. Someone's got to go, because they can't all win a sprint. But again, you'll see some riders just trying to avoid that bottom 4. Ruben Shepherd's firmly in the middle of this group, and we've seen the quality of him this weekend. So they're all over the track once again. Ruben Shepherd comes through just as a voice of reason to keep things moving. Toby's out there in third wheel. How good's his racing been? Normally an athlete who loves the sprint disciplines, but it's so fun to watch him race here in this bunch racing. But they're 3 or 4 wide here. It's around turn 1 and turn 2. They've got 8 laps to run, 7.5 laps to run, so just under 2 kilometres of racing left. A reminder, bottom 4 will be the riders eliminated and will not go through to the elimination final. And a reminder that elimination final is for a national championship, ladies and gents. So some of these riders will be dreaming of a green and gold jersey a little bit later on. They've gone to bed thinking about it. dreaming about it for the last 6 months, training. And now it's all happening here at the Mid-Vale SpeedDome here in Perth. Toby Zhao, head on a swivel, getting some whiplash looking around. Matt Christian on his wheel. It's all starting to happen now. Kane has a party, gets going. Tommy Boudier follows it. How good from young Tommy Boudier down the back straight, right on the wheel of Kane has a party. Keeps himself out of trouble. 5 laps to run here as they come round. And Tommy Boudier on the front of this bike race. You'd be hard-pressed to find a more popular young rider as Tommy Boudier here in WA. A very well-liked young man he is on, and he's currently in this bike race. Was leading it last lap. A reminder, bottom 4 will be the riders eliminated. Ruben Shepherd, the voice of reason on the front once again. He just doesn't want to miss out on the action. He's looking for that green and gold jersey later on. He currently wears the leaders jersey for the Australian Junior Track Series after accruing the most points last round. That was held in Adelaide. And now they're fully across the track, so the pace has come right back off again. But look at a rider like Ruben Shepherd, has not really missed the front of the bunch for a while now. Matt Christian is right up there in the X-Speed skin suit. But the rider leading it along, the rider there in blue, I believe that's Tyler Cunniff there on the front. Now boxing on with Ruben Shepherd. Now pick up 2 laps to go here, 500 metres to run. This is where some riders are going to start to think about what they're doing. You do not want to be caught on the back 4 of this group. Toby Zhao is in a probably not the greatest position at the moment as they start to roll attacks from the top of the field. Toby Zhao needs to do some work, the local legend. He's got a big fan club here in WA, and it's rider number 116 there on the front. That is Will Astridge. Will Astridge has got a good gap on the front. You'd have to say that he's likely to go through here. It's the bottom 4 we're looking for. They'll miss out on the elimination final, and it looks like they go all the way across the line. Ruben Shepherd picks up the pride there and wins that one. Bottom 4 will not advance. So what a cracking end to our morning's action, ladies and gents. We have about 40 minutes until our next event. Ladies and gents, big round of applause for these riders. So, ladies and gents, about 40 minutes, our riders will get up on the track who are warming up for the Westral Wheelrace. And that will be very, very soon. So 40-minute break for our riders on the boards. 40-minute break for our commentator up in the commentary box as well. Greatness does not come easy, ladies and gents, and so even greatness needs a break. And so you'll see us again in about 40 minutes' time, ready for some more racing action. You'll see the Westral Wheelrace very, very soon.
Christine's second medal ever. The first time she won was at Anna 17 years ago. So quite an achievement. Please put your hands together for the achievements. If you'd like to get an autograph from our champions, please come right into the track centre throughout the afternoon. To all of our juniors at the track centre or concentrated on bike racing, we've got some superstars of the sport down here. Happy to sign a signature and give you any advice you'd like to hear from. I must mention one other person who definitely works a signature who's here today, and that is our race coach, Shane Perkins. World Kieran champion, T3 champion of the world, football games champion and so forth. Olympic medalist is also in the motorbike course in the Kieran here this afternoon to make sure all is well. So, I'm going to come back to you in a couple of minutes. I'm just going to get my autograph on my jersey from Kate. I'll be back with you in a couple of minutes. Thank you, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, the other reason I'm here this afternoon is some years ago, unfortunately, I lost a absolute cycling of volunteering with cycling in Western Australia, Mr. John Smith. Anyone in the sport knew who Johnny Smith was. He was the man who was first there to put the finish line down on the start-finish line on the road race at the back of nowhere. He'd be huge on the bell lap scoring every single time we went to the track. We lost him some years ago. And the family, the Smith family, along with Murray Hall, put together the West Australian Track and Road Cycling Volunteer Award. This is the fourth year that we presented, and it's my absolute pleasure to present it today. Track Cycling WA and lifetime cycling member Nick Russell. Now, there is no way that you can get away without saying a few words.
First, I can say thank you all for coming to Westral. I've been coming to Westral since 1959. So, anyone who was at that Westral, hello. But more important, following John Smith's footsteps in getting this award is great. I'm really honoured and thankful. I think it's a great award. Anyone who has received it deserves it. There's nothing wrong with being a volunteer. We can't all be champions, but we can all be volunteers. So thank you to all the volunteers who turn up every week. Thank you all.
Good round of applause for Nick Russell, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be getting underway in about 9 minutes' time. And as soon as he runs down here from the grandstand, then the microphone.
Midvale SpeedDome here in Perth. Not far away from racing starting. Just a few more minutes before we see riders up on the boards. Now we'll start with some of the Westral events. So the under 13s and under 11s scratch race will be the next event up. All right, the next event on the boards here today, the under 11 and under 13 scratch race. And they get let underway. 6 laps of scratch racing here for these riders. Jamie Wardeneck is the rider that's leading them out at the moment as I furiously try and grab a start list. If you want to follow along at home, head to the results page at Oz Cycling. So Will Headley, the rider, then going through there. Jamie Wardeneck on the orange bike, heading backwards a little bit. Van Charman. Alex Constant is the next rider along. So at the moment, Will Headley, the rider, leading them along. Van Charman there in second wheel. Alex Constant, the next rider. Jamie Wardeneck. So all 6 riders still together at the moment. And just starting to stretch out a little bit of a gap at the moment. That's Ethan Dunn, the rider, trying to get across there. So Will Headley still the rider on the front with 2 laps to go, 500 metres remaining, just 1/3 of the race. Van Charman's securely there in second wheel. Alex Constant, the next rider along, and we're about to start to see a push maybe. Alex Constant just getting out of the saddle, but getting back in. And now there's a stretch here from Will Headley. Alex Constant's coming from the cheap seats at the moment. Will Headley with a bit of work to do to get back onto this. Van Charman, Jamie Warden, they've been caught flat-footed and they could see the move going. What a move from young Alex Constant. He's going down the back straight. They seem to have no answer. Alex Constant all the way into the home straight. Van Charman is trying to stitch it back, but Alex Constant picks up that first win. Van Charman there in second, Jamie Wardeneck in third. Will Headley picks up fourth. Eric Hykins and Ethan Dunn will be the next riders across the line. Okay. So as we move to the next event on the boards, another part of our Westral Wheelrace here. And so the next event on the boards for us here is the women's scratch race. And ladies and gents, I implore you to not turn your attention away from the action that's about to unfold on these boards. Viana Najafian's the rider that leads them on the fence. Beck Wheaton's the next one, Maddie Pitt. And then Adelia Needling, the next rider along. Fiona Viscoli, Zoe Clayton, so we have our women's scratch race lining up at the fence under Commissaire's orders. 16-lap scratch race, a nice short scratch race for these ladies. And so Najafian leads them out. Zoe Clayton wants to get right up near the front early, ducks underneath the riders ahead of her. Maddie Pitt got caught out right at the moment, but she'll find her way in. There's a bit of a gap towards the back. So 6 out in front at the moment, ladies and gents. Do not look away from this scratch race. You'd have to assume, based on what I've seen recently, the likes of Najafian and Pitt will be hard to beat in this scratch race, but there's plenty of talent and experience in this bunch. World champions in this bunch, no less, national champions. You've got all sorts in this group at the moment, so don't look away as Zoe Clayton peels off. Maddie Pitt, the next rider along. Zoe Clayton, the former winner of the Westral Wheelrace, I believe, which is coming up a little bit later in our program. It's the main event for today for our senior riders. Adelia Needling on the front. How much experience does she have as well? Multiple world champion. And she flicks off the front of the bike race. Najafian, the next rider, along. Very quick turn from her. And then Fiona Viscoli flicks up as well. Beck Wheaton as well. Maddie Pitt flicks the elbow. Zoe Clayton with a bit of a gap as well, opening up in behind her. It was rider 41 that opened that gap, Rachel Ashton. Wasn't keen to go on with that. And now Adelia at the front. Najafian in behind her. Clayton right there. Maddie Pitt has not touched the front of the bike race in a while. Riding very anonymously at the back in the X-Speed skin suit. Najafian bookending the group in the X-Speed skin suit at the front. Zoe Clayton now rides through to the front. Fiona Viscoli, they're 5 wide coming down the back straight. They're about to hit some lap traffic. Viscoli is the rider on the front with her head on a swivel. Beck Wheaton now comes through. How much quality does she have on the track as well? She knows her way around the boards. Then now coming through to pull her turn is rider number 37, Keone Routley. Rachel Ashton is up there in second position. Najafian has not really left the front of this bike race at the moment. 10 laps to go, not far to go for these women now. Some of the best women we have in the state are rolling around in this group. Najafian, freshly moved up to the under-19 category along with Maddie Pitt. So 2 riders that were riding junior races up until very recently. Adelia Needling is now on the front. And Maddie Pitt just behind her. So Maddie Pitt now, you wouldn't want to play poker with a rider like Maddie Pitt because she has an absolute poker face. You cannot read how she's feeling through these events. As the riders are still rolling around. They're pretty wide on the track, so the pace is really not on here. 7 laps to run for our lead group. Less than 2 kilometres to go. And this will tick by quick as well. As it is Keone Routley on the front, Rachel Ashton there in second wheel, Najafian in third, Zoe Clayton in fourth, Maddie Pitt is slotted in there in fifth. Beck Whedon has ridden a cool, calm race at the moment, just surfing wheels. Look for Adelia Needling there on the inside line. She's always, always good for a result. As the pace now starts to pick up, Najafian, take Clayton and Pitt. These are probably the 3 danger riders in this bunch. Clayton goes away, Pitt, but no one really wants to go on with this. And just like clockwork, Adelia Needling makes her way back. Beck Whedon wasn't too far away as well. Rachel Ashton's trying to stitch it back together. Fiona Viscoli and Keone Routley also trying to get back in the action. But at the moment at the front, it's Zoe Clayton. Adelia Needling has barely missed a beat this bike race. Pitt now comes through for her turn, but it will be a quick one. The pace has really come off as they start to accordion back up the track. Najafian, Clayton, so some familiar faces at the front, some faces not wanting to come through for a turn. Interesting, Adelia sends Maddie Pitt through with only 4 laps to run. Like I said, I think it's really Pitt and Najafian are the 2 danger riders in this bunch, and clearly Adelia Needling wants to be right in there behind, in the box seat behind Maddie Pitt there. Flicked Maddie Pitt through, broke up the X-Speed duo, and they're all flicking through, letting Rachel Ashton drift off the front. So it's going to be a tactical affair with 3 and a bit laps to go. Less than a kilometre run in our women's scratch race. So they're all looking at each other, but Rachel Ashton's off the front in the yellow skin suit at the moment. So Rachel Ashton is off the front. But they're all looking at each other, just no one wants to actually blink first. It's Viscoli on the inside, but Pitt's on the outside. Viscoli's going to run into trouble as she comes in behind Rachel Ashton. And so Pitt's got her head on a swivel looking for Needling. Fiona Najafian's got nowhere to go just at the moment. They pick up the bell this time round, and Maddie Pitt's on the front. Najafian's in the box seat. Needling seems to be losing ground. Clayton is going along with them. Now Najafian tries to go down the back straight. Maddie Pitt's got to hold on through turn 3 and turn 4. Najafian's trying to come around the long way. Clayton's got nowhere to run at the moment. And it will be Maddie Pitt who picks up the win in the women's scratch race to open our account for the senior riders here at the Westral Wheelrace. Najafian came in third. Zoe Clayton looked happy to just pick up third. Najafian came in second. Clayton looked happy to pick up third. Big round of applause for all our riders as they go through. Cracking race from our women out on the boards just then. We will see them later on in multiple races. Plenty of those women will be happy to just call that a warm-up for now. But how good was it seeing some of the best women we got in WA rolling around there. Zoe Clayton rolls into the infield. And the next event that will line up on the boards. All right, as we line up for our next event on the track. So our B grade group get going on their 16-lap scratch race, 4 kilometres of this beautiful velodrome. And look at the mass at the front at the moment. The dome skin suits on the front of this bunch, don't they just look amazing as Doug Stewart moves his way back and ruins the image we had at the start. Heinrich Strobel is the rider on the front, I believe. It is Toby Brown, rather. I'll hear about that later. Heinrich Strobel now the rider on the front. Phil Nichols in behind him. Now, how good is Phil Nichols there in second position? Phil had a blue shirt on only an hour ago, was one of our commissaires for the early morning, and then he's jumping in and getting stuck in this B-grade scratch race. So look for Phil Nichols on the giant omnium, the blue and white frame there. Heinrich Strobel's towing this along. Mark Charman is in third wheel. Nathan Patterson just trying to get back to that leading group of three, and it's all panic stations at the back here for our back group. Doug Stewart stuck back there with a couple of others. Toby Brown is right on the back, not wanting to do too much. Some of these riders will be looking to perform better in the Westral a little bit later on. Heinrich Strobel clearly wants to get a bit of pride here as he's going with Mark Charman, and Mark Charman starts to launch down the back straight. So it looks like there's two riders who are really keen to kick this one on. It's going to be a quick bike race here, with 12 laps to go, 3 kilometres of this track left to go. Heinrich Strobel on the front. Mark Charman there in second position. In no man's land at the moment, one of the X-Speed riders. And then there's a group forming at the back that seem happy to treat this as a bit of a warm-up just at the moment. So Mark Charman's on the front. Heinrich Strobel's there in third position, and it's rider number 15 who's in there with him, Adam Chidlow. How good from young Adam Chidlow, rolling around in this bunch. So 3 riders off the front at the moment. Now, will there be any cohesion with the riders behind? Nathan Patterson's the rider on the front. Doug Stewart has barely seen a puff of wind since getting on the boards. Phil Nichols is right there in second position now. Doug Stewart pulls the softest turn you've ever seen a person do. Rider 21 is the rider there, Sean Hodges in the Midland skin suit. Toby Brown now coming through to pull a turn, but there's a group of 3 up front, and if they're not careful, with just over 2 kilometres to run, these 3 could ride away with this opening scratch race. And it will be a point of pride. There's a lot of egos on the line here on the boards, and Toby Brown now starts to stretch it along. Realises the danger of what's happening behind. Doug Stewart got stuck behind Phil Nichols early on, and it's just stuck off the back. But at the moment, if we turn there, park the peepers back to the front of the bike race, Heinrich Strobel's on the front. Mark Charman and then Adam Chidlow. They're working well together, pulling decent half-lap turns together. Nathan Patterson now wants to start bringing this back. And Sean Hodges there with him as well. And Toby Brown is getting stuck in. And Doug Stewart's now finally making his way back to this chasing group. But I tell you what, they're a long way behind. They can barely see them in the straights now, as it is Adam Chidlow on the front, driving the pace in this front group. Heinrich Strobel there in second wheel, Mark Charman in third. A reminder, this is a pretty packed program for some of these athletes. And as they roll along, there's no athletes really here in the elite category. They're all Masters athletes, and they want to save themselves for later on in the day for our Westral Wheelrace and such. So we'll see varying tactics here as the day is long. Mark Charman starts booting along. As I say, they're going to take it easy. Adam Chidlow there in second wheel. Heinrich Strobel got caught napping. He's got a bit of a gap to make up on that front group. But Nathan Patterson and Toby Brown are rolling around well together. Doug Stewart's gobbling up passengers. He's taking tickets at the back of the group. Sean Hodges is just starting to go backwards at the moment. The leaders are now lapping the back of the field. Mark Charman is still stretched out over Adam Chidlow. Heinrich Strobel is finally making his way back to the front of the bunch. It's 2 X-Speed riders and a Dome rider in the front of this bike race, and you'd have to say the wind's going to come from there, barring an incident. Mark Charman's on the front at the moment. Adam Chidlow struggling to make this back. Mark Charman is a very, very talented bike rider. As they come round Doug Stewart there, still our leaders on the track. Charman in front of Chidlow. Strobel just behind in probably the best position. He's had an armchair ride behind Chidlow this whole time. Look for this finish, ladies and gents, as they're about to get 1 lap to run. Louise Jones is about to get musical with the bell. 1.5 laps to go. Mark Charman's there on the front. And our leaders on the ground at the moment, Mark Charman from Chidlow from Strobel. They've got 1 lap to go. So Charman leading Chidlow, leading Strobel, but Strobel's starting to move. Chidlow's moving around as well, but Strobel makes it round. Watch for this sprint finish, ladies and gents. And I'll tell you what, Heinrich Strobel makes that look easy, picks up the win over Charman and Chidlow there. Big round of applause for our B-grade riders. Ladies and gents, make big noise for our B-grade group. They're the most fun group to ride in, and they'll be fun to call later on in the day. They're putting it all out there for our enjoyment. And ladies and gents, we move on to the next event on the event listing, our A-grade scratch race. Now, 20 laps this scratch race is. A lot of these riders will feature later on in our Westral Wheelrace. Finn Carpenter, Kieran Murray, Brodie Cullen, Ryan Death, Jack Dola, Sam Washington, Miles White, Tom Williamson, Nathan Clark, Lincoln Andrews, Trent Rensburg. Yeah, the leader of the Toby Zhao Appreciation Society, young Trent Rensburg. And finally, Patrick Sipkowski. So as they get underway, Trent starting this one from the pit somehow. It's like a Formula One race. He's off to a bad start. So 20 laps to run for these riders. Slightly reduced from the start list I read out. 2 waist jerseys up front. This will be a quick scratch race, ladies and gents. 20 laps, 5 kilometres. It goes by quick with these riders. Some of the best riders we have in the nation are lined up right now. That's rider number 6 on the front, Jack Dola. Gives away there to rider number 7, Sam Washington. Look out for those two later on in the day. They will be scary quick as Ryan Death also goes through in that beautiful red jersey of his that says Dome across the front. Fantastic looking kit he's got on. Patrick Sipkowski in the pink and grey in the unicorn kit. And now, rolling through, Kieran Murray goes through. Jack Dola just behind him. Sam Washington, the next rider along. So, short, sharp turns at the moment from our riders. No one really laying their cards out. Ryan Death flicks up. Patrick Sipkowski, Brodie Cullen now comes through. Former Masters World Champion in this discipline, I believe, is Brodie Cullen. Emphasis on Masters there. And that's a tick of approval. I got a pay raise just then by saying that. And we've got Jack Dola on the front. Sam Washington rolls through now in the other waist kit. Ryan Death doesn't want anything to do with this. Flicks up Patrick Sipkowski. Rider number 9 is just rolling around with them as well. That is Tom Williamson. Now Tom's on a run, and now look for this attack from the back, ladies and gents. It looks like the familiar frame of Jack Dola, and it is. And look at them, look at each other. No one wants to stitch this back together. You can't let Jack Dola go like this. Sipkowski is now moving. Ryan Death knows the danger. What will Sam Washington do here? Ryan slowed the group ever so slightly. Sam Washington now moving along. Brodie Cullen now comes through. The former Masters World Champion now starts to show what he's made of. Sipkowski, Ryan Death, Sam Washington. They've ejected passengers and it's only the cream that's risen to the top. Jack Dola gives up the ghost. Sam Washington rolls up straight ahead. And then look, how's the experience from young Brodie Cullen goes along. Sipkowski right on his wheel. Ryan Death with a bit of work to do. Washington's done absolutely nothing there, and he's been able to get dragged along by Ryan Death back into that group. Jack Dola rides in it as well. He had a good half a lap of break before getting caught by the group. Brodie Cullen, and they're 4 wide down the back straight. Sipkowski now goes with a bit of a run. We're going to see constant counterattacks here, but everyone's looking at each other. All eyes will be on these waist athletes, the Jack Dola and Sam Washington here. They'll be the 2 danger riders to watch as Cullen swings out of the way for Washington. He's not going to do work for Sam if he doesn't have to. But now Cullen's left himself with a bit of work to do. Ryan Death is trying to stitch it back up to Jack Dola. He's stuck in no man's land. Washington's on his wheel, but not offering any help. Cullen's made it back as well. So Ryan Death has drawn the short straw and bringing this one back. Washington is now swinging up into the group, but he's not interested in chasing down Jack Dola. Maybe the waist athletes are working together. Sipkowski and Dola are now together. So, and Dola starts to ride away from Sipkowski. He flicks up, didn't realise the gap that he had on Sipkowski. Looks around, Cullen stitched it back together in the end. And now we're back to Parc Ferme for all of about 5 seconds before we see the next counter-attack. Now watch for the move here. You have to think Ryan Death in that perfect position at the back. No one can see him if he dives in. Shipkowski drops down low, stops Jack Dola from being able to drop down. Watch for Washington or Death here. They're the two riders that might attack, or we might see Brodie Cullen get proactive. Jack Dola doesn't have a window, though he's about to open one up. Shipkowski's letting him out. And they're all looking at each other with 6 to go, 1.5 kilometres. It'll go quickly. Do not blink yet, ladies and gentlemen. Ryan Death is looking around, but he doesn't need to look around at anyone. Nothing's happening. He's the back marker at the moment. Brodie Cullen's the rider that needs to look around, needs to see the attack coming. They've taken them right up to the fence, so they only need to look around the left shoulder, ladies and gents. Perfect riding as Shipkowski gets coaxed into it again. Now Shipkowski on the front, and he's looking around his right shoulder. So they're all happy to look at each other at the moment. Super tactical affair with 1 kilometre and a bit to go. Ryan Death still on the back of this one. Might not fancy his chances from this far out, but he has to get moving soon. I can't see him beating these other riders in a sprint. Very fast rider himself. Shipkowski tries to coax an attack, but everyone was awake to that one. Brodie Cullen right there on his wheel. Dola, Washington, Death. They're all happy to look at each other with 1 kilometre to go. Look for these back riders to attack. I really would like to see one from Ryan Death here, but they might be saving themselves for later in the program. As we see Cullen now looking around, he's dropped himself a bit lower. Shipkowski, Dola, Washington, Death. Nothing doing at the moment with 750 metres to run. Shipkowski, it's almost turning into a match sprint, ladies and gents. Everyone's starting to twitch as they know there's going to be a dangerous attack. You'd have to assume Sam Washington's the most dangerous in this scenario. But Jack Dola, we've seen how strong he looks already. Shipkowski will want to lay something down. Cullen starts twitching. They're all twitching now. Dola goes first, takes the sprinter's lane. Cullen's got work to do to get back to this. Washington gets an armchair ride back to Dola. Ryan Death with a bit of work to do. So it's Dola to Cullen to Washington to Death. They've got 1 lap to run. Not long to go. Cullen looks up. He almost soft pedals the turn 1 and turn 2. Washington right underneath him. They're shoulder to shoulder down the back straight. Washington's got nowhere to go. Death's going to box him in. Watch for Death around the long way. But look at Washington here. Washington takes it from Jack Dola, and it looked like Ryan Death picked up third. Huge ride from all of our scratch race riders there. Give them another round of applause as they come round, ladies and gents. What a tactical affair right at the end there. Sam Washington found a space that barely existed down the back straight. And now, what a cracking start to our Westral calendar. As we move to our next round of the under-15 girls Omnium. This one is a points race. So as the girls get let up on the track, again, if you're just joining us on the live stream, a reminder that this is being streamed on the Oz Cycling YouTube. If you're just joining us on the live stream, this is the under-15 girls national championships for the Omnium. Omnium being somewhat the decathlon of track racing, so they get to do a whole bunch of events, and it's who accrues the most points at the end of it. So at the moment, I've got a points tally for us. It's Katie Death currently leading on points at the moment to Annika Astridge. Parabi Tanksdale is the next rider along in this national championships for the Omnium. So as our riders get lined up on the start line. So a points race here, ladies and gents, 20 laps. So our under 15 girls points race won the rounds of the national championships for the Omnium. Doing 20 laps here. They'll be sprinting on lap 10 and lap 0. All right. As they're rolling around now, rider 73 is the rider leading them along. That is Lucy Harrison there. Rider 62 just behind in Annika Astridge. Amelia Jurikova is the next rider in the bunch. Katie Death, the next rider in the Cycle Talk skin suit. Parabi Tanksale and Ella Turrell are the next riders along. 16 laps to go. A reminder, sprints on lap 10 and lap 0. And they'll be looking for 5, 3, 2 and 1 will be the points on offer for the top 4 positions. So obviously if you can pick up 2 wins in the 2 sprints, then you've got a pretty good chance of coming away with the win. But nothing doing at the moment for our junior girls. All right, as they come in for the points sprint. And it's a big run at the moment from Annika Astridge. She's got a big gap on the rest of the group. Parabi Tanksale is the rider trying to go across. Katie Death, the rider in 3rd position. They're looking for all the points they can get here, but it looks like Annika Astridge is going to pick up max points. Tanksale with 3 points, Death with 2, and Lucy Harrison picks up 1. So Annika Astridge puts herself in the box seat there. Still 1 more sprint to go. Anyone's race at the moment. But Annika Astridge picks up the 5. So all of these riders will be looking for as many points as they can pick up as they all go towards their Omnium total. So as we see Lucy Harrison leading them around. Parabi Tanksale there in 2nd position. Katie Death is the rider there going around the outside. Annika Astridge has just slotted herself back into 4th position. Amelia Jurikova is the rider there in 5th, and Ella Turrell makes her way back into the bunch after that brief excursion off the back. So Lucy Harrison still on the front as they come around the home straight. And 7 laps remaining before they get the next sprint underway. or 7 laps until we find the results of the next sprint. But they're 3 wide through the corner at the moment, so not too much pace on at the moment. This is a long event, the Omnium, many events, and so it's all about who is freshest throughout the weekend, not just who rides particularly well in one event. So these riders will be looking to save each other, or save themselves rather, all the way through this weekend's events. They are competing currently for a national championship jersey, so it's all on offer here for our under-15 girls as Lucy Harrison leads them around. Caitlin Death is the rider there on the top position. Paravi Tanksale is in the middle. Ella Turrell is tucked in on the sprinters lane in the second row of riders. Emilia Jurevkova and Annika Astridge is in a good position to see any moves go. But they're 3 wide, almost looks like a bunch ride at the moment as they go around with a kilometre to go. They've all got their heads on a swivel. You'd have to say Caitlin Death and Annika Astridge are the 2 that look in the best position at the moment, although as I say that, Katie just gets boxed out by Emilia Jurevkova. And they slide backwards a little bit. So a bit of shuffling going on in this group. Jurevkova now on that 3rd position on the outside. Annika Astridge now starting to roll. Now, the ladies would have seen how strong Astridge was in that previous sprint. They won't want her to get away with that same run again. So you can see exactly where Caitlin Death has put herself, right on the back wheel of Annika Astridge. Jurevkova is the one holding Astridge up high. Tanksale is the rider there, next one down. Lucy Harrison has not had to deal with any of the hustle and bustle going on in the rest of the group. And I just watched Caitlin Death go. She launches an attack down the home straight, and she launches it while Astridge was looking the other way. And the 2 local riders in this bunch, Caitlin Death is one of them, and she's getting a big round of support from the riders in this group. Katie Death needs to run all the way, 250 metres to go. She looks behind, but the race is in front of her. Astridge is coming, Tanksale is coming, down the back straight. Listen to the support of the crowd. It's the loudest they've been all weekend. Get Death around turn 3, turn 4. Get on your feet, ladies and gentlemen, bring her home. It's Caitlin Death who picks up maximum points. Annika Astridge picks up 2nd, and Paravi Tanksale picks up 3rd. Wow, ladies and gentlemen. The crowd got round that one. And when they come back round the home straight, give all our under-15 girls riders a big round of applause, ladies and gents, because what a cracking ride that was from all the riders. And home rider Katie Death picking up the points in that final sprint. Fantastic to see. Ladies and gents, that's just a round of an Omnium. What a cracking weekend of racing we still have to go as we move on to our next event on the start list. So this is event number 23. Now, round 4 of the Omnium for our under-15 boys. This is the points race once again. Same format as we just saw. 20 laps, sprints on 10 and 0. Our start list for this one: Matt Stratton, Joel Gooley, Arav Desai, Leroy Bartlett, Declan Zeng, Henry Grigg, Felix Henderson, Adrian Zhang, Flynn Charman, Sean Bates, Adama Quadrago, Lucas Trebek, Constantine Gibson, Ethan Lee and Jack Pentland. Those are the riders lining up. Just looking for a holder for a couple of riders. Matt Stratton and Constantine Gibson need a holder down on the sprinters lane. And so, what a cracking race that was. Geez, people got up to cheer Caitlin Death for that final sprint. That was a goosebumps moment here in the Mid-Val SpeedDome. And they get let underway. Great to see the support for the local riders here in WA. What an opportunity for some of these local riders. We're a long way away from the rest of the country, and it's fantastic when we do get to have events here. Very, very lucky when we do. Rider number 30 is the rider now on the front of the bunch. They will be sprinting on lap 10 and lap 0, so we've got about 9 laps before the first sprint gets underway. They'll be looking at each other. So as we rejoin our points race for this under-15 boys omnium, and a bit of action already. Big attack from rider number 25 there. Lucas Trebek in the leader's jersey for the AJTS. And they all come back together, but that definitely caused some panic in the bunch. Lucas has shown himself to be one of the stronger riders in this group at the moment. Constantine Gibson was notably one of the riders trying to chase that down. Isn't he doing well navigating this bunch? First month or so of being an under-15 rider. Up against this very quality national field. And look at the top there. Lucas Trebek just catches a lot of riders napping. Matt Stratton was one of the riders who did not see that coming. And now there's a big move down the back straight. Rider 34 is the rider trying to go with him. Ethan Lee. So Ethan's been pretty awake to Lucas's moves here. He's gone with both of them so far. And it might be rider number 28 trying to follow Declan Zeng. And it is Declan Zeng. So Lucas Trebek getting marked at the moment, but no one really willing to work with him. As Ethan Lee continues to try and hang in there. But look at the splits this caused in the group. The group has really been whittled down now. Only 9 riders left in the front bunch. And that's all under the pacing of Lucas Trebek. So we've seen some big racing already, and we don't even have any points on offer at the moment. 2 more laps until we sprint for a point. Ethan Lee's on the front. Rider number 14 right behind him. That's Anima Quadrago. Ethan Lee continues to drive on the front. They're moving down the front at the moment. Everyone's moving like it's a sprint for a point, but they've still got a lap to go. So we just had a sprint there. Anima Quadrago, I think, was the rider that came through. Constantine Gibson, the next rider along. Might be sprint this lap. I think we did just have a sprint there. I'll pick up the results when I can. So as they're driving along now, rider number 29, Joel Gooley is the rider on the front. So a reminder, all the points they earn here go towards their Omnium National Champs total. So everyone's scrapping for every point they can. 7 laps until the next sprint. Rider number 6 flicks through. They're all starting to flick through nicely. Flynn Charman, local rider on the front. Joel Gooley, hasn't this young man not left the front of a bike race today. Rider number 2 now goes through. That's Felix Henderson. A lot of calls from the infield to a lot of riders. Lucas Trebek not going very far away from the front of the bunch at all. Constantine Gibson is right up there in that yellow jersey. Look out for him. But Flynn Charman is also a danger man. We've seen how strong he is in this bunch. Right number 44 in the X-Speed skin suit. Ethan Lee now comes through on the top. Lucas Strebeck is now rolling over the top of all of them. Constantine Gibson knows exactly where he wants to be, which is on Strebeck's wheel. Ethan Lee leads them along, but watch for an attack from the top. And if not from the top, it'll be from the bottom. Looks like Arav Desai's got to decide to go with that, and no one is willing to go and stitch this back together. They're all looking at each other with 4 laps to go. A kilometre to run for Arav Desai. Let's get behind the young man as he drives along. Everyone's looking at each other. No one wants to do the work at the moment as Desai runs off the front at the moment. Arav Desai down the back straight. Still everyone looking at each other. They're keeping him within a short distance, but no one is willing to do the work at the moment. They're happy to let him roll away. And the pace is starting to lift, but none of the main protagonists are hanging around the front just at the moment. Lucas Strebeck is shuffled in the back there somewhere. Constantine Gibson right on Strebeck's wheel. Joel Gooley, the choo-choo train, comes over the top of everyone. We haven't seen him far from the front at all. They all start to move now. 2 laps to run for Arav Desai, but will he get swallowed up? Less than 500 metres to go for the young under-15 athlete. Flynn Charman now moving down the back straight. A lap and a half to go for Flynn Charman. Joel Gooley's trying to go with him. Desai's day is done. Sean Bates is there as well, but Flynn Charman is moving at the moment. Lucas Strebeck is trying to go across. Constantine Gibson's doing very well in 5th position. Look at Charman down the back straight. Joel Gooley's trying to spin it up, but Strebeck just seems to have another gear at the moment. Flynn Charman all the way round. Looked like it was Strebeck to Gooley to Charman, and maybe Constantine Gibson picked up 4th there in that sprint. How good was that? Massive ride from all the riders involved. Strebeck picked up the points in the end. Ladies and gents, give them another cheer as they roll round. Big cheer from the crowd down the home straight. How good was young Flynn Charman? Was not left wondering after that effort. So, as we move to our B group for our Omnium National Champs for our under-15 boys. Casey Bunton leads them to the fence. I'll read this start list out for you. How good is this start list? Pat Richardson, Casey Bunton, Declan Dyer, Seb Creasy, Wesley Wong, Sebastian Urry, Charlie Pearson, Jonah Hall, Evan Tobin, and Elijah Hart. So, as we see Shane Perkins getting the motorbike ready for the Kierans about to happen after this. Do not look too far away, ladies and gents. The Kierans will be on, and how good are they going to be? But we've got our points race for our under-15 boys Omnium. This is the B group. They all get lit underway. Pretty clean start. Casey Bunton is the one that leads them out in the X-Speed skin suit. Ride number 3 just behind him. And from the Balmoral Cycling Club, that is Pat Richardson. And hasn't he had a day as well? A good rivalry between him and Casey Bunton. And if they play their cards right, that'll be a rivalry that follows them up the junior ranks. As rider 39 going across the top there. That was Elijah Hart. But Bunton's still on the front of this bike race. 19 laps to roll. They'll be sprinting on lap 10 and lap 0, so another points race, ladies and gents. So points races, they get sprints every 10 laps as Declan Dyer just starts to move around the outside. So sprints every 10 laps. And the points are 5, 3, 2, and 1 for 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. And at the end, your points normally get added up, and that's who wins the bike race. But these points will go towards their totals in the Omnium. So make sure you've got the abacus out to add all this up. And if you don't want to get the abacus out, head to results.ozcycling.org.au and have a squiz at the results there. The results team do a fantastic job. As our under-15 boys roll around. A reminder that this has been live streamed on YouTube as well. So if you've got friends, if you've got family, doesn't matter if they do or don't like bike racing, get them onto the live stream because they soon will love bike racing. And there's some cracking commentary on that stream as well, so don't go too far away and you'll be able to watch a replay of it later on tonight as well when you go to sleep. As Casey Bunton is the rider that leads them along. Rider number 32 right next to him, and Declan Dyer is the rider on top of them all. Rider number 32, that's Sebastian Urry. But Casey Bunton still in that lead position, not wanting to give that up. Pat Richardson, his nemesis, his old sparring partner from earlier on this morning. He's safely sandwiched in the middle of the bunch at the moment, but nothing doing at the moment. 4 laps until the next sprint. 1 kilometre until the first sprint they'll get to do, as they're 3 wide around the corner. When the group is bunched up like this and they're 3 wide, you know that the pace is not really on. These athletes are capable of more, so they're just happy rolling around at the pace they're doing. Pat Richardson looking around, almost put his head in a full 360 to survey the landscape there. As Casey Bunton's still the rider in the sprinters lane at the front. Jonah Hall right behind him, and he had a cracking morning as well. Picked up a little win, did young Jonah Hall. Declan Dyer now rubbing shoulders with Casey Bunton. These two riders ride with each other in WA, both local WA riders, one riding for the Cycle Talk Cycling Club and one in the X-Speed Cycling Club skin suit. And Pat Richardson's found his way out of the sandwich that he was in earlier. And now Declan Dyer moves up the track, and look at the moves start to go. Casey Bunton now trying to hold Pat Richardson out from the sprinters lane, and he's successfully done it there. Pat drops down into the sprinters lane. He want to have another bite at the cherry a little bit later on around the lap. Jonah Hall is now coming through in 3rd position, but look at the riders behind. It's Casey Bunton at the moment. Casey Bunton secures max points. Pat Richardson there in 2nd, Jonah Hall in 3rd, and rider number 15, Charlie Pearson, was the rider that picked up fourth in that sprint, which is 1 point. Declan Dyer, the rider just on the back of this bunch. And a few calls to continue on with this breakaway, so we might see the pace injected here, but I don't think anyone particularly wants to keep running with this one, as they do start to look at each other and no one really wants to do the work. Casey Bunton will let this all come back together. No real danger riders that were split off the back there. And so Declan Dyer it is that now leads the group, although Casey Bunton in that sprinters line. Jonah Hall, Charlie Pearson shuffled in there as well, and Pat Richardson just behind Charlie. So those 5 are definitely the ones to watch. So, as Casey Bunton continues to lead them along in the sprinters lane, Declan Dyer doesn't want to leave his shoulder at the moment. Pat Richardson's up there in a good spot as well. Jonah Hall just stuck in there, but he still has 1.5 kilometres to go, 6 laps until the final sprint of this event. Casey Bunton still leading them along. Clearly going with just a safe strategy to stay near the front. Stay near the front and you won't run into too many issues, and you'll probably end up near the front of the bike race by the end of the bike race. As Declan Dyer rolls around the top of him. Pat Richardson's right there, rider number 3. And hasn't the rivalry between Casey Bunton and Pat Richardson been good to watch so far? 2 riders that are very, very evenly matched. still learning their craft as bike riders in the under 15 category. And hopefully we'll get to see lots more of both of those riders as we continue on. Declan Dyer's also been animating these races. Charlie Pearson, Jonah Hall, they've also been right up near the top of the timing sheet every event we've done. So Declan Dyer in those beautiful green wheels there, aero helmet on. Fantastic young bike rider here in WA, Casey Bunton as well. So it'd be helpful for these two riders riding next to each other. They know each other well. Always easy to ride next to someone you know. Just mentally that little bit easier as they've got 3 laps to go. 750 metres for these riders. Still a drag race between Casey Bunton and Declan Dyer. No one willing to show their hand just yet. How much is this pacing taken out of either Casey or Declan? Declan's obviously done a little bit more work riding around the outside of the corners the whole time. As we see some riders start to line up for a big run from the top. And that is rider number 35, rolling over the top at the moment. Seb Creasy went for a big run, just missed it as Casey Bunton started moving. How's this? Jonah Hall now getting across. Jonah Hall now wants to get a slice of the action. Charlie Pearson right behind him now. Where's Pat Richardson? So Casey Bunton, Jonah Hall, Declan Dyer now coming, bringing Pat Richardson with him. Casey Bunton still on the front. DJ Dyer. Pat Richardson's got a long way to go around at the moment as DJ Dyer moves backwards. Wesley Wong's going around the long way, right around the top. It's going to be Casey Bunton at the moment. That was super close. We'll have to go back to the photo for that one. Jonah Hall and Casey Bunton at the end there. Ultra close. Charlie Pearson was right there too. And Pat Richardson just got caught a little bit further back than maybe he would have liked. But how good. Give these riders a big cheer as they roll round. Every race, no matter where it is, no matter what level it's at, is a great learning opportunity for these young riders. It's exactly why they're here doing it. So as we move to our next event on the start list, we'll need some holders for these Kierans, ladies and gents. If you've got 2 hands and can hold a bike, make your way towards the start pen. All right. Riders are going to go off the fence here for our under 11 and under 13 Kieran. So we're moving on to the Kieran final for our under 11 and under 13s. So, ladies and gents, if you've never seen a Kieran before, it's a pretty unique little bike race we get to do. Shane Perkins will be a motorbike rider for the Kieran as well. No stranger to the Kieran format himself. Not too bad on 2 wheels. And as our riders move up to the fence. So the way a Kieran works is normally for seniors 6 laps. These riders will do 4. All right, so for our junior athletes here, the motorbike's about to roll around. So they will do a couple of laps behind the motorbike before the motorbike lets them go, and they'll do a couple of laps unassisted. So the motorbike will keep them in order here, as Jamie Wardeneck will be the rider behind the motorbike. Now, the riders can't change their order. The riders will stay in their order behind the motorbike. They can change. but they'll mostly stay in their order behind the motorbike. So they'll ride behind the motorbike for a couple of laps here. So as they get 3 to go, so they'll do a couple of laps behind the motorbike, and then they will do a couple of laps under their own steam. So the motorbike keeps the pacing fast. Now the back rider can move around wherever they want, and they can move out of position if the rider behind them swallows the position behind them. So as you see, one of the young riders there move up, Will Headley, and Alex Constant took the position, so he's well entitled to do that. They cannot go past the motorbike though. Jamie Wardeneck is just stuck where he is. He'll have to stay in that front position right behind the motorbike. It's a fantastic position to be in. And the motorbike will peel off after this lap. So they get 2 laps to go. The motorbike peels off the track. Jamie Wardeneck now the rider that's leading them out. Alex Constant coming from the very top ropes to make this happen. And there we go, Constant trying to roll around the whole lot. Wardeneck with a bit of work to do to get back on the back wheel of this. Constant is coming around turn 3, turn 4. Wardeneck just doesn't seem to have the pace, although he's starting to come back to it. How much does this hurt Constant? Will Headley is right behind Wardeneck at the moment. Van Charman trying to roll around the whole lot of them, but Constant still with a bit of a lead. About 5 metres at the moment for Alex Constant. Wardeneck is trying to bring this back, and in fairness, he is at the moment. Van Charman wearing the shoulders for earmuffs trying to get around. Will Headley as well. They're all coming back. Oh, ladies and gents, I held my breath at the end there. Alex Constant won it, but it must have been wire tyre width. It can't have been much at all. He started to pedal squares in the last half a lap, and Jamie Wardeneck, what a chase by young Jamie Wardeneck. Ladies and gents, give these riders a big round of applause as they go round. How was the tenacity from young Jamie Wardeneck? Wasn't sure in his position. What a cracking race to start off our Kierans, ladies and gents, for our under 11s and under 13s. Moving on to our under 19. All right, so moving on to our event number 32. This is our under 17 girls in the elimination. Skipped a few events ahead there. So this is for a green and gold jersey, ladies and gentlemen. I want to make sure we're all getting behind our riders. This is for a national champions jersey. We need one more holder, please, for one of our riders. Shavi Tanksale, Matilda Trevorrow, Isla Shaw, Ava Rogers, Gabriela Rojo Rodriguez, Sienna Tinkler, Charlotte Korshid, Ella Smith, Ruby Smith, Felicity Lyons. So, for a green and gold jersey, ladies and gents, they get let underway. So, best race to watch on the track. And this is for a national jersey, ladies and gents. They're not mucking around here. This is for all the marbles. Green and gold will be on the shoulders of one of these riders in not too many laps' time. They start moving along. It's Isla Shaw who opens the account. They'll be eliminated 1 lap from now. Look at the back of this bunch now, ladies and gents. We're going to focus on the back of the group. Felicity Lyons with work to do. Ella Smith is also in not the most favourable position. They're looking for the way through. Felicity Lyons trying to get round. Rider 286, Felicity Lyons, is the rider eliminated. Now, do not look away, ladies and gents. This elimination will be Quality from top to bottom. Felicity Lyons, 286 was the rider eliminated. As we move to our next elimination lap, Isla Shaw still on the front, Sienna Tinkler, but now let's look at the back. Ella Smith is the rider on the back at the moment, but watch for the riders on the inside. They've got nowhere to go at the moment. It looks like Matilda Trevorrow is going backwards as well, but she's got space to run. I don't think she was sure about where the back of the group was. She's got work to do here. Watch for the inside of the group. It'll all start to come together. Rider 266. 266. Shavi Tanksal, 266. So as we move to the next elimination lap. So they get the bell. Now let's look at the back. Matilda Trevorrow, Ella Smith. Two riders that just managed to scrape through on the last one. Ella Smith with work to do. Trevorrow comes round. Ella's looking with nowhere to go at the moment. She's got the legs. Rider 280, Gabriela Rojo Rodriguez. 280, Gabriela Rojo Rodriguez. Rider 280, Gabriela Rojo Rodriguez is the rider eliminated. Rider 280, Gabriela Rojo Rodriguez is the rider eliminated. All right, as the ride was neutralised while we got the eliminated riders out of the bunch. Now, ladies and gents, we're down to 5. Do not look away. A reminder, this is for a green and gold jersey. It's Matilda Trevorrow at the back in the Butterfields kit. Ella Smith has seemed to live on 9 lives at the moment. She's like a cat. It's Isla Shaw then, the next one up. Now, let's look to see who ends up on the bubble. Trevorrow comes round. Smith, I don't know how she's going to make it here. She's got nowhere to run at the moment, does young Ella Smith. Rider 283, Ella Smith is the rider eliminated. And then we're down to 4, ladies and gents. Park the peepers on the race going on at the moment. A reminder, ladies and gents, one of these 4 ladies will end up with a green and gold jersey at the end of the day. They're riding for green and gold on their shoulders. Matilda Trevorrow is the rider on the back. Isla Shaw, the next one along. We've barely spoken about Ava Rogers and Sienna Tinkler. They've ridden it from the front. Trevorrow trying to do the work, but the pace of Tinkler is just a bit too strong to come around. Rider 267, Matilda Trevorrow. Ladies and gents, here's your podium for the National Championship, but they're not focused on that. They want that green and gold jersey here in this bunch. Park the peepers on the race going on right now. Sienna Tinkler in the front. Ava Rogers, the rider in second. Shaw, the rider on the bubble at the moment. Rogers comes up next to Tinkler. Tinkler will try and hold Rogers up. And she does. She tries to hold her up on the back straight. Shaw with nowhere to go just at the moment. Can Shaw come round? Rider 277, Isla Shaw is the rider eliminated. 277, and then we had 2. Not only did we have 2, ladies and gents, but it's 2 local WA riders fighting for a green and gold jersey here, ladies and gents. Let's cheer these riders on. One more lap until the gold jersey is crowned. Sienna Tinkler on the front, Ava Rogers there behind. They're riding down the back straight now. Watch them down the back straight. Rogers needs to come round. Turn 3. Turn 4, all the way into the home straight, and it's Sienna Tinkler, your under-17 girl national champion. What a ride. Huge ride from Sienna Tinkler. Ava Rogers picks up the silver medal. Isla Shaw picks up the bronze. What a race from our under-17 girls. Ladies and gents, a national champion was just crowned. Give them a big cheer. Huge ride from our under-17 girls. Holy guacamole, ladies and gents. That one goes to the highlight reel of absolutely goosebump racing there. As we move on to the under-17 boys elimination. Whew. Under-17 boys elimination. Okay. As we move on. So this is for another green and gold jersey, ladies and gents. The girls just had their day. And then straight into the boys' national championship elimination. All right, about to get started. So getting them underway here for the under-17 boys elimination. Ruben Shepherd, Jackson McDonald, Harvey Challenor, Lachlan Ermert, Will Astridge, Elliot Burney, Cam Franks, Tyler Cuniff, Joseph Natoli, Omer Kermsey, Oliver Urry, Lockie Morgan, Harry Morrison, Matteo Boudier, Kane Azapati, Josh Moore, Matt Christian, Flynn Jensen, Seth Harrison, and Joe Hewlett and Toby Zhao. That is the lineup out on track for our under-17 boys national championship. Ladies and gents, if you thought the girls was exciting, wrap your ears and eyes around this race. It's about to absolutely go off in this Mid-Vale SpeedDome here in Perth. 153, rider 153 was the rider eliminated. Oliver Urry, 153. Got so excited I forgot to do my job as we keep rolling around. Now let's look at the back of the group here. Harry Morrison is the rider on the back. Matt Christian is the next rider along. Watch for the inside though. You do not want to be that rider on the inside as they need to come round in the home straight here. Rider 103, Flynn Jensen is the rider eliminated. 103, Flynn Jensen. As they start moving along, and look at this bunch, ladies and gents. This is the best of the best in under-17 racing here in Australia. We look at the back of the group again. It's Harry Morrison on the back with Matt Christian. They're trading blows just on the back of this bunch. But they're riding well at the moment. They just need to surf the wheels at the back, but now it's starting to get crunch time, and they've got nowhere to go. Harry Morrison is the rider on the back. Rider 158, Harry Morrison. 158, Harry Morrison. So as we move to the next elimination, Louise Jones getting a bit excited there with the bell. Such is the state of this racing. And rider 116 is the rider on the back at the moment, Will Astridge. He'll want to do some work to make it around. Joe Hewlett is also there in the pink wheels and the white skin suit. So it's all happening here at the Mid-Vale SpeedDome. There'll be a green and gold jersey on the shoulders of one of these riders by the end of this race. 116, Will Astridge. 116, Will Astridge. So now let's look for Joe Hewlett here, the rider in the white skin suit. He's made his way into a funny spot. As we look further down the field, 109 is the rider on the back at the moment, Joe Natoli. Trying to make his way further up. And he is making his way up. Now watch out, Matt Christian's just gone for that lovely, lovely inside line. Rider 165, Matt Christian. 165, Matt Christian. Rider 165, Matt Christian. Rider 165, Matt Christian. So as we get one neutral lap out, or one not race lap, and now they'll hear the bell for the next elimination. So they get the bell for the next elimination. Watch for rider 147 at the moment. He's rolling around the back of this bunch wanting to get through. That's Jackson McDonald on the back at the moment, but he makes his way around the top. Now look for the riders on the inside here. The rider in the black that right down the bottom might be in danger. No, Matteo Boudier might be in danger here. Let's watch out as we look down. Rider 168, Matteo Boudier. 168, Matteo Boudier. 168, Matteo Boudier. Rider 168, Matteo Boudier. So as they get the bell for the next elimination. Now they're rolling around. Now look out for Joe Hewlett here. He's got nowhere to go, the rider in the white skin suit. First year under 17. Lockie Morgan's found his way towards the back as well. Now that would be a surprise, but he makes his way further back up. He's got Joe Hewlett boxed in on his inside. Now will Joe run out of room here as they start to speed up around the outside? Rider 161, Joseph Hewlett. 161, Joe Hewlett. 161, Joe Hewlett. And he has realised, so Louise Jones getting earlier and earlier with the bell as we roll round. Rider 166 is the rider on the back. That's Lachlan Morgan on the back of this bunch at the moment. Starting to wear the shoulders for earmuffs as well, but Lachlan Morgan is a rider that you can see looks struggling, and then 20 laps later he's still going plenty strong enough in this national champs field. Rider 166, Lachlan Morgan. 166, Lockie Morgan. So as they roll around now, the pack is getting whittled down. A reminder, ladies and gents, a green and gold jersey will be on the shoulders of one of these riders by the end of this race. And ladies and gents, I've barely said his name, Toby Zhao, the one local rider left in this bunch. He's now on the back of the group with nowhere to go. He want to get himself out of there pretty quick, actually. Rider 157, Toby Zhao. 157, Toby Zhao. Got the commentator's curse for young Toby Zhao there, unfortunately, as we move on to the next elimination. They start to come around. One lap to go before another elimination. Look for rider 147 here. He's been dancing around the back for a while. That is Jackson McDonald. Fantastic ride from all of these riders so far. It's been quick as well. How quick has this elimination been? Definitely fitting for a national championship. Rider 159, 159, Kane has a party, 159, Kane has a party. Rider 159, Kane has a party. So as they roll around, they'll get the bell this lap round. So, still rider 147 dancing on the back at the moment. There will be an elimination next lap. Rider 147, that's Jackson McDonald. So, as they roll through for this elimination, rider 112. 112, Elliot Burney. 112, Elliot Burney. So, as the riders roll around for another elimination, announcement, there's been a warning for rider Kane as a party. So commentators have warned Kane as a party as he came off the track there. So coming round for another elimination. It's all hands on deck in this sprint. Rider 128, Harvey Challenor, right, 128. Make sure if you're riding around the track, you have your hands on your handlebars as they roll around for another elimination. The group's getting really whittled down now. Rider 147 really with some work to do. Hasn't he ridden well so far, but I think the lights might be going out for... And it is. Rider 147, Jackson McDonald, was the rider eliminated. And he danced on the back for quite some time, did young Jackson McDonald. Courageous ride from him, as there's a very small group now fighting for this national championship. Rider 129 is the rider on the back at the moment. That is Josh Moore. Now he's looking to get round. And he does get round. Now look out down the middle here. Looks like they're starting to run out of gas at the back. Rider 141, Seth Harrison, was the rider eliminated. And Josh Moore went from the back to the front in that previous elimination. Bit of a shuffling going on in our national championship race. A reminder, ladies and gents, one of these 7 riders will be wearing green and gold by the end of this race. Oh, is there... Almost saw a touching of wheels there as they were looking the other way. They're all working for it. They all want this national championship. Look at them squeeze each other out. And in the end, it was for nothing because there was an elimination behind. Rider 102, Cam Franks. Now look at them box on down the back straight. 6 riders left. Bit of shuffling going on as well in this group. Bit easier to manage for some of these riders. Not as many variables when there's only 6 riders left. It looks like the lights are just going out potentially for rider 109. He's trying to, but he's pedaling squares down the back straight, but he is starting to move along. And you'd want to watch out if you're on the inside, you've got nowhere to run. And it is. Rider 129, Josh Moore is the rider eliminated. Such a brutal event is the elimination. How good is it? And so they're all getting up around this. Rider 114, the rider on the bubble. 4 more eliminations. 4 more eliminations to crown a national champion. As they come around, rider 140. 140 is the rider eliminated. Just 2 more eliminations until the big dance that decides the green and gold jersey at the end. 4 left. And they're all looking at each other. This has been a long and hard elimination. And they're all moving, and rider 108 is on the bubble at the moment. Can he get round on the back straight? He's got to go up high. Now watch out for the rider in black down low. No, they just can't make it round. It's going to be all the way to the line, though. 108, Lachlan Emert, so close to the podium in the national championship when we had 3. These are the 3 that will get the medals. And they slow it right up. Everyone look at each other. Almost a match sprint here in the home straight. And rider 109 dances away, catches them napping. Ladies and gents, this is for a green and gold jersey. Let's get around these riders. Rider 109 is the rider on the hurry. That's Joseph Natoli. Rider 114, Omer Kermsey. 114, Omer Kermsey. Oh, a few calls to go down the back straight, and he does carry on with it. And it looks like the lights have gone out, ladies and gents. They go for the big dance, but it's just a procession here for rider 136. If he stays on his bike, he'll be a national champion. Ladies and gents, Ruben Shepherd goes down the back straight. Turn 3, turn 4, your new under-17 elimination national champion. It's Ruben Shepherd. Big round of applause for rider 109, Joe Natoli. And ladies and gents, as they roll round again, big round of applause for all the riders that just went round. What a huge ride. And I can tell you right now on the live stream, the chat has gone off for Ruben Shepherd. They are losing their collective minds in the YouTube chat. So get around the YouTube live stream. Some very big Ruben Shepherd fans in the YouTube chat. As we move on to our next event on the calendar. So, our under-19 men's Kieran looks to be lining up. All right, ladies and gents, as our under-19 men's Kieran lines up. In position 1, directly behind the motorbike, being held up by Luke Zachariah, it's Trent Rensburg. In position number 2, being held up by Ross Dye, it's Patrick Shipkowski. And in position number 3, in his second best skin suit he owns in his wardrobe, it's Lincoln Andrews. Luckily his holder's wearing the correct uniform. As Shane Perkins rolls around on the motorbike. So, this is our first of our senior Kierans. They get let underway. Trent Rensburg is the one that's going to open the account, sitting right behind the motorbike. So 6 laps. Our normal senior Kieran is 6 laps, 3 laps behind the motorbike, and then 3 laps without the motorbike. First to the end finish is the winner. You cannot go past the motorbike until the motorbike peels off the track. Pretty simple event. They've got to stay in their order, at least for a little bit. And we'll see a pretty tactical affair here. Now, 2 of these riders are not like the other. Shipkowski, more of an endurance athlete. Rensburg and Lincoln Andrews, definitely students of the sprinting game. You can just see the position Andrews gets himself in here. He's ready to go. Modelled around probably one of his heroes on a track bike. As Rensburg, the rider, rolling around the front. A reminder as well, Rensburg and Andrews, part of our under-17 Team Sprint National Championship team this year. Both riders moving up to under-19s for the first time, and that's what they're riding now. And both riders, Rensburg and Andrews, definitely 2 of the fastest sprinters we have in this state. And they are coming along quickly under the stewardship of a few fantastic coaches, Luke Zachariah being absolutely one of them. Shipkowski now rolls up as the motorbike peels off. It's going to be tactical here. If Shipkowski's going to win it, he needs to play the tactics well because the other two riders are pretty quick in a straight line. Rensburg is holding low on the track. He's holding down the sprinter's lane, but I'd say he's stuck in a position he doesn't want to be in. He's got his head on a swivel looking for this. Shipkowski goes. Andrew needs to move. Lincoln Andrews. Rensburg just dances out the sprinter's lane ever so slightly. Andrews looks all comfortable at the moment, but he needs to come back to Shipkowski's wheel. It's Patrick Shipkowski with less than a lap to go. Andrews is trying to bring it back, but look at Rensburg down the back straight. All the way around turn 3, turn 4. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. And it's Patrick Shipkowski who picks up the win. Took it long. Played on the strengths that he had over the other two. And Rensburg, how was his turn of speed down the back straight? Past Lincoln Andrews like he was standing still, but fantastic speed from all three. Give them another round of applause as they go through. Our under-19 men's sprint. And the Trent Rensburg fan club, almost as loud as the Toby Zhao fan club. I can tell you right now, ladies and gents, what a race we just saw. Moving on to our Masters 4 to 6 Kieran final. So, now ladies and gents, our Masters Kierans. These are the riders that need to turn up to work on Monday. These are the real heroes of the sport. I'll call out the order once they get on the track. So Masters 4 to 6 men, same format as we had just before. 6 laps, 3 laps behind the motorbike and 3 laps without. They'll stay in their order, at least for the first little bit. And I'll call out the order once they get on the track. All right, as they all get up on the track. Last rider onto the boards is Toby Brown. So Nathan Patterson, the rider in first position. Sergio Constant, the next rider along. Sean Hodges, the rider in the Midland Cycling Club skin suit. Doug Stewart, the large unit in the Dome Cycling Team skin suit. Fantastic looking skin suit, and the Doug Stewart fan club quite loud actually in the infield. Phil Nichols, how good's he been? In the blue shirt earlier on today and now racing. And finally, Toby Brown in that beautiful Dome Coffees cycling team skin suit. And he will be in 6th position, able to watch it all unfold in front of him. I'll tell you what, if you're going to put money on this bike race, you'd be looking at a rider like Toby Brown. Former winner of the Westral Wheelrace as well. A prestigious rider as well. Rode the very first race on the Adelaide Velodrome as well. So a rider that's been around on track in track racing for a while. And we'll see Nathan Patterson open the account here behind the motorbike. They get let underway. So they will stay in their order. They need to shuffle their way in. Phil Nichols needs to find his way back to 5th. And they get up behind the motorbike. And Phil Nichols doesn't get let back in by Toby Brown. So Toby holds Phil up high. And Phil needs to... And they're going to get called back. So they need to make sure they stay in their order for the first lap. So they will get called back, and we'll do a restart. I don't know, you can't control some of these Masters athletes. They will get called back here. They will get called back. So, our junior athletes have been very good with all the rules this morning, but the Masters athletes are Always difficult to wrangle, a bit like herding cats. Not as well behaved as some of our under-15s and under-17s. And they'll come back up to get started in the same order. And potentially Phil Nichols will get a talking to by the commissaire. Comes in, skidding his way in. Where's his holder? He doesn't have a holder. So as we look to get the men's Masters 4 to 6 Kieran underway again, Luke Zachariah comes up to hold Phil Nichols. So Toby Brown gets a talking to from the commissaires for not letting Phil back in. I was making up rules. They'll get a neutral lap to start off with. If Louise just saw the back of her head when she rolled her eyes. So as Nathan Patterson leads us out, Sergio Constant on his wheel, Shane Perkins on the motorbike rather, and Sean Hodges is in third position in the bunch, Doug Stewart, Phil Nichols and Toby Brown rightfully in position number 6. And he's sitting back there nicely in position number 6, lets Phil Nichols in, and we're away to the races. So for our Masters 4 to 6 men's Kieran, our under 60s, if you will, they are underway. So Nathan Patterson on the front, still no shuffling of positions now. Shane Perkins still riding on the front. They've got 4 laps to run. He'll come in on the next lap. And I still like the look of Toby Brown coming from 6th to win this one. But let's have a little squiz at how this one plays out. Shane Perkins will roll off after this one. Should be 3 laps to go once they come round. And Shane does roll in. And now they're off to the races. And Nathan Patterson is the rider on the front, starting to light it up as well. Sergio Constant, Sean Hodges in there in the middle. Doug Stewart starts rolling along. The big tall figure in the dome skin suit, Phil Nichols. Toby Brown with a lot of work to do. Nathan Patterson getting led off the front of this one. Now my pick on the back of the bunch is still on the back of the bunch. Constant with no legs to chase down Patterson at the moment. They're going too wide in turn 3 and turn 4. They'll get the bell. And how good does Nathan Patterson look? But Toby Brown from the outside, he drops down into the sprinters lane. Doug Stewart with no legs to go with him. And watch the power on Toby Brown. The hardest job in this velodrome is being one of Toby Brown's pedals. And he rolls round and takes the Masters 4 to 6 podium over Nathan Patterson. Ladies and gentlemen, stick with me and you'll pick some good racing. And I picked Toby Brown from the start. And after being a bit naughty on the first start, he manages to pick up the win over Nathan Patterson there. Give these Masters 4 to 6 athletes a big round of applause as they roll round. Huge ride from our Masters athletes. Always the most entertaining to call as well. They don't take each other too seriously. All right, I've been reliably informed. Toby Brown to the commissaire. Toby Brown to the commissaire. He makes his way in. Not the first time and won't be the last time. So as our next race on the boards, it's an entertaining day of racing so far, ladies and gentlemen. Masters 1 to 3 Kieran. Now get a load of this start list, ladies and gents. This is scary on paper. In the front, it'll be Mark Charman. It'll be Nathan Clark next. Adam Chidlow will be in 3rd position. And Heinrich Strobel in that beautiful Dome Coffee skin suit in 4th. They're about to get underway. Bikes in the straight. Charman gets underway. Nathan Clark with a bit of a slow push at the start. Adam Chidlow there in third wheel. Strobel finds his position there in fourth as they all try and get back up to the motorbike. I'll tell you what, the crowd is absolutely buzzing after that Masters 1 to 6, Kieran. What an absolute corker of a race. And now, so Shane Perkins on the front in the motorbike. Mark Charman's the rider with his head on a swivel looking around. Nathan Clark in the black and white Hall Performance Academy skin suit. Next in the X-Speed skin suit is Adam Chidlow, and how good has he gone recently? And Heinrich Strobel, the rider on the back. Now, we saw just how strong Heinrich is. And he's a rider with a lot of pride on the line. He will not pass up the opportunity to win a bike race. Watch out for young Heinrich Strobel. He's a scary bike rider. So, motorbike comes in. Mark Charman is the rider on the front still. No one moving just yet. Charman boxing them up, slowing them right up. Strobel needs to find a way through here. Chidlow lets him right through as well. So Chidlow wants to ride this one from the back. Strobel's in third position. You have to say that's a great spot to be in, especially on Nathan Clark's wheel. Nathan Clark has a huge turn of pace on him. Mark Charman with his head on a swivel, looking around, trying to hold the sprinters lane. Look at the watts being applied down the back straight by Nathan Clark. All the riders being left in his wake. Nathan Clark with a huge turn of speed. Heinrich Strobel just trying to get across to it at the moment. Will Clark be able to hold the whole way? Strobel's got a lot of speed on board. Will he be able to make it all the way back to Clark's wheel? The coffee van down the back straight. You've got straight as well. If you want to watch this at home on the Oz side, you'll see the results in real time, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes before it even happens. That's how good they are here. As we move on to our women's Kieran final. Our Masters Women's Kieran final. So, Keone Routley, Deanne Charman, Fiona Viscoli, Adelia Needling, Beck Whedon. He's on the back there, Zoe Clayton, Rachel Ashton, Iris Belliot. So, a cracking lineup here as the bike comes into the home straight. They get led underway. Keone Routley will be the rider on the front. So they all get away cleanly. They'll start to bunch up behind the bike. It's a big Kieran, this one. A rider like Beck Whedon on the back as well. No stranger to the sprinting disciplines as they really bunch up behind the bike there. So Routley, the rider on the back of the bike at the moment. Dan Charman, the next rider along. Beck Whedon starts to move up, which she can do. No one has to let her in though. Zoe Clayton now goes onto the wheel of Beck Whedon. So we'll start to see a bit of a tactical affair here. And we start to see the riders who really know their way around a bike race start to move forward. It's a big Kieran, this one. They won't want to get stuck towards the back. Beck Whedon, Zoe Clayton, Adelia Needling, they're the riders on the outside at the moment. Keone Routley is trying to hold them up actually. She sits on the outside the sprinters lane. Shane Perkins just happily riding along on that motorbike. He'll come in after this lap. So they're all over the place at the moment. Keone Routley is the rider there in first. Beck Whedon, the rider in second. Zoe Clayton, Adelia Needling, Fiona Viscoli, Rachel Ashton, Deanne Charman, and Iris Belliot. That's your order at the moment as they go through with 3 to go. Still Keone Routley on the front. Beck Whedon probably has a massive turn of pace we're about to see. Still Routley on the front. Beck Wheaton with her head on a swivel. Zoe Clayton looks like the ride's all ahead of her at the moment. As it's still Keone Routley on the front. What a ride by her at the moment. A lap and a half to run. They're all bunching up. 5 riders together, 6 riders together. Keone Routley still on the front. Beck Wheaton starts to go. Zoe Clayton with a massive sprint around the outside. Drops into the sprinters lane in front of Wheaton. Needling almost taking out Viscoli's wheel, but Clayton never saw any of it, neither did Wheaton, and it will be Zoe Clayton who picks up the win there. Beck Wheaton there in second. Well done to Adelia Needling and Fiona Viscoli for holding that up. I think we just saw someone come down on another front wheel, but all held it up together. Big round of applause for our Masters women as they roll round after their Kieran. What a ride from them. Fantastic skills and experience on display in our Masters women. All right, moving on to our elite women final. So our elite women jump up on the boards. Ladies and gents, how is the depth of talent in here in WA at the moment? 3 ladies in waist skin suits here as well. They'll be starting on the fence. So, the order we'll have on the boards today, Abby Oliver will be the rider in front, Vienna Jaffian in the next wheel. Then it will be Maya Dillon. Then it's Christine Perkins. Then it is Lilia Tataranoff, and finally Maddie Pitt on the back. Now, Matt Pointer said earlier about our riders coming back from winning bronze at the World Champs in the women's team sprint. Now, 2 of the ladies who just came back from World Champs are in this bike race, ladies and gentlemen. So, the rider number 11, Lilia Tataranoff, 19 years old, made her World Champs debut there. And rider number 13, Christine Perkins, the rider there in 4th position in this bunch. I cannot praise highly enough the quality of a rider like Christine Perkins. 18 years between World Champs medals. That is how long her career has been. And absolutely still one of the fastest out there on the bike. And we're about to see an absolute quality show from our elite women. Vina Jaffian, Maddie Pitt, 2 riders have just moved up from junior categories. They'll be looking to really show what they've got. Abby Oliver, reasonably recent to track riding, and she'll be happy just to be out there with this kind of quality. This is world level quality, ladies and gents. Make no mistake as they roll round. Shane Perkins rolls off from the motorbike. Abby Oliver with the unenviable task of being on the front. She starts rolling along quite quickly. Now look for the likes of Christine Perkins there in 4th position. 4. A reminder, ladies and gents, 18 years between World Champs medals. She moves up around the outside. Maya Dillon holds her up high as well. Boxes her out. Najafian with nowhere to go. She just gets stuck where she was. It's all happening at the moment. 3 waist jerseys off the front. Maddie Pitt trying to go with this. Najafian had a stunner step down the back straight. They've got a lap to go. Maya Dillon on the front. Christine Perkins there in second wheel. Tataranoff has barely shown anything yet. Rolling down the back straight, 3 wide into turn 3. Woo. They go 3 wide through turn 4, and it's Tataranoff. Lilia Tataranoff picks up the win in the women's elite Kieran. What a ride, ladies and gents. Huge ride from our riders there. Maya Dillon led it out with about a lap and a half to go. Christine Perkins, give them a big round of applause as they roll around, ladies and gents. You don't often get that kind of quality on the track at once. And a huge ride for young Abby Oliver. Being able to be on the same track as ladies like that is such an opportunity, and she took it with both hands, led them out, and absolutely showed why she was there. One more round of applause for these girls as they go through, ladies and gents. Fantastic ride from these women. Lilia Tataranoff picking up the win there from Maya Dillon, and Christine Perkins there in third. As we move to our next event on the track. So, ladies and gents, as we get lined up for this elite men's Kieran, if you're in the stands and thinking, oh, lunch was a fair way away, food please, make your way across to the coffee van and get yourself fueled up and ready to go. We've also got the fundraising table down on the back straight as they get ready to go for the men's Kieran. Jack Dola will be the rider that leads them away. And they get underway. Miles White, the next rider along. Sam Washington. Then it's Tom Williamson, Kieran Murray, and Brodie Cullen. That is your start order. So, all happy to sit behind the motorbike at the moment. Still Jack Dola on the front. Miles White there in second position. Sam Washington just starts to let the wheel go a little bit. Brodie Cullen starts to move up. Might try and just snake that position. No, he moves up even further as Sam Washington closes the door. Tom Williamson, Kieran Murray, and they're three wide into the corner. So everyone getting backed up behind the motorbike of Shane Perkins at the moment. Now, they can't cross in front of the motorbike yet, so they're all just boxing on behind it at the moment. Jack Dola hasn't had to deal with any of this yet. He's just sitting behind the motorbike, but he's about to see Brodie Cullen on his shoulder as they come around. Jack Dola still in the front. The motorbike starts to swing off. And Dola still on the front. Cullen is right there with him, right on his shoulder at the moment. Miles White is there in second position, but he's about to lose the door to get out. No, Tom Williamson backs off and goes behind Kieran Murray, and then Sam Washington is right back in the cheap seats at the moment. Doesn't want anything to do with this action just at the moment with 500 to go. Brodie Cullen and Jack Dola are time trialling next to each other. Dola starts to wind up, wants to keep Cullen out of the sprinters lane. Cullen now starts to wind up. Will Dola be able to keep him out of the sprinters lane? No, Cullen gets down into the sprinters lane. Now it's a drag race. Brodie Cullen all the way down the sprinters lane now. He's going to be hard to beat here. Jack Dola with a bit of work to do, but look at Miles White. Miles White looks so strong in that third position, but he needs to get round in turn 3, turn 4, all the way round. Brodie Cullen will hold it. Ladies and gentlemen, how close was that? Harder to pick than a broken nose who did well there. It was right between Brodie Cullen and Jack Dola. It's gone back to the photo. Give them a big round of applause, ladies and gents. And how was Miles White as well? Not too bad from him. He had a huge turn of speed. So it was Jack Dola who picked up the win out of that one after the photo finish. So Jack Dola won the elite men's Kieran final there. And look at how happy he is with that. He's considering a switch to sprinting just after that result. Fantastic ride from young Jack Dola. As we move on to our first of our Westral wheel races, ladies and gents. I'll call out the handicaps for you. So, our Westral wheel races. This is the main part of the day, ladies and gentlemen. We've had national championships, we've had state championships, we've had AJTS, but stick around for the Westral wheel races. On scratch, we've got Will Headley. On 30 metres, we've got Van Charman. On 50 metres, we've got Alex Constant. On 70 metres, we've got Jamie Wardeneck. Ethan Dunn on 120 metres, and Eric Hykins right up there on 180 metres. So, ladies and gents, this is the Westral wheel race. This is how it will go for our other riders on the track. Make sure you've got some holders out on track, ladies and gents. If you can see a rider that needs a holder, get up there and help them out. So, ladies and gentlemen, the way this one works, so for our juniors, it's going to be 4 laps. For every other race, it's going to be 6. We need a holder for Alex Constant down on the front corner, please, on turn 2. So the way this one works, it's a handicap race. The handicaps were set by the handicapper. You can't complain about them. That's just how they are. And so we have on scratch, so on 0 metre handicap, he will be the last rider trying to make up all the ground. And we're ready, and go. So it's 4 laps of absolute power from our riders on the track. At the moment, it's Eric Hykins still out there in front. The leader is out there on the back straight, but Will Headley on scratch is trying to make this all in. You've got to be here to see how fast these riders are going. Eric Hykins is moving at the moment. 4 laps of absolute power from these riders. Eric Hykins come through, gets 2 to go. He's still the rider out in front. Ethan Dunn is trying to close him down. Now there's the chasers starting to form at the back. Alex Constant looks around for help from Jamie Wardeneck. They're all panic stations at the moment because Eric Hykins is so far out in front. What a ride from the young man. Eric Hykins picks up the bell. 1 lap to go for the young rider. He's well out in front at the moment, and they're peddling squares behind him. Ethan Dunn. Alex Constant is the rider now on the front of the chase group. Jamie Wardeneck tries to lead them through. Van Charman seems to be wearing his shoulders for earmuffs at the moment. Will Headley seems to have no gas in the tank. Now Wardeneck goes down the back straight. But ladies and gentlemen, your under 11 and under 13 wheel race winner, Eric Hykins. What a ride from our Westral wheel race riders there. So that was your under 11 and under 13 Westral wheel race. All right, as we move on to our next event on the event list. Our under 15 wheel race, Heat 1. All right, so as they get let up on the track, it'll be Lucy Harrison at 180 metres. Ella Turrell will be at 150. Annika Astridge will be at 140. Paravi Tanksar will be at 130. Sebastian Urry will be at 105. Matt Stratton will be at 100. Patrick Richardson will be at 95. Arav Desai will be at 90. I'll wait for more to get called up from the marshalling area. So Constantine Gibson will be at 65 metres. Henry Grigg will be at 55. Ethan Lee will be at 30. Sean Bates will be at 25. Adama Quadrago will be at 10. And Lucas Trebek will be at 0, scratch. So, ladies and gentlemen, this will be the same as the senior format for, it'll be 4 laps for these junior riders. So, 4 laps, we just saw how hard it was. Riders' attention. And they get let underway. So our leader at the moment, rider number 73, Lucy Harrison. She's out there in front. Ella Turrell trying to go with her. Paravi Tanksale getting along. But look at Matt Stratton down the opening straight. He's starting to gobble up ground. Matt Stratton in the X-Speed skin suit. Down the back straight now. But it's still Lucy Harrison out there in front. Scratch is struggling to make it up at the moment. Lucas Trebek with a lot of work to do. Lucy Harrison is still on the front with 2 to go. Ella Turrell still in second. Matt Stratton starting to gobble up ground. He's like Pac-Man out there, gobbling up riders. But it's still Lucy Harrison on the front. Lucas Trebek with a lot of work to do with 500 to run. It's still Lucy Harrison out there in the lead. But Matt Stratton is starting to come along. 1 lap to go for these riders. Get around them, Lucy Harrison on the front. But look at Matt Stratton. He's starting to charge through turn 2 and turn 3. And we have a new leader of the under-15 wheel race. It's Matt Stratton overtakes Lucy Harrison. He's going all the way to the line out of turn 4. And into the home straight, it will be Matt Stratton will be your winner for the Westral Wheelrace. What a ride. Scratch making it up within 30 metres there. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for your under-15 wheel race winner, Matt Stratton. What a ride from the young man today. Getting myself excited. That was for a heat. As we move on to heat number 2 for our under-15 wheel race. On 220 metres, Evan Tobin. On 180 metres, Elijah Hart. Seb Creasy on 150 metres. Wesley Wong on 140. Amelia Jurkova on 120. Caitlin Death on 100. And she'll be joined by Declan Dyer, the Cycle Talk duo there on 100 metres. Charlie Pearson will be on 90. Casey Bunton on 85. Adam Zhang will be on 80, Jack Pentland will be on 70, Leroy Bartlett on 60, Joel Gooley on 40, Declan Zhang on 30, and Flynn Charman will be on 20 metres, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so as we move on to Heat 2 for our under 15 wheel race. Riders' attention. So as we look at our leader on the track, rider number 39 it is. So that's Elijah Hart on the front of our bike race at the moment. So it's Elijah Hart out there in front, but he's looking behind him a fair bit at the moment. Needs to keep his eyes glued forward. It's just going to be 4 laps of absolute power. He'll get 2 laps to run round here. As we start to see, starting to gobble up the ground is Caitlin Death. She's left her sparring partner behind in Declan Dyer. Caitlin Death is doing it all herself at the moment. She's towing a group of boys along with her. And now they're starting to move down the back straight. But it's still Elijah Hunt out there in first place. Elijah Hart coming to the home straight with 1 lap to go. They're starting to pedal squares behind in the chase group. No one seems to be able to make it work just at the moment. Now Casey Bunton starts to ride, but still Katie Death on the front. Caitlin Death all the way down the back straight, but it's still Elijah Hart out there in front. Casey Bunton goes round for second place at the moment. It's going to be so close into the home straight. And it is Elijah Hart picks up the win. Casey Bunton, Caitlin Death. Flynn Charman, the 20-metre marker, made a long way there. Almost made it back to the front. Big round of applause for the riders once they come through the home straight, ladies and gents. I'll tell you what, this is exciting bike racing here. Give them a big round of applause, ladies and gents, especially Elijah Hart for winning that heat. Moving on to our next heat, which is the under 17 wheel race. Heat number 1. So on 150 metres in this race, it'll be Tommy Boudier. It'll be Pete Tulloch on 145. Yep, so Tommy Boudier on 150 metres. 145 metres will be Pete Tulloch. 140 metres will be Kane Azzopardi. 130 will be Isla Shaw. 125 will be Caden Ryan. 120 will be Rigby Colgrave. 110 will be Sienna Tinkler. And joining her will be Oliver Urry. On 100 will be Lockie Morgan. 90 metres will be Hunter Murphy. 80 metres Elliot Barrett. 70 metres Seth Harrison, 50 metres Harry Morrison, 45 metres Harvey Challenor, 35 metres Elliot Burney, 25 metres Matteo Boudier, 15 metres Josh Moore, 5 metres Joe Natoli, and on scratch in this heat will be Ruben Shepherd. Riders' attention. And they get that underway, holding the blocks for a long time by Chief Commissary Ian Dow. Leading this bike race at the moment is Tommy Boudier, but look for Kane Azzopardi. I think he got a fantastic there, and it is Kane Azzopardi on the front of this bike race, so he'll be a rider to catch at the moment, but I think he'll be a tough catch as well. Tommy Boudier is moving along. Pete Tulloch's trying to get in there as well. So the front 3 is Kane Azzopardi, Tommy Boudier, and Pete Tulloch. But the wheels have come off Kane Azzopardi already as he sits behind Tommy Boudier. Pete Tulloch's the rider now in the lead. So 3 are working together at the front, but there's a chasing group behind who's trying to catch up to this one. Sienna Tinkler's in the middle of that one. Lockie Morgan's in there. But it's still Pete Tulloch on the front. Kane has a party. He's getting a free ride next to Pete Tulloch. And Tommy Boudier is also getting a nice ride here. They'll get 1 lap to go once they come round. It's all starting to come together with 1 lap to run. 1 lap for our leaders. Kane has a party, goes round. Tommy Boudier goes with him. Pete Tulloch starting to pedal squares, but look at the quality of Sienna Tinkler. We saw her pick up a green and gold jersey just a little bit earlier. She's coming round. Sienna Tinkler trying to chase down Kane has a party. And she does. Sienna Tinkler rolls Kane has a party right on the line there in the first of these under-17 heats. And she'll be happy to take that confidence to the bank. Tommy Boudier came in there in 3rd. And Lockie Morgan looks like he picked up 4th with just behind Hunter Murphy. Fantastic riding from all the riders there in the under-17 wheel race. Give them all a big round of applause, ladies and gents. What a ride from those riders. So as we move on to heat number 2, and they're already coming out, I better start calling them along. On 160 metres, it'll be Gabriel. But he's got a long way to go. 200 metres to run for Matt Christian. Matilda Trevorrow's trying to come round. No one else is close. All the way to the finish line, it will be Matt Christian. Wins the heat for the under-17 wheel race there. What a ride by young Matt Christian. It was rider 111 who came there in 2nd. That's Lewis Wilkes, who had a good run right towards the end. Matilda Trevorrow was right there as well. But how was the ride from Matt Christian? Give these riders a cheer as they roll round, ladies and gents. And won't he take some confidence out of that result? He'll have to be happy with that. So as we move on to our next of our heats, so this is the first of our men's qualifying heats for the wheel race. Now, wrap your eyes and ears around this start list, ladies and gents. On 180 metres, it's Sergio Conson. On 160 metres, it's Doug Stewart. On 150, it's Nathan Patterson. On 120, it's Mark Charman. 110 is Adam Chidlow. 100 metres is Trent Rensburg. On 80 metres, Nathan Clark. 70 metres, Ryan Death. 50 metres is Miles White. 20 metres is Jack Dola. And on scratch, we've got Sam Washington being held by Shane Perkins. A reminder for all holders, it's a one-step push. Some holders are just built better than others, but it is just a one-step push. So Jack Dola will roll up. Pete Dawson will be holding him. On 20 metres there, Miles White's coming around looking for a holder. Just need a holder for Miles White in turn 2, ladies and gents. A holder for Miles White in turn 2 on 50 metres, please. We need a holder for Miles White on turn 2. No rush, he's just on the fence. So as Miles White moves to his start position, look, we're all in position. All right, as our riders are all riders' attention. And they get led underway. A reminder, it's a one-step push for all the holders. One-step push as they get underway. Sergio Conson is the rider in the lead at the moment. Nathan Patterson's trying to chase him down. Mark Charman's got the bit between the teeth. This is 6 laps of wheel race action, ladies and gents. Do not look away. Jack Dola and Sam Washington are already teamed up together back on the scratch markings. So they are doing well together. Conson and Patterson are working well together. Charman's just trying to come into it. And how's Trent Rensburg as well? Dicing up there with the X-Speed dads at the moment. So that leading group of 4, Mark Charman now starts to string them along. Rensburg's in an awesome position at the moment. Absolutely fantastic position for young Trent Rensburg, although he's starting to slow down behind Nathan Patterson. Mark Charman is really moving along down the back straight. It's all coming back together quite quickly, actually. Ryan Death is starting to make moves behind Nathan Clark. Charman is riding along well. I think the lights are going out for Trent Rensburg. Doesn't know where to go, top or bottom. Clark is now trying to go across. Death is trying to go across now. How good of a position is Ryan Death in with 2 laps to run? Mark Charman's still our leader, but for how long? 1 lap to roll. Nathan Clark is on the front, but has this tested him too much? You'd have to think Ryan Death's in a good position from here. Look for the rider in the red dome skin suit down the back straight. But the Jack Dola and Sam Washington are coming, and they're coming quickly. Ryan Death needs to get a move on. And it will be Jack Dola, Sam Washington rather, who takes the first of the men's heats. Make your way towards the podium area. We'll make sure that everyone gets in the podium photo at the end. Just waiting on the stream. All right, so if you're on the podium for the under-15 Omnium and under-17 elimination, make your way to the presentation area, please. So you need to be over where Louise Jones is. Make your way to Louise Jones. She will tell you exactly where to go. All right, so we need Paravi Tanksale, Annika Astridge, Caitlin Death, Sean Bates, Adam Quadrago, Lucas Trebek. We need Isla Shaw, Ava Rogers, Sienna Tinkler. And we need Oma Kermsey, Joseph Natoli and Ruben Shepherd. Make your way to the podium area, please. Okay, we'll start with our presentations, and these presentations will be presented by Matthew Pointer. For our under-15 girls Omnium National Championships, in third place today, Paravi Tanksale. In second place today, Annika Astridge. And in first place today, your under-15 girls national champion in the Omnium, it's Caitlin Death. Ladies and gentlemen, one more huge round of applause for your under-15 girls Omnium for today. Moving on to our under-15 boys for the Omnium National Championships. In third place today, it's Sean Bates. In second place today, from Carnegie Caulfield Cycling Club, it's Adam Quadrago. And from Lidcombe Auburn Cycling Club, it's Lucas Trebek, your national champion. Ladies and gentlemen, a massive round of applause for your 2025-26 under-15 boys Omnium National Champions. Moving on to our under-17 girls elimination national championships. In third place today, from Shepparton Cycling Club, it's Isla Shaw. In second place today, from X-Speed Cycling Club, it's Ava Rogers. And in first place today, from Peel District Cycling Club, your 2025-26 Elimination National Champion, Sienna Tinkler. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for your under-17 girls Elimination National Champions. Moving on to our under-17 boys elimination national championships. In third place today from Brunswick Cycling Club, it's Omar Kamezi. From Blackburn Cycling Club, in second place today, it's Joseph Natoli. And in first place today, from Randwick Botany Cycling Club, your 2025-26 under-17 boys national champion, Ruben Shepherd. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for your under-17 boys elimination national champions. Okay, moving on to our Kieran State Championships here. We'll start with our under-11s. In first place today, your under-11 Kieran State Champion, it's Eric Hykins. Ladies and gentlemen, your under-11 State Champion for the Kieran. Huge ride from Eric. Moving on to our under-13 podium. In third place today, it's Will Headley. Let's get around these riders, ladies and gents. In second place in the under-13 state championships for the Kieran, it's Jamie Wardneck. And in first place, your 2025-26 state champion in the Kieran for the under-13s, it's Alex Conson. Ladies and gentlemen, your under-13 Kieran state champions. Moving on to our under-19 men's Kieran state championships. In third place today, it's Lincoln Andrews. In second place in the Kieran today, it was Trent Rensburg. And in first place, your under-19 men's Kieran state champion, it's Patrick Shipkowski. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to make some noise because these guys would have made noise for you. Your under-19 men's Kieran state champions. Moving on to our Masters 6 athletes. In third place today, men's Masters 6. In third place, it's Sean Hodges. In second place, Phil Nichols. And in first place, a man with no shortage of silverware at home, it's your state champion in the Kieran, Doug Stewart. Ladies and gentlemen, your men's Masters 6 State Championship podium. Moving on to men's Masters 4. In third place today, Sergio Conson. In second place, Nathan Patterson. And in first place, a rider who we may see a little bit later on, it's Toby Brown. Ladies and gentlemen, a big cheer for your men's Masters 4 State Championship podium. On to men's Masters 3. In first place today, men's Masters 3 and the state champion in the Kieran, it is Mark Charman. Ladies and gentlemen, your men's Masters 3 state champion. On to men's Masters 2. In second place in the Kieran today for the state championships, it's Adam Chidlow. And in first place, your men's Masters 2 state champion in the Kieran, it's Nathan Clark. Ladies and gentlemen, your men's Masters 2 state champions. Moving on to men's Masters 1. In first place today, a man that's finally eligible to win a state championship. Your state champion in men's Masters 1, it's Heinrich Strobel. Ladies and gentlemen, your men's Masters 1 state champion. Moving on to women's Masters 6 for the Kieran State Championships. For your women's Masters 6, in first place, and your state champion, it's Fiona Viscoli. Ladies and gentlemen, your women's Masters 6 state champion. Moving on to women's Masters 5. For the Kieran, your state champion in first place today, it's Rachel Ashton. Ladies and gentlemen, your women's Masters 5 state champion. For women's Masters 4, in third place today, Iris Belliot. Iris is on the wrong side of the fence at the moment. In third place, Iris Belliot. In second place today, as Iris makes her way up. In second place, Adelia Needling. And in first place, your women's Masters 4 state champion in the Kieran, it's Beck Whedon. Ladies and gentlemen, your women's Masters 4 state champions. For Women's Masters 3, in second place today, Deanne Charman. And in first place today, your Women's Masters 3 state champion, it's Keone Routley. Ladies and gentlemen, your Women's Masters 3 state champions. On to Women's Masters 1. In first place today, and your state champion in the Kieran, it's Zoe Clayton. Ladies and gentlemen, your Women's Masters 1 state champion. Moving on to the under-19 women. In third place today for your under-19 women, it's Abby Oliver. In second place, Viana Najafian. And in first place, your under-19 women's Kieran state champion, it's Maddie Pitt. Ladies and gentlemen, your under-19 women's state champions. Moving on to our elite women. Our elite women state championship in the Kieran. In third place today, it was Maya Dillon. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the fastest women on two wheels. Let's get round them. In second place today, Christine Perkins. And another rider fresh off the world champs. In first place, your 2025-26 Kieran state champion, it's Lilia Tatarinov. Ladies and gentlemen, your elite women Kieran state champions. And moving on to our elite men. In third place today, cracking ride from this rider, it's Miles White. In second place in your elite men's Kieran state championships, it's Brody Cullen. And in first place, your elite men's state champion in the Kieran, it's Jack Dola. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for your elite men's state champions. All right, that concludes our presentations, and we'll move on to the finals of our Westral Wheelrace very, very shortly. All right, so we're moving on to our under 15 wheel race. Final for the under 15s. On 180 metres, it's Elijah Hart. Joining Elijah will be Lucy Harrison on 180 metres. Seb Creasy, 150. Joining Seb Creasy will be Ella Turrell. On 140 will be Wes Wong. On 130 metres, it's Paravi Tangsal. On 105, it's Seb Urry. On 100, there'll be 3 riders: Declan Dyer, Caitlin Death, Matt Stratton. On 95 metres will be Pat Richardson. On 85 metres will be Casey Bunton. On 65 will be Constantine Gibson. On 40 metres will be Joel Gooley. On 30 will be Ethan Lee. 25 will be Sean Bates. Flynn Charman will be on 20. And starting on scratch will be Lucas Trebek. Need a holder in turn 4 for a second rider. As Ella Turrell comes around to pick up 150 metres. So she will be on 150. We need a holder down there for her. So this is for our under 15 wheel race. Still need a holder for Ella Turrell in 150. Looks like so we need a holder in the back straight. A holder in the back straight. Need a holder down there at 100 metres. So we're almost all ready to go. This is for all the marbles. 4 laps of power from these riders. So 4 laps of power from these riders. Just waiting for the final riders to get in position. Reminder, it's a 1-step push for holders. A 1-step push. You will not run down the track with your riders, as we're not far away from getting this underway. Riders' attention. So as they all get underway, it's Lucy Harrison with Elijah Hart out in front at the moment. Lucy Harrison starting to pull away, and there's a big group forming that came from about 100 metres, 105 metres. At the moment, it's Matt Stratton who's doing the pulling. Declan Dyer's been caught back in the cheat seats in that chasing group, but Lucy Harrison is still the rider on the front. Elijah Hart is right behind her. He's managed to pick her up. It's Wesley Wong who's there in 3rd position. Ella Turrell is the next rider along, but look at this chasing group being led by Matt Stratton. And Constantine Gibson comes from the top rope all the way along that group. He's driving them along at the moment. 1 lap to roll for these riders. Lucy Harrison in the box seat. Look for Elijah Hart as well. He's got a good sprint on him. Caitlin Death is trying to pick up Constantine Gibson. Lights have gone out for Matt Stratton. At the moment, it looks like Casey Bunton trying to go across as well. It looks like only Elijah Hart or Lucy Harrison can win this one. And it is Lucy Harrison, the under 15 winner of the Westral Wheelrace here for 2025. Elijah Hart picks up 2nd. Constantine Gibson comes through strong in 3rd. What a ride from all our under 15 athletes there. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a massive round of applause as they roll round. That's the final time we'll see them today. What a ride from our under 15 athletes. As we swiftly move on to our under 17 wheel race. What a cracking ride that was from Lucy Harrison as well. I'll call out the meterage on the under 17s. On 160 metres, it'll be Gabriela Rojo Rodriguez. In 150 metres, it'll be Thomas Boudier and Matilda Trevorrow. On 145, it'll be Flick Lyons and Pete Tulloch. On 140, it'll be Kane as a party. On 135, it'll be Matt Christian. On 130, it'll be Matt Van Wyck. On 125, it'll be Caden Ryan. On 120, it'll be Ellis Smith. On 115, Lewis Wilkes. There'll be 3 riders on 110. And this is where the danger is. Ava Rogers, Flynn Jensen, and Sienna Tinkler. They'll be all on 110. Just ahead of them on 100 will be Lockie Morgan. He'll have them breathing down his neck. On 90 metres, it'll be Hunter Murphy. 80 metres will be Elliot Barrett. Seth Harrison will be on 70. Toby Zhao and Harry Morrison will be on 50. And that will be our under-17 wheel race, ladies and gents. Watch out for this one. I think 110 is the danger mark, but let's not jinx it. I've given a few people a commentator's curse today. So our front markers will be on 160. Need a holder on the back straight or holder on turn 3 at 150 for Tommy Boudier. And we do have a holder. Need a holder in the back straight. A holder in the back straight, ladies and gents. One more holder in the back straight, ladies and gentlemen. So we have our final holder getting in place. Not far away from this race getting underway. A reminder for all pushers, it's a one-step push for all pushers. No running down the track with your rider. There's been a loose definition of pushing today. So as our wheel race riders get ready to get underway. Matt Pointer just going up to add the finishing touches to these riders. Riders' attention. And they all get underway with their one-step pushes. And they are off quickly. Look at Kane as a party going around that top bend. Matt Christian's trying to go with him as well. They've got a rabbit to chase. The crowd is getting up on their feet for this one. As riders start to flick up high. Now watch for the 110 metre mark group. It's all together at the moment. It's a big traffic jam in the middle of that group. Matt Christian with some work to do to get to Kane as a party. Kane as a party at the moment is doing well, but will he start to flag as we go on? 2 more laps to run for our riders. Kane as a party, still the rider out in front, gets the bell to go. Matt Christian's lights might be going out, but he's the only rider that can catch Kane at the moment. Kane as a party is off the front. Matt Christian's trying to get across to him. He is getting across. Get up on your feet for Matt Christian here. He's getting up to Kane as a party now in turn 3, turn 4. Will he make it all the way? And Kane as a party picks up your under-17 wheel race. Matt Christian with a very valiant ride there in second. And it was rider number 101, I believe, who picked up third. 103 rather, Flynn Jensen picks up third. What a ride from Kane as a party. Big round of applause for all your under-17 athletes, ladies and gents. I'll tell you what, the Matt Christian Appreciation Society absolutely pushed him home in that one. He was so close to the front of that bike race, and the crowd was going absolutely nuts in the stand. They were losing their collective minds for Matt Christian, but Kane as a party gets up in the under-17 wheel race. Fantastic racing from our under-17 athletes. As we move on to our men's wheel race. Tell you what, fan favourite was the under-17 wheel race. Men's wheel race getting marshalled to the marshalling area. No time to waste for our men's wheel race. And ladies and gents, let me just read you this quality here. I'll wait until they make it all the way around to the marshalling area. Once again, the juniors always do what they're told, but the elites and masters always a bit hard to wrangle. So as we move on to our men's Westral Wheelrace, a few past champions in this group. Toby Brown, probably the rider we're looking at here. Does he have a good mark today? Phil Nichols on 170 metres. He'll be out there, the rabbit to catch. Nathan Patterson, how good's his handicap on 150? He'll be happy with that. 130 metres for Toby Brown, former winner of the bike race. And I dare say he's in better form than he was when he won it. Toby Brown is definitely the man to look at here. On 120 metres, it'll be Mark Charman. And how strong did he look in the heats? Absolutely blew the doors off everyone around him. Adam Chidlow on 110, ladies and gentlemen. He's had a cracking day already. Lincoln Andrews will be on 100. He'll be a tough man to catch on 100 metres. 80 metres will be Thomas Williamson. Nathan Clark will be on 80 with him. Ryan Death will be 70. Pat Shipkowski on 60. 50 metres will be Miles White and Kieran Murray. And 20 metres will be Jack Dolan and Brodie Cullen. And finally on scratch, it'll be Sam Washington. Ladies and gentlemen, we need a holder on turn one, please. A holder on turn one for Kieran Murray. Looks like we need a few holders, actually. Sam Washington has one. Brodie Cullen needs one. So we need 3 holders, it looks like. 3 holders on the first turn. Jack Dolan needs one also. Miles White is coming up too. He'll need a holder. 4 holders, please, on turn one, ladies and gents. Ladies and gentlemen, while we get set up, a reminder, commissaires are looking for this in the Westral Wheelrace. 1 step push for our holders. 1 step push. So, on scratch, Sam Washington. Right on 170 metres will be Phil Nichols. He'll be the rabbit for them to catch. Look at Nathan Patterson out there on 150. He'll be very happy with that. Doug Stewart will push Toby Brown into another stratosphere. Mark Charman looks like he's ready to go. Riders' attention. And the 2025 men's wheel race is underway. Phil Nichols is the rabbit to catch. He's got 5 laps to go once he comes round. Nathan Patterson is the next rider along, but look at Toby Brown. This is tactics from Nathan Patterson. He doesn't want to do any work by himself. He'll slot straight in behind, actually in front of Toby Brown rather. So Nathan Patterson is driving them along. Mark Charman and then Lincoln Andrews has made it in here. Phil Nichols will do well to just sit on the back of this. So with 4 laps to go, 1 kilometre of racing, Nathan Patterson is our lead rider, but there's a group of 5 who are out there in front. Now let's look for scratch coming behind. Currently Kieran Murray is sitting off the back of it. Look, Jack Dolan, Sam Washington, Brodie Cullen working well together. Look at the front of our bike race, Nathan Patterson, Toby Brown and Mark Charman. Toby Brown goes with Mark Charman. Lincoln Andrews is trying to go with them too. It's all starting to crunch together here. It might not be the rabbit's day here. Mark Charman's out there in front. Shipkowski's starting to move as well. Toby Brown's making all the right moves. Barely seen a puff of wind in this whole race. But look at scratch start to come round. Sam Washington and Jack Dolan. Shipkowski's going to do well to sit on the back of this. They'll get the bell. Sam Washington's done. He towed Jack Dolan to the finish there. 1 lap to roll. Ryan Death down the back straight. He's coming up to Jack Dolan. So close. Jack Dolan is your 2025 Westral Wheelrace winner. Ryan Death there in second, Brodie Cullen in third. What a ride from our men's at Westral Wheelrace. No shortage of quality here in WA. How was the run from Ryan Death right at the end? Jack Dolan got the suicide pull from Sam Washington. It was all happening there. I thought it was Toby Brown's race to lose there as he did all the right things, but in the end, scratch swallowed them all up and Jack Dolan had his day. What a ride from all our riders, ladies and gents. Once they come round, give them one more big round of applause. Your 2025 Westral Wheelrace winner, Jack Dola, rounds the bend. What a fantastic race we just saw. All of our Westral races were wide open. You could throw a blanket over the field. Harder to pick than a broken nose, those ones. And in the end, Jack Dola comes away with the men's victory. Not long until we do presentations, we'll look to back straight up. So as we ready ourselves for the presentations. I beg your pardon, ladies and gentlemen, we've got one more race to go, the women's wheel race. So as we move into the women's wheel race. So for our women's wheel race, I'll read out the handicappings for you. On 220 metres tonight, it's Deanne Charman. On 200 metres, it's Iris Belliot. On 180 metres, it's Keone Routley. On 170 metres, it's Rachel Ashton. On 160 metres, it's Abby Oliver. On 140 metres, it's Beck Whedon. 120 metres, we'll see Fiona Viscoli starting. Adelia Needling will be on 100. Vina Jaffian picks up 80 metres. Zoe Clayton on 50. Maddie Pitt on 40. Maya Dillon on 20. And on scratch, and chasing down the whole field, fresh from a World Championship medal, it's Lilia Tataranoff and Christine Perkins. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get round our women on the track at the moment. All right, so as our riders line up, now just have a look at these three riders starting from scratch and 20 metres. They will be an unenviable group to have chasing you down. All right, as we're about to get underway, riders' attention. And they get pushed off. And at the moment, it's Deanne Charman out there in front. Iris Belliot is the rider chasing her down. 6 laps of power from our women here. Keone Routley starting to make inroads on the front of the bike race. It's Iris Belliot out there in front of the Westral Wheelrace for 2025. She's right out there in front. Keone Routley with work to do to get up there. Rachel Ashton is coming along nicely on Routley's wheel. Then you look a bit further back, it's Abby Oliver and now looking back towards the chase group. Maya Dillon's got Zoe Clayton on her wheel. She swings up. Christine Perkins and Lilia Tataranoff are right there too, and Maddie Pitt's found a good train to sit on. But at the moment, Keone Routley and Rachel Ashton are the riders out there in front. And there's riders everywhere as Beck Whedon starts to eat in time to the leaders as well. 2 laps to run when they come round. Keone Routley sees 2. Rachel Ashton going past her. Beck Whedon, 2 laps, just 500 metres to go. Najafian's caught in no woman's land at the moment. Tataranoff and Perkins are starting to move along. Going down the back straight. Look for these waist jerseys as they start to gobble up the competition. So it's Maya Dillon and Christine Perkins on the front. Maya swings up, absolutely pulls herself away. Lilia Tataranoff is trying to go with this too. It's Christine Perkins out in front. Christine Perkins and Tataranoff. And it will be your 2025 champion, Christine Perkins. Ladies and gentlemen, what a race. Caught in the final lap, Maya Dillon and Christine Perkins. And in the end, the quality of Christine Perkins. Give them another big round of applause, ladies and gents. What a fantastic ride. A reminder, fresh off a World Championship medal, 18 years after her first one. And comes in and wins the Westral Wheelrace for 2025. Such is the quality of Christine Perkins. Fantastic ride from our women's wheel race. So as we're not far away from our wheel race presentations. What a cracking wheel race this was for 2025. Absolute deserved winners out of the whole lot of them. If you lined up today, you emptied the tank. And a fantastic ride there. So Jack Dolan and Christine Perkins, our men's and women's champions. But we'll do presentations shortly. So we're moving on to our presentations for our Westral Wheelrace. So if you are on the podium, make your way to the podium area. I'd rather not read out your names ahead of time. So make your way to the podium area if you picked up first, second or third. Let's get around these riders. On your way through, just see the amount of names on those Westral trophies, ladies and gents. The history of this event in WA is very long. And to be able to carry those trophies this year, going to some very special people. So we'll move on to our under 11 and under 13 wheel race podium. In third place today in the under 11 under 13 Westral Wheel Race, it's Van Charman. Let's get around these riders, ladies and gents. Let's not turn the volume off for the last one. In second place, it's Jamie Wardneck. And in first place, your Westral Wheel Race champion in the under 11 under 13s is Eric Kierans. How good is handicap racing, ladies and gents? Anyone can win it. And today, Eric Kierans picks up a trophy. What a fantastic ride. He led it from almost start to finish. Look at him on the podium as well. Fantastic ride. Your under 11, under 13 podium. On to your under 15 wheel race. In third place today, almost made it to the front group. It's Constantine Gibson. In second place today in the under 15 wheel race, it's Elijah Hart. And in first place today, the under 15 wheel race champion, it's Lucy Harrison. Ladies and gentlemen, get round your under 15 wheel race podium. Moving on to your under 17 wheel race for today. In third place, Flynn Jensen. In second place, chased him down all the way to the end, it's Matthew Christian. And in first place today, your under 17 wheel race champion, it's Kane as a party. Ladies and gentlemen, a massive round of applause for your under 17 wheel race champions. Moving on to our men's wheel race. In third place today for our men's Westral Wheel Race for 2025, it's Brodie Cullen. In second place today, closed it right down in turn 3 and turn 4, just couldn't make it to the finish. It was Ryan Death. And in first place today, your 2025 Westral Wheel Race champion, it's Jack Dola. Ladies and gentlemen, get round your men's 2025 Wheel Race champions. Moving on to our women's podium, our final presentation of the day. In third place today, Viana Najafian. In second place today, fresh off a World Champs medal win, it's Lilia Tatarinov. And in first place today, also off that same World Champs medal win, your 2025 Women's Westral Wheelrace champion, it's Christine Perkins! Ladies and gentlemen, your fastest women on two wheels today, your 2025 Westral Wheelrace champions! And that concludes our events for today. A big thank you to the commissaires and volunteers that put that one on. We will be back here tomorrow. Make sure you get around the riders for tomorrow's event, and we will see you then.